Almighty God, who in thy infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and councils for the welfare of society and the just government of man, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor, as thy servant whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in thy presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy glory and honor, and to advance the good of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church, all which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Hey, Miguel. Mr. Speaker, I find Miriam looking white. What? Mr. Speaker, morning to you. Morning to everyone. I beg to move that under item 6, which is presentation of papers, to insert a new sub-item. That is the medium-term debt strategy for fiscal years 2025-2026 to 2027-2028, and annual borrowing plan for fiscal year 2025-2026 as Roman numerals 4, and the other sub-items under that item be renumbered accordingly.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that a new sub-item, that is medium-term debt strategy for fiscal year 2025-2026 to 2027-28, and the annual borrowing plan for fiscal year 2025-2026 as Roman numeral number 4, and the other sub-item under that item be renumbered accordingly. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Speaker, if you allow me, I would like to, on behalf of the country and of course the Parliament, to pay homage to the former President of the Republic of Cuba, Fidel Castro, who would have been 100 years this year. We remember Fidel Castro for his extraordinary commitment to the liberation of so many peoples across the world, in Africa and elsewhere, and his own contribution to humanity in healthcare, research and development, with pharmaceuticals in particular. There is really no country in the world who was not touched by his policies and his programs in a very meaningful way. And we in Dominica know all too well of his generosity and his contribution to our economic and social development. And we will always have fond memories of President Fidel Castro. And so we extend to his family and of course the government and people of Cuba our appreciation, our respect, and our continued friendship. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I would like for us to stand in a moment of silence in recognition of the contribution and the life of Fidel Castro. Thank you. May his soul and the soul of the faithfully departed for the mercy of God rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Obituary. I know that we have taken an approach where in regards to obituary, we usually talk about the death or send condolences to people privately. Although we have said that maybe the parliament should focus on maybe people with direct interest or impact on parliament. But I wanted to, with the leave of the house, I wanted to, although as I've said, we should maybe focus on people in parliament, but a situation happened which is dear to my heart. So I would like to, with the permission of parliament, to extend my condolences to the Prince and Batu family of Grand Four on the passing of our dear young lady, Kadisha Batu, who was my assistant on the project I have in Pokasi. So I just want to tell them to hold strength and take the opportunity to say that our Prime Minister, I've spoken to him, and the rest of the members of Parliament, we are with her and the family, and just hold strength. Just, yeah, it's really tough for me, but yeah, I just wanted to say that, place it on the record.
Would like to join you in extending condolences to the family and to yourself personally. I have met the young lady a few times. I know very well. So we stand in solidarity with the family and of course the entire community of Grand Fond. We shall be there with them in every way that we should. I know it's a very difficult time, so I could join. And also, as you give me the opportunity, I would like to extend my condolences to a constituent of mine, Bernardine Joseph, who died. She was a real cultural icon. I was fortunate to have been her dancing partner. She was 45 years my senior, and she was my dancing partner. When we danced at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium some years ago, and so forth. Yeah, so I'm a very fortunate guy to have danced with her. She's passed away at 98 years old, so I can extend the sympathy. But death is always a difficult moment for all bereaved, especially when it's a young person, especially when it's sudden. So certainly, we thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I too want to stand to extend condolences to the two families in Granford. The community is in mourning at this time, having lost two young people 1 day apart. Two young people who have or were yet to reach their full potential. The entire community is saddened by the death of these two people. But if it's one thing with the community of Granford, I can assure you that we come together at this time, and I applaud the outpouring of condolences, support for these families. And I want to take the opportunity at this time to extend heartfelt sympathy to Mavella Roberts, Camon Charles, and the extended families, and also for Noelina and Davina Prince. Davina was the mother of the 23-year-old. And of course, for the father, Mr. Bato from La Plaine. And I want to let them know that we are there for them, we are there to support them in this time, and we are all praying for them to get the strength that they need to go through this time of grief. Thank you.
Confirmation of minutes.
Be confirmed as circulated.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of the meeting of Tuesday, 14th October 2025 be confirmed as circulated. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I beg to second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended for 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stand suspended for 10 minutes. House resumes.
Announcements by Speaker. Confirmation of minutes.
No, we did the confirmation of the minutes, sir. Yeah. In regards to announcement, I received 6 correspondence requesting permission to be absent from this meeting. They are as follows. In regards to out-of-state unofficial government business, we have the Honorable Roland Royer, Honorable Cassani Laville, Honorable Melissa Popon-Skerrit, Honorable Dr. Cassandra Williams, and Senator Oscar Judge. In regards to being sick, Senator Laurie Victor. So permission is granted to all the members who requested permission to be absent from this meeting.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table. 1. Schedule of supplementary appropriation for the period July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. 2. Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. Medium-term debt strategy for fiscal year 2025-2026 to 2027-2028. An annual borrowing plan for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Yeah. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table. Solid Waste Management Schedule 7, Amendment Order 2025, SRO number 43/2025.
Government notices.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at a later stage of the proceedings, I will be moving the motion supplementary estimates of expenditure for financial year 2024, July 2024 to June 30th, 2025, Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, and will be taking all 3 stages of the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 and Highway Maintenance Act 2025, standing in my name on the order paper.
Statement by ministers. Introduction of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025 be read a first time.
Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025.
The bill has been read the first time.
Public business, government business, motion.
Be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the supplementary estimates of expenditure for the year 2024-2025 amounting to $108,510,123.97, the details of which are contained in this attached schedule.
Second.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the supplementary estimates comprising of advances made from the contingency fund during the period July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, totaling $108,510,123.97. Mr. Speaker, Section 80, subsection 1 of the Constitution, as well as section 12.3 of the Finance Administration Act, chapter 6302 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, permit the minister with responsibility for finance to advance urgent or unforeseen expenditures not originally approved in the annual budget and subsequently seek the approval of the Honorable House for these advances by way of supplementary appropriation. The details of the expenditure are as follows. 1% or $755,470 was met through grant funding. 30% of $33,230,417 was financed with loans which were approved by Parliament, while 69% or $74,524,236 was funded by revenues. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the use of contingency funds warrants has declined as the government continues to exercise budgetary discipline and strengthen public financial management. Our government has managed the country's assets with openness, accountability, and prudent budgeting. This ongoing reduction in reliance on contingency fund warrants demonstrate more effective planning, stronger expenditure controls, and a commitment to greater fiscal stability. Mr. Speaker, the responsible management of public finances has enhanced our nation's credibility and increased confidence in our financial stewardship. As a result, more international partners are investing resources and technical assistance in our country. This support, driven by the government's fiscal responsibility and discipline, directly funds key projects that advance national growth and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the following summarizes the expenditures by ministries and departments. The General Court of Audit of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has generously provided a grant of $80,482 to the Audit Department. This fund established to support supreme audit institutions in developing countries and implementing strategic plans and strengthening their resilience through improved ICT solutions, has been used by the Audit Department to acquire critical IT tools and equipment, thereby advancing and modernizing the department and its infrastructure. We express our sincere appreciation to this support, which is already helping to enhance the department's efficiency, strengthen oversight, and improve the quality and timeliness of our audit work to the benefit of the citizens of Dominica. National security. Mr. Speaker, as announced in this year's budget address, the Police Welfare Association and the Government of Dominica entered into collective bargaining agreement in March of 2025, which included an 8% salary increase for the 2024-2027 triennium through 3% salary increase for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025, a 2% for 2025 to 2026, and 3% for 2026 to 2027. Therefore, a sum of $1,727,170 was allocated to the Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs to fund the salary adjustments and retroactive payments to 541 police officers for the 30% salary increase for fiscal year 2024-2025. The allocation also helped cover some of the increments and adjustments to allowances based on the agreement. Note, Mr. Speaker, that in addition to the 3%, the 2% salary increase that was promised to the police in respect of fiscal year 2025 to 2026 was also implemented on July 1, 2025. But the contingency fund was not used as these amounts allocated in this year's expenditure estimates. Our government deeply values the service and sacrifice of the members of the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force. We are committed to ensuring that our officers are paid fairly and on time because they play a vital role in protecting our citizens and keeping our country safe. Elections. Mr. Speaker, the passage of the Registration of Electors Act 2025 and the House Assembly Elections Act 2025, the Elections Department required an additional allocation of $1,028,800. This amount was used to make a 45% advance payment for the software and equipment procured for the production of the new voter identification cards. Mr. Speaker, these newly enacted laws mandate the Chief Registration Officer to provide every registered elector with a voter identification card. This Labour Party government fully supports the ongoing electoral modernization process and our citizens' desire to continue to have free and fair elections in our democratic Dominica. We therefore remind every Dominican of the importance of voting and strongly encourage all eligible citizens to participate in the voter confirmation process. Education. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to preparing our citizens for the productive lives in a complex world. We continue to support this mission through significant investments in student development and infrastructure. For the 2024-2025 fiscal year, an additional $28,613,211 was allocated to advance the construction of the Dominica Grammar School. This project is being undertaken in phases. Phase 1, which includes the administration building, as well as blocks A, B, and C, is scheduled for handover in December 2025. This will make a significant portion of the campus operational. Phase 2, covering the other structures and external works, are expected to be completed in 2026. Mr. Speaker, through these continued investments, we are not only constructing a modern school, but we are also expanding opportunity, nurturing excellence, and securing a brighter future for the young people of Dominica. Housing. Mr. Speaker, as the government pursues its goal to make Dominica the first climate-resilient nation, a key priority is building a modern, diverse, and resilient housing infrastructure, along with an appropriate data system for the housing sector. In support of the latter goal, the government has received a grant of $674,989 from Bill Change, a global leader in resilient housing. This will support the data and systems for resilient housing program in Dominica. The main objective of this project are to collect data to establish a statistically robust baseline on existing housing conditions, measure the success of improvement programs, develop practical guidance for strengthening homes for homeowners and builders, and design government-led initiatives to reduce the vulnerability of homes to natural hazards, including those intensified by climate change. Government expresses its sincere appreciation to Bill Change for supporting improvement to our housing infrastructure and better protection for our people. Mr. Speaker, for the fiscal year 2024-2025, this caring and compassionate government provided an additional $28,045,055 to the Modern Resilient Housing Development Program. This supplementary allocation has enabled us to continue providing safe, stable, and dignified living conditions to our most vulnerable citizens. Mr. Speaker, we remain firm on the path of providing affordable, modern, and climate-resilient homes for Dominicans in need. Only last week, 22 families received keys to new climate-resilient homes in Bellevue-Chopin under the Modern Resilient Housing Development Program. And a further 69 families benefited under the Housing Recovery Program. Mr. Speaker, we understand that home ownership is not just about having a house. It is about restoring dignity, strengthening families, and creating a foundation for both short-term and long-term financial security. This government will therefore stay focused on expanding access to resilient housing, ensuring that more Dominican families can enjoy the peace of mind, stability, and pride that comes with owning their own home. Environment. Mr. Speaker, the National Employment Program was established to provide targeted training and job placement and opportunities to our citizens, particularly our young people. Its main objective is to reduce the national unemployment rate to creating a practical bridge from the classroom to the workplace. To date, the National Employment Program has made a substantial contribution to the country's socio-economic development through its many interventions. In addition to the amount approved in fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, a further $15 million was invested in the NEP, underscoring the government's unwavering commitment to empowering our people. As of October 2025, 3,587 interns were engaged in the program. This represents a continuous economic stimulus as the NEP stipends flow directly into local communities, supporting consumption, small business, and family livelihoods. Between June 2024 and July 2025, a total of 291 interns graduated from the NEP, many of whom were able to secure permanent employment using the skills and experiences they gained through the program's internship component. This is a clear evidence that the NEP has become and continues to be an essential professional launching pad, helping to build resumes, confidence, and professional networks for our people. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that the National Employment Program has been and remains a true pillar of support for Dominica and its people, and this government is determined to further strengthen the program by providing other avenues for interns to upgrade their skills and achieve more for themselves and their families. Culture, youth, and community development. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $110,000 was required as a supplementary budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports and Community Development in order to offset a shortfall in personal emoluments for the 2024-2025 financial year. Public Works, Public Utilities, Digital Economy. Following the approval by Parliament of the additional loan from the World Bank for the Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, East Coast Road Project, so that's from Boadiab to Hatton Garden via the Kalinago territory, contingency funds in the amount of $22,042,529 was allocated to the Ministry of Public Works to settle amounts in respect of that project. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to this Honorable House that Lot 1 has been fully completed and a taking over certificate has been issued. Lot 2 is approximately 99% complete. The Castle and Richmond bridges have been completed while work on the Pegua Bridge is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, this investment is vital to improving safe and reliable access for our people across the Eastern Road network, reducing travel time, supporting commerce and tourism, and ensuring that communities are not cut off in times of heavy rain or disaster. By enhancing the critical section of road infrastructure, we are not only ensuring day-to-day connectivity, but also building greater resilience to natural hazards and protecting lives and livelihoods across the eastern part of our island. Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the commissioning process of the 10-megawatt geothermal plant will commence in December 2025, and commercial operations are expected during the first week of March 2026. This landmark project not only represents a major step towards our renewable energy agenda, but also underscores this government's commitment to reducing energy costs, strengthening energy security, and fostering economic growth for the people of Dominica. We are reminded that in addition to government's investment in geothermal power exploration and infrastructure, government is investing a first phase of high-voltage resilient transmission network, which will connect the geothermal power plant and Domlec 3 hydro stations to the Fonkole distribution hub. This will ensure the transportation of our green and renewable energy supply from the Roseau Valley to the facility from which it will be distributed to consumers. Mr. Speaker, to support this venture, additional loan funds amounting to $1,187,888 were drawn from the World Bank loan for the transmission network, which was approved by Parliament. This project is expected to be completed in time for the commercial operations of the geothermal power plant. In summary, Mr. Speaker, all of the funds which were advanced were critical to the ongoing development programs of the government and the well-being of the Dominican. Many of the projects advanced faster than anticipated and would be more costly and not prudent to stop and wait for funds in the new fiscal year. In other instances, there were unforeseen additions to their scope. Hence, the reason for these expenditures. We therefore encourage all the members of the House to support the bill. I now commend for approval to the House the supplementary estimates and supplementary appropriation bill in the amount of $108,510,123.97. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is now before the House for debate. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister. You may
Speaker,
proceed.
thank you very much. I want to thank the Honourable Minister of Finance for a very comprehensive explanation to the House and to the country on the use of the funds and the various projects in this country. I believe that all of these projects are visible for everyone to see in the country, whether it's housing, whether it's the road from Boadia for the Castle Bruce to Canago territory, whether it is the geothermal, whether it's electoral reform and the confirmation exercise, whether it is the Dominica Grammar School, all of the things are visible. And I think over time, the government would have explained and given updates to the country on where we are with these projects, the money that we're spending. Some of those funds, we actually came to Parliament to get the loans approved, and we gave even further explanation in the submission, in the resolution that came to the House, motion that came to the House for the additional funds for all of its projects. Anytime we were giving homes out, we explained this project, Mr. Speaker. But I want to highlight some things that are in the supplementary estimates. The road from Boadia to Castle Bruce, and then from Castle Bruce to Pigua through the Canago territory is an extremely important piece of infrastructure. As a matter of fact, there's a Chinese saying that if you want to get rich, you build a road first. But for us, that is a very expensive venture. Building roads in Dominica, building infrastructure in Dominica is a very expensive venture. The Lord has blessed us, Mr. Speaker, with an abundance of water. But all of this water must find their way to the sea. And so they have to traverse distances. And so but that in itself brings a developmental challenge, a financial challenge to us. Because every mile of road you have to build in Dominica. You have to build a bridge, you have to build culverts. So just on this span of road, Mr. Speaker, from Castle Bruce to Pigwa, we've had to build 5 bridges. 5 brand new bridges, all of which are 2-lane bridges. But while we were building those 5 bridges, Mr. Speaker, we had to build 5 temporary bridges. Bailey bridges. And Bailey bridges are bridges that you can use as a permanent structure. We've had Bailey bridges for many decades in Dominica, and they're still standing. You go to other Caribbean countries, there are Bailey bridges that have been standing for years. So we had to build those Bailey bridges at a cost to us to ensure that there is communication, there's connection between those communities during construction. That you don't have people going to a river and then go back up to get there, or close the road indefinitely until the road is completed. So we have to do those things. So we had a design for the road. Based on the design, we went to tender, and a contract in the sum of $126 million was offered to a contractor. Work started and was advanced, and in 2022, November 2022, a trough system came and affected the east coast of Dominica. And that pointed out to us a number of areas where we need to redesign to address the observations made by the trough. And as a result, that helped increase the cost of the project. And just on this road, Mr. Speaker, just to give the country an appreciation of the challenge, because some people don't appreciate the challenge that this government has to confront when you build infrastructure. In that span of road, we had to build 74 culverts. Now, we're not talking about 4-feet culverts, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Sineku, and you see the depth of the culvert that we had to build, the depth, we had to start, the depth we had to start and build this up to get to the level of the road was an extraordinary intervention, a huge and dramatic cost to this project. But we had to connect Castle Bruce to Sineku and to the Calabar territory. Huge costs. These culverts are massive structures. Then you had situations where we did some excavation, it undermined the properties of families. We had to come in and build infrastructure, retaining walls, etc., etc. No time before this government came into office that people were being paid in the Calabar territory for their land. Because it was felt by governments before that the land is communal land. There's no civil title. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the record will show that it is under this government that we started paying people without titles for lands, once they could establish ownership. Crop compensation, dramatic costs. I mean, when I see how much you pay a guy for a coconut tree, I say, but I must start planting more coconut trees. I mean, I'm hoping the government can go and take my coconut trees from me. Please, come take them from me. Because I have about 160 coconut trees in the soil. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, we pay guys for growing cedar trees. They say they use it to bathe, and it has value. So I have to pay them for it. I mean, I'm saying this thing, it may sound funny, and it is funny, but it's a real thing, Mr. Speaker. And it speaks to the sensitivity of the government in dealing with people and their properties. So in this road, Mr. Speaker, 5 bridges, permanent bridges, 2-lane bridges, and we had to build 5 temporary bridges. And I can tell you, as a person who is largely responsible for raising funds for this country's development, I speak about those things privately and to people all the time. The sheer stress and the sheer demand that the terrain of Dominica places on us in respect to construction. So we have to, as a result of all of those changes, all of those considerations, all of those observations, the project went from 126 million to 226 million. And all of us in this country can appreciate what you could do for $100 million. And so people sometimes want everything at the same time. But I don't know if any family can do everything for their family at the same time. So $226 million. Sometimes I joke with the power ups for the area. I say, well, I could give everybody in this area a $400,000 and let's move everybody. But the point is that investment, Mr. Speaker, into those communities have enhanced their life, their opportunities dramatically. More people are looking for land in Castle Bush today than they were 10 years ago. More people are building homes and doing farms in Castle Bush than they were doing some years ago because the road is easy to get to Castle Bush now. And in the Canago territory. The only thing that is safe in the Canago territory because people like me and you can't go there and buy land and build. Well, I may be able to claim some connection because the first community where the Canagos rested themselves was in Vacas, so I believe I have with me, so I could claim that, and I think the former chief told me so, Williams. But there's increase, and people are using the funds that we've played at 8 Bank at 2%, is it? The Canago Development Fund. People are using those funds to invest in agriculture and tourism, in home building. So it dramatically increased the opportunity. As a matter of fact, the Canago chief, then Mr. Williams, had suggested something which we may have laughed about some years ago, about a toll. And I believe that we may need to have a serious conversation about this toll in the Canago territory. We pay a little $5 when we're passing through to maintain the roads. But you go into Florida, you go into the United States of America, and every road they build, there are tolls. Every 20 miles or every 5 kilometers you go, you pay a toll in America. You pay nothing in Dominica. Nothing whatsoever. But the government has to spend. You understand? So we have to appreciate this thing. Just here in Granby, Mr. Speaker, the Loubert, Pichelin, Granby Road. So we don't mention Pichelin, and Pichelin is a major beneficiary of that. So I want to change that language now. So it's the Loubert, Pichelin, Belle Bishop, Granby Road. Close to $200 million. Close to $200 million being spent on that road. With 5 bridges, 2-lane bridges. The bridge that you see there at Snock Corner, Mr. Speaker, is the thing you go up and down. This bridge is going to be dramatically transformed. The challenges we had in Pichelin and Mitcham, this place is going to be dramatically transformed with those bridges. And by the boxing plant area, Mr. Speaker. 2-lane bridges. And if you see now, we have to build diversions to allow for continuous communication between those communities. Additional costs. And Mr. Speaker, the reality is, I'm not aware of any Caribbean country, Mr. Speaker, that is subjected to that natural circumstance of construction, the challenge of construction. Most of the Caribbean countries don't have a water crossing to build. They don't have a culvert to build. They don't have drains to build. Far more for bridges, Mr. Speaker. And so what this government has done in the last 25 years, where public infrastructure is concerned, roads is concerned, is unparalleled in the country's history. And so my reference to this thing is to get us to appreciate more of those investments the government is making. Every part of this country, every community in Dominica has multiple road. Multiple road. Concrete road, asphalt road. And with the rainfall, you always have things to be done. With people moving into new communities, we have to go and build roads. The private developers, they take your money, they don't put the roads, the government has to come into the roads. So we continue. We'll be resurfacing from, for example, from the Newtown playing field to Anchorage Hotel, Mr. Speaker, resurfacing this road. We now have to resurface the road from the East Yellow Block Bridge and the bridge down by the market to the Auto Trade, resurfacing completely those areas. And then the next step, Mr. Speaker, hoping next year, 2026, we'll also do from Pocasset to Bois. And from Sultan down to the bridge at the Glow Show, the York Valley Bridge. the York Valley Bridge. Spending this money. And so when we look back about Dominica, and look at the infrastructure, when we did the roads from Cane Field, Mr. Speaker, to now the Douglas Chelsea Airport, just when you drive, count the number of bridges you have to cross. And all of those bridges were one-lane bridges. We have to expand them to two-lane bridges. And the sheer number of water crossings that we have to build. And so this is the kind of investment we're making, and that now enables investment, opportunities for people. More people can come to your place because the roads are better. You can access your businesses, and people feel a greater sense of confidence. That is the objective. One of the objectives of the government investing so much in roads. And you recall, Mr. Speaker, we were criticized by some that people can't eat concrete. Because they were saying so in appreciation and recognition of the sheer amount of money we were spending on improving roads. And so we understand this. And you know, even with the toilets, I appreciate the Calypsonian who wrote this song, The Scared Building Toilets. And after Maria, he recognized that this toilet saved many lives. Because they were all concrete and concrete roofs. And that's why many people survived the hurricane. On housing, Mr. Speaker, this is an extraordinary expression of compassion, of love, of caring, that anybody can express to any can extend to anybody. By providing somebody with a shelter, a proper shelter, Mr. Speaker. Proper shelter, Mr. Speaker. Raising the dignity of people. Raising the sense of pride and the sense of belonging, irrespective of who you are. And whether it's money we put at the aid bank at a 3% loan or 4% loan, or money we put at the government housing board at 3 and 2%, or through direct grants to families, or by selling the land at $5 a square foot instead of $10 and $12 a square foot, that is value of it, or building homes directly in the communities. And we've sought to maintain the same level of standards, the same conditions, the same designs, the same quality of work across the country. Across the country. And we have seen the kind of transformation this has done in the lives of people. That our children can sleep comfortably. That our senior citizens can no longer wait. I listened to my friend from Fonseca, Miss Ansem, and saying, when she was expressing her gratitude to the government and to her Lord, saying that, look, I slept in my house last night, I didn't hit the rain. But before that, I not only hit the rain, but I got wet by it. And I have known scores of Dominicans who have received homes, and I knew their lives before those homes, and I see their lives after the homes, and you can see a change in their whole body, in their whole thinking. But this comes at a cost. And these are monies that we could spend otherwise to address other issues in the country. But we have spent it on the people as direct gifts, and all of the majority of these homes are financed by the Institute Investment Program, with the exception of his loan that we took of $40 million US from the World Bank to build homes. And so when you talk about the Citizens Investment Program, there's nowhere in the world where the citizens have benefited so dramatically from the proceeds of the CBI. That you give a Dominican a home of $450,000 at no charge to them from the Citizens Investment Program. That is a dramatic investment, a dramatic gift, transforming their lives. And so I'm happy to see that we had a $28 million by way of supplementary appropriation, because we do not want to wait for, as the Minister of Finance is saying, for the next financial year to spend the money. Let us, as the money comes, let's spend it and build for the people, and properly account to the Parliament for it, as provided for in the Constitution and the Finance Administration Act. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And so we'll continue. There's still many people who are still waiting for the government support. And the reality is, the history will show us that no government ever spend those kinds of monies on housing. And I understand why, Mr. Speaker, because housing is not a responsibility of a government. A government has 4 fundamental responsibilities. Basic education, that is why prior to this government, when you go to age 16 and you falter in school, they send you out. Basic health care, you go to the health center, a nurse dress your sore, that's it. There's no sending you overseas for $250,000 to seek medical intervention. There's no free tests and free hospital care at the hospital, because that is tertiary, that is secondary care. It's when you go to a hospital, to a health center in the village, you get care for free. That's what government responsibility is. Basic infrastructure. This is why, Mr. Speaker, when David Junior Charles of the Freedom Party built the road from Pokase to Melvin Hall, they narrowed the road and they kept the 1 single lane bridges. That is why you look at the road from Portsmouth to Hatton Garden, they're all single lane bridges that were built in the late 80s. Because basic infrastructure is to get you across the river. Not to comfortably get you across the river, to get you across the river. And that's what happened. That's what happened. That is why when we're going to do the roads, and of course the Chinese technical team are arriving here on Friday to look at this airport, this road from Portsmouth to Hatton Garden for us, you're talking about 26 bridges must be built. And 476 culverts must be constructed. Plus widening, plus slope stabilization, plus retaining wall structures. It's a massive project. That project is going to cost us easily over $500 million. Easily over $500 million as a grant from the Chinese government. So we have to understand this thing when we talk about infrastructure. So housing, so 4 basic responsibilities. Of course, national security. That's it. This government has extended itself because of the Labour Party's founding principles of all shall it, and ensuring that we raise people up. There's no glass ceiling. This is why this government is not opposed to the private sector making money. Because we want them to make money. We want everybody to make money. But we must always remember too that those at the bottom must be brought up. And that is what we're doing with the dignity of people. Are we weary? No. Because it is within us. And when the movement, the motivation is intrinsic, you can't get weary. You only get weary when the motivation is extrinsic. So we continue to press on and building homes for so many people. So many homes are under construction. The geothermal project, Mr. Speaker. We import diesel to provide electricity for us. And we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we have a natural source of energy. And how do we get this energy? At a cost. Just to allow for the equipment, for the trucks to take the equipment to Loader, we had to spend over $8 million widening the road, the corners. Just for that. I wish I could have taken I wish a little rubber band, Mr. Speaker, I could stretch it, and when the trucks pass, just let it back. But no, we had to spend over $8 million just to widen the corners to allow the equipment to get there. There's no other island had to do that. Our friends in Navy have to drive 2 miles from the port. Straight. No corners, no bends. No valleys to go into, no mountains to traverse. And so you will find that the capital investment for this will be higher than anywhere else.
10 more minutes.
When you look at when I get to 10 minutes, yes, in a while. When you look at the transmission line that we have to build on the ground, from a distance, Mr. Speaker, everything underground. And you know trenching things is expensive. Trenching is expensive, Mr. Speaker. Especially in such distances. Especially in the kind of terrain where you have to cross and you have to do this and you have to do that. It's costly. But we recognize as a government that the movement towards renewable energy is the way to go for us in order for us to bring a better opportunity for our citizens, to enhance our opportunities for investments. Because whether you have a hotel or you are manufacturing, your major cost is electricity. And so it's not a movement that will end with a 10 megawatt, but a movement that has started towards the march towards full renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. It's a movement we started. And I think eventually we will get to the full potential by 2030 of having renewable energy, covering 100% of our energy supply in London. That's what it is. So I would want to wish that we as citizens will welcome that opportunity. Because unless you don't get rid of the diesel completely, you will still have a challenge. But we must look at the government's intentions. We must look at the objectives of those investments and to see whether those things are materializing in itself. This is why, Mr. Speaker, when we brought in night landing at Douglas Charles, when we improved the infrastructure, this is why when we invested in hotel construction, this is when we provided monies at Aid Bank so that those existing hotels could go to the Aid Bank and get loans at 2% to improve their existing hotel plans. We said to the citizens of this country that it is those things, when they all put together and they come together, that is going to take us to the next level of economic development and prosperity. So when you have a 48% increase, Mr. Speaker, of tourist arrivals this year as compared to last year, that we're on the move. The fact that United Airlines has increased as, first of all, coming to Dominica, and having come to Dominica now saying that we need 2 flights a week, is a sign that there is demand. That there is demand. And that the fact that American came and they're now coming twice on a Saturday, and they're going to come every day, twice every day, Mr. Speaker, that there is demand. People are coming to Dominica. And these results are, this benefits as a result of the carefully implemented policies and programs of this government, Mr. Speaker. This is why I'm saying to this country, to allow this thing to work. You've seen it manifesting itself. And so some youngsters were speaking to me during the Creole Festival. And they said to me, scared, but that's how we want Dominica to be. Lots of people, man. I say, my brother, it's a movement. It's coming. And what's gonna take us to the mountain top, Mr. Speaker, is this international airport when it's completed. Because truth be told, Mr. Speaker, and other countries don't have anything above us in terms of natural beauty and other things and attractions and so on, except the international airport. And see what Douglas Charles is bringing with all its limitations. And of course, United told us that they could come, but they'll only come if we extend the runway. So while we build an international airport, sent to Paris, we had to spend over $40 million extending the runway. And so these are the real challenges that we have to confront. And you can know what you can do on the $43 million. Do the extension, they say, Americans say, we need the grooving of the airport so that we eliminate the abutment of flights, Mr. Smith. The abutment of flights. We have to do the stuff for about $4 or $5 million, Mr. Smith. Just to groove the runway, just to take a machine and just groove the runway. I mean, I had to ask somebody, can we take a cold cheese and do that ourselves? I mean, save us some money. But they came. Once we did the investments, they came. And American will tell you that their cancellation, their abutment of flights has dramatically reduced, eliminated. That they landed under extreme rain conditions. But we have to do those investments. So if you do not have a house yet, if we haven't come to fix the road in a community yet, it is because of those kinds of things we're doing that will help sustain us, that will help bring the kind of investments in the country, the kind of revenues in the country, that will help us do all of those things that need to be done in the country. Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, there is no way you can tax the citizens of Dominica anymore. As a matter of fact, in the next couple of years, we will see how we can even relieve the people of Dominica, the working people of Dominica, to reduce the burden of the income tax on them. So they can pay less income tax and have more money in their pocket. But those things can only come when we see the kind of further investments we're making start manifesting themselves, the kind of returns that will come, the kind of job creation. Because during Creole Festival, Mr. Speaker, you can't find no rental. And you know what the rental is telling you? And you know, they tell me that as a Prime Minister for almost a year, you know. They must, we can't rent a rental no less than 7 days during festival. You must take a rental for 7 days minimum, you know, man. Because there's demand. Every guest house, people renting their own home, people renting a room in their home. People with food and drinks make money because people come in. Because that's what we're saying. For you to grow the economy, for you to increase revenue, for you to have more money in people's pocket, you must bring people to consume. So the turnover can be faster, Mr. Speaker. And then we have the National Employment Program. This National Employment Program, I believe that, and maybe when I get some time, Mr. Speaker, I might do my own study on it, Mr. Speaker. I think the developmental economists and the economists themselves must do a research on this and to see how such a program has had such a dramatic positive impact on poverty levels in Dominica. That somebody who was poor yesterday and now employed, making at least $1,000 a month, is no longer in the poverty category. And you add, Mr. Speaker, a home to that person no longer poor. We have in our policy of economic and social investment and plans and strategy, Mr. Speaker, have dramatically dealt a serious blow to poverty in Dominica. Whether it's investment in a small business, giving a young lady a grant or a small loan at 2% or 3% to invest in a small business, who was unemployed yesterday is employed today because of this intervention. So our investments, Mr. Speaker, are carefully curated with the intention of improving the lives of the people of Dominica, of creating more economic opportunities for our people. And this is why I say, and I say so with this greatest sense of sincerity, Mr. Speaker, we need everybody on board. This can no longer be, the way the world is going, Mr. Speaker, this can no longer be about United Workers' Party or Labour or the other political party. It must be about Dominica. And it's about embracing everybody, irrespective of their position in the society, once they're prepared to put Dominica first. So that we can bring all of the brains, all of the ideas to the center. That when it goes out from the center, it touches everybody. So anybody who fooling themselves, you're gonna this is politics and so on. No. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I don't talk politics much anymore, Mr. Speaker. You recognize that. Thank you very much. Senator Parris says he recognizes that. I appreciate that. What's that? No, I didn't say that. He said true. I saw an exclamation mark. I said exclamation mark. True. If you have a question, is it true? No, I heard true. I heard true. You know, I heard true. But thank you for that endorsement, sir. So it is a major, this is investment in National Employment Program, and so what, Mr. Speaker, there are all benefits to it because those in the beautification program are keeping the country clean and green. Those who are providing care to senior citizens and the physically disabled are doing a service to humanity. And in the process, earning a wage for it. And of course, Dominica Grammar School, investment in education. Major investment in the Roseau catchment area, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that every single child can continue to have a space at a secondary school. Making sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the Honorable Prime Minister be given an additional 15 minutes to wind up his presentation.
Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Prime Minister be given an additional 15 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable PM, you are given an additional 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The grammar school, the dramatic investment we make in education. But not only are we investing in the grammar school, we're also building some 6 additional schools with the generous gift of the Chinese government. Dramatically. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the Guru Secondary School will be turned into a center of excellence for technical vocational education. And the Tivo Primary School will be turned into a center of excellence or a center for people with physical disabilities, special needs people, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that every child, irrespective of who the child is, can have access to it. And I want to say publicly that the Tivo Primary School, that I have taken a decision and the support of the cabinet, that school will be named in honor of Vernice Bellon. So it will be the Vernice Bellon Primary School, a school for people with, and of course, in recognition of Mrs. Bellon's contribution to the country and to the Vickers community. And of course, we will speak more about this later down. Really appreciate the contribution. Somebody who stayed in the country all alive and working at the service of the people of Dominica. And I think it's appropriate that the country and the residents where I live recognize that service in a significant way. So we'll speak more about that later. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in respect to electoral reform, we came to Parliament, we passed the laws, we came to Parliament, we approved the resources for the Commission, so the Commission, and nobody can say that the Commission has no money to do things, providing them with law, providing resources. It is for the Commission, Mr. Speaker, as per the Constitution and the laws that have been passed, to effect electoral reform. And my urging to all of us in this country who are on the register of electors now to avail ourselves to the opportunity. We may have issues with the process or what is required and so forth. But until such time that the Commission may want to give reconsideration to its position, we have to respect its independence and avail ourselves to the opportunity to conform ourselves. That's a responsible thing to do. And so, but there must also be standards set so that we do not have a situation where the same criticism that were given back then, that you have the same criticism today. And so we have to avail ourselves. I have a problem with the form, Mr. Speaker. I've said so publicly. I told them so when I'm going to confirm that you ask me questions you shouldn't ask me. But for me to get confirmed, I had to fill it. I had to provide information. So I protested, yes, Mr. Speaker, but I went on to respect the authority of the Electoral Commission. And I believe too, maybe, Mr. Speaker, that's a discussion the country need to have. Delbert Paris and myself met with the Attorney General some time ago. We discussed this matter. The AG is looking at to see his engagement to the Commission as the Attorney General, not as the government cabinet person, but as the Attorney General, to see engagement in the Commission, to see what kind of movement the Electoral Commission can have in that. But I cannot instruct them. I respond to them like every other citizen. You understand? But no one can be denied the opportunity to confirm if they follow the rules. And we have to follow the rules. So while we are protesting, Mr. Speaker, we must avail ourselves to the process until such time that the Commission may want to change its position and its back. So that's my urging to us, that avail ourselves to the process, let us get confirmed, let us ensure, as the Minister of Finance says, that we can continue to have free and fair elections, that we get rid of the quote-unquote bloated voters list, that we can get rid of all the dead people, that if you're overseas and you're on the voters list and you don't come to Dominica to confirm that your name will be removed, and so we'll have a register of electors that I'm hoping at the end of it, when it comes to October 14th, that everybody will be satisfied with. And the only people who are there are the living, living, not the dead, just the living. Just the living. Just the living. You understand what I'm saying? But All I will say, Mr. Speaker, to political parties and those in leadership positions who have advocated that it is your responsibility as a party to mobilize your people. It is your responsibility. But this comes with hard work, it's come with discipline, it's come to a commitment. You have to want to work hard. You have to provide leadership to your people, guidance. And I think if I were to be asked for advice, that's what you should be focusing on. Ensuring that your members, your supporters have the IDs, that they got a witness to go with them. Mobilizing them. There's nothing wrong if you meet a person coming to vote, to register, you give them a right to go and confirm from your hot son. What's wrong with that? So this is where I believe, and if you ask me whether the leadership they have the ability to mount that kind of thing, I don't believe so, because if you don't have the discipline, this thing, I don't know where leaders get this thing built that live on Facebook is just what you need, you know. I mean, if live on Facebook was solving problems, I mean, my brother, the world would have no problems, you know. Or just posting a picture or something on Facebook or on Instagram and TikTok and so on. If this thing were making life better for people, my brother, I mean, I would want to be live every single minute, because the amount of responsibility that we have, if I can be released of all this by going on TikTok and live, it's fine. But we have to go and get people confirmed. You understand? So that we can ensure that we maintain the democracy of our country, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to say, Mr. Speaker, finally, that's money well spent. It is part of the continued implementation of the implementation of the strategies, the goals, the programs, the projects, the policies that will achieve this dynamic Dominica that we speak about, Mr. Speaker. Where life will be better for all of us in Dominica, where all of us can live with dignity in our country. That while we may not be able to get rid of poverty entirely, but we will slash it dramatically, Mr. Speaker. That if you're in the private sector, you believe that when you invest, you can make a return on your investment. That there's a facilitation. That there are the opportunities. You recall, Mr. Speaker, finally, when we invested in Liat, I was criticized for it. And now everybody in the Caribbean asking for Liat. And I told us back then when we were criticized for investing in Liat and becoming a shareholder, that when Liat goes, we will all be asking for it to come back. Because we knew that if Liat did not come into our country for one day, it would be dramatically impacted. We thank God, Mr. Speaker, that we have Caribbean Airlines, that we have Win Air, that we have Sunshine, that we have Sunrise, that we have, well, they already giving us some sunshine too, so Sunrise already giving us some sunshine, Mr. Speaker. And we have Contour, providing the travel within the region. And of course, Inter-Caribbean, indomitable Inter-Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, you know, the great service to us, we thank them for that. That sometimes they have 2 or 3 planes grounded in Dominica to have early flights out of Dominica. That Contour is spending the night here so that you can get an 8 a.m. flight out to get better connections in international markets, Mr. Speaker. All of these things were carefully negotiated to ensure that we give great opportunity to our citizens and those coming into our country. And so we have to continue. We have to continue. And we continue to do these investments, whether it's in agriculture, in small business development, whether it is in tourism, agro-processing, you name it, Mr. Speaker. The government's tentacles is in every one of those things, ensuring that we can give a greater opportunity for our country. Are we on the right track? I say yes, Mr. Speaker, the greatest sense of humility. And one can only appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that if we're not impacted over the last 12 years with so many external shocks and natural disasters, and the sheer amount of monies that we had to spend to replace damaged and lost infrastructure, damaged and lost homes, what we could have done with that money, Mr. Speaker, and where would have been. And we're building an airport, and by God's grace, the airport will be completed, and this will be the only country in the world, to our research, that will be the only country in the world, Mr. Speaker, who would have built such a massive infrastructural project and not owing the bank $1. Not placing a burden on current and future generations, Mr. Speaker. Because our intention here as the current leadership of this country is that when we pass on the baton, that we'll have handled the country in a better shape than when we received it, Mr. Speaker. And that's our commitment. So we are just here at the service of the people. And my hope and prayer is that we'll all recognize that the world has come in a dramatic way to be selfish, cold, and indifferent. And that you're literally on your own, paddling your own canoe. And all of us who are on this ship, we should be seeking to bail water out rather than drilling a hole in it. Because if Dominica gets affected, all of us get affected. If Dominica prospers, all of us will prosper. And we do not have to go back in history. We have to go back in ancient history. We have to go back to contemporary history to recognize that when COVID came, all of us were in fear. Every family was impacted by COVID. When Maria came, every one of us was impacted by Maria. Every one of us in this country was affected by Maria. And so, in this world now, Mr. Speaker, this is not about grandstanding or undermining or this and that. This is about country first and working together. It is left to each of us to be able to rise to this challenge and to put our hand up and say, enlist me. Enlist me in that task. Because at the end of the day, we have to make individual choices. So I am happy that we continue to spend, we continue to have friends who are still helping us in our economic and social transformation, that we have both foreign and local investors who continue to invest and take their and place their trust and confidence in the policy that the government is implementing, the programs, that it will bear fruit for them. I urge them to continue and to continue investing and so forth. And so we look forward to the prosperity that the Lord has written for us. But we've seen it coming. And this is about setting aside ourselves individually and recognize that we have to look for the collective. The collective. We have to guard against, Mr. Speaker, the spirit of individualism and selfishness, which come with development. The more you get developed, the more we lose the community spirit. This is why you lose in the Kudme spirit. This is why I invited everybody to come to Castlebrooks on Saturday, do something. So I'm inviting the opposition to come on Saturday at 9 o'clock. Saturday you have service. But you can go Friday to power wash and so on, before sunset. And make our contribution. Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, most of us have motor car, we're driving. We drive into our gates, we close our gate, our washing machine inside. We have a 75-inch TV watching African movies and Netflix. And so we forget our neighbors and so on. So we have to pinch ourselves, always, and remind ourselves that we're part of a community. And that we have a responsibility and duty to the community. Whether it's through proper garbage disposal and management, whether it's to our parents and our grandparents, to our children, whether it's to the church, whether it's to the school, we must play our part so that we all benefit from this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Pinard, you're recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll allow me to read through my notes from time to time, please.
Yes, permission granted. Remember, we're moving towards January, so next year we have to start practicing.
Mr.
Yeah.
Speaker, the Speaker, when I look at these supplementary appropriations, I seen that $74 million out of the total $108 million was locally funded, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, generally we have about 58% of our local revenue coming from the CBI program, Mr. Speaker. So from the $74.5 million, given that we have about 58%, we would say approximately $43 million of those local funds would generally be coming from the CBI program, Mr. Speaker. So now this is a significant part of our budget, the revenue that we receive from the CBI. And so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, you know, what is the situation with us if we did not have the CBI at this time, Mr. Speaker? And I am taken back to June of this year when I recall Dr. Thompson Fountain, the leader of the United Workers' Party, unveiled a 10-point pillar for his plans, he and his party's plans for Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Now, when we're looking at those plans that were unveiled, for example, some of it included increasing the minimum wage and reforming the tax system. We realize that the majority of those plans were either already well being done by this Dominican Labour Party. We're already well on the way doing those things. The minimum wage was last revised in 2021, and we had already stated our intentions to revise it again, to review it again in this year. And we are happy to announce that, as the Prime Minister said, the new minimum wages will be taking effect on the 1st of December. And thank you. And another thing he mentioned, Mr. Speaker, was the reforming of the tax system that would give easements to both individuals and business persons alike. So that would effectively lead to a reduction in our tax revenue, if I am to read him correctly, Mr. Speaker. But what again stands out after laying out all these things, I mean, those that made sense we're already doing, and the rest of it was just political fodder that, you know, playing up to his beats without any substance. But what stood out, Mr. Speaker, is that he also said that we in Dominica would have no need for a CBI program, for the CBI revenue under his administration. He said it clearly that we did not have need for the CBI, effectively confirming that if they were to get into office, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things they would likely do is get rid of the CBI program. So here you are, I mean, you're planning to increase minimum wage, you're planning to triple the NEP salaries, you're planning to do so many of those grand things, and immediately you're saying that you would get rid of 58% of our revenue sources, as we have highlighted in our recent budget. And you cannot, when asked, you cannot give any real way in which you are going to cover that lost money. You're speaking about investing in agriculture, in tourism, and so on. These are the things that this government, again, is already doing and doing very well, Mr. Speaker. We are investing significant monies in tourism, the international airport, our geothermal, sorry, not the geothermal, the cable car, our marina. All these are direct investments, Mr. Speaker, into the tourism sector. We are losing significant amount of monies from the same CBI program to fund the construction of hotels. And as we're on that, I want to just say big up to Mr. Floyd Capitolio on the recent completion of his CBI-funded hotel. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, here we have this guy who is aspiring to lead this country, effectively showing us that he really have no real clue as to what he's going to do and how he's going to do it in a way that can be sustainable for us in the future of Dominica. And so this just made me realize, you know, that we are in a place where we have to be so grateful that this is the government that is running this country at this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at the NEP salaries that we have on the NEP $15 million that we have provided under these appropriations. And as we speak of the NEP, I am again reminded that one of the things Dr. Thompson Fontaine said at that time was that he would transform the NEP into a skills, more or less, center, skills development center for youth. So I'm thinking exactly what does that mean? Is he implying that we, this government, not doing that type of thing for our youth? So what I decided here, Mr. Speaker, is I want to just outline some of the things that this government is presently doing for our youth. This government is the one that opened up universal education for all, way back at the beginning of this administration. This government is the government that is providing free school books, free uniforms, schools, school shoes, transportations, meals, tuition for state college. This government is the one that has taken millions of dollars to spend on universities all over the world to help educate our youth. This is the government that has established the Dominica Youth Business Trust. This is the government that has given that has made ways for full scholarships from friendly governments such as China and Cuba and Morocco. And this is the government that already uses the NEP to employ and train numerous and countless youths all over the country, including the government service, Mr. Speaker. So, besides that, this is, as we said, this is the government that is also now constructing 7 new schools, including the grammar school, as the Prime Minister just said, including the Technical Center of Excellence that is catering to developing the skills and so on of our youth. Beyond that, we have 5 other primary schools being constructed across the island. This is the government that is well invested in our youth, Mr. Speaker. So to say that you're going to kill our NEP program to invest instead in the youth, it's like you're clueless. I don't think maybe they don't have news or internet in Sudan where he was. So he probably don't know what is going on in the country, because I cannot understand how you can be, the first thing that comes into your mind when you're unveiling a plan is you're going to kill the NEP program to invest in something that we do in abundance. And you cannot say what more you will do. You cannot give any specifics. But also what stands out is the callousness with which he disregards the current interns, the current people working on the NEP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the average person working on the NEP is a low-income person. These are vulnerable people. These are people that without the NEP, they have no real other source of income coming in. In my community, we have about 80 interns on the program, bringing in over $80,000 every month. And what this aspiring man is looking to do is just casually fire them. Because you say you're going to transform the NEP into a DYBT. Fire them. That is how insignificant the plight of our average low-income person is to Mr. Speaker, to Dr. Thompson, Mr. Speaker. So we have to highlight to the NEP people that this is what these people have planned for you. And you would be amazed, Mr. Speaker, that we have 1 or 2 people on the NEP that are supporting those people. I mean, that is, when you're talking about shooting yourself in the foot, I think we'd have to change down to shooting yourself in the head if you have to be supporting somebody like that. Because you're depending wholeheartedly on an NEP program and you're supporting somebody that is clearly stating his intention is to kill that program and to fire you, Mr. Speaker. So we just need to bring that to bear. Mr. Speaker, the $15 million in this appropriation spent on the NEP is exceptionally money very well spent, and I want to give my full support for that amount of money spent here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in these appropriations, we also have almost $75,000, and another area, $28 million going towards housing. The $675,000 was to strengthen geospatial and housing resilience infrastructure, where we had a survey of over 600 homes being assessed for the valuable insights for homeowners and to provide valuable insight for homeowners and builders on strengthening and upgrading their homes. Now, Mr. Speaker, whilst many in the opposition would like us to forget the past 12 years, would like us to forget the trough Christmas trough in 2013. They would like us to forget Tropical Storm Erika in 2015, a storm that destroyed 90% of our GDP, a storm that killed people, a storm that resulted in us having to declare an entire area non-habitable, a disaster area, and we had to relocate an entire community as a result. And then that was quickly followed 2 years later by Hurricane Maria, a storm that destroyed about 95% of our housing stock, a storm that resulted in the loss of 226% of our GDP. Now, these are expensive systems, disasters that we have been facing, followed soon after by COVID-19, where we had to spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to protect ourselves and to be able to, ensure that our population was well protected. Mr. Speaker, these things have taken a lot of money. But central here is we have been battered in Dominica. Our location, while our location is ideal and will become even more ideal after the completion of the international airport because of our location, we equal access to north-south, and we will be an attractive location, for example, to countries from Asia and so on to come directly and then a good hub to then move out through the Caribbean. So our location has some advantages, but the geography of our country, we have beautiful hills, we have nice valleys and rivers and lakes and so on. These are extremely big, but we are prone to disasters. We are very prone to disasters, and we have been taking a beating. So hundreds of millions of dollars on what we will call a low-income country, a developing country, has to be going to just always recovering from natural disasters. And so it was that following Hurricane Maria, our Prime Minister, that cannot be the norm. We can't just continue. We'll never get anywhere if we have to just stay with that model. And so that was when the declaration that was made that Dominica would become the first climate resilient country in the world. Now, we had already announced our intention to provide 5,000 houses to our low-income, vulnerable citizens. So these houses obviously now have to be built in a resilient way to be able to withstand the natural disasters that we are constantly faced with. And so these monies that are spent here is in line with that, Mr. Speaker, to do our studies, to make sure that we have the best designs, we have the most appropriate structures that will allow us to be able to withstand the ravages of those natural disasters, and obviously $28 million in itself going towards the construction of those resilient homes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the Labour Party. This is the principles of the Labour Party. The Labour Party was formed to take care of and to help uplift the little man, providing a family that otherwise would have no means of getting a home with a home is at the heart of that. Mr. Speaker, we are sticking very close to our original principles, and that money, therefore, is money that is very well spent and is fully supported, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I'm looking at the monies that went to the East Coast Road, now the East Coast Road is approximately 27 miles, Mr. Speaker. 27 miles of road. And what we have here is the appropriations. $127 million was originally budgeted for that road, Mr. Speaker. But here we have an additional $32 million supplementary appropriation for that road, Mr. Speaker. Now, that is $159 million in total. That's a significant sum of money, Mr. Speaker. So I'm thinking, how much would that similar length road cost in one of our neighboring islands? So you're looking at Antigua as an example, Mr. Speaker. And I read somewhere that right now it will cost about $2 million to build 1 mile of road in Antigua. If this road here on the East Coast Road costs us about $160 million, that for 27 miles of road, it generally costing us about $6 million to build 1 mile. So it's three times the cost of what it would cost to build a similar length road in Antigua. So the extra money is here. The $42 million here would have been able to build 16 miles of road. That taking us to about 2/3 of the length of the entire road. Just the extra money alone would have been almost able to build the East Coast Road with just about 10 miles remaining. So that is to show you that is just to state, Mr. Speaker, how expensive it is to build roads in Dominica. whilst we have all this natural beauty that we love and it's giving us all these, great attractions and so on, it makes it exceptionally expensive to build in Dominica. And beyond the original cost of construction, we also have to spend significant more monies to maintain those roads, Mr. Speaker, because we are prone to the landslides and those different things that cause serious damage to our roads. So we have to spend a lot more to build, and we have to spend a lot more on maintenance. So, Mr. Speaker, it got me thinking. Most of us visit those or neighboring islands. And what you will realize is, despite all that, Dominica still have better roads than those other countries. So it, you understand? So despite the fact that it costing us so much more to build those roads, to maintain those roads, our roads still looking much better. Our roads still driving much better than a lot of the countries in there. This will show you that, we are blessed in Dominica to be led by such an inspirational leader, such a person that can do those type of things, to have this Dominican Labour Party in government that can be able to take care of us in that way. Because, God only knows, for example, if we were under a less competent leader, a less competent government. We all remember what our roads was like before the Dominican Labour Party. I mean, we can multiply that by more, because back then they did not have the regularity in terms of natural disasters and so on. So if we had a different government and being faced with all those natural disasters and so on, then clearly we would not have money right now to either help people with their housing recoveries or to either build roads or to do anything. If essentially one might conclude that without this Dominican Labour Party, Dominica would be an almost failed state. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight that to show that why it was necessary to spend the extra $42 million. That, Mr. Speaker, his money is very well spent, and I give my full support for it in the supplementary appropriations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier about the education, what we're doing for the youth. What we're doing for the youth, the Dominica Grammar School. In this, we have $28.6 million allocated to the Dominica Grammar School, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Dominica Grammar School is being constructed in conjunction with the Technical Center of Excellence and the other 5 other primary schools around the island, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, besides the money is being spent on the construction of the school, the infrastructure, we also right now in the process of modernizing our education system in general. So we embarked on education reform. The education, we recognize that more needs to be done in terms of equipping our human resource to be able to deal with today's challenges. And so we are standing up to the challenge, Mr. Speaker. So the $28.6 million is once again another significant investment in our youth, in our future. That we can all agree is money exceptionally well spent. And Mr. Speaker, I fully endorse this amount, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my short presentation, I just want to say that in Dominica, we are on the cusp of a new age, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have faced significant challenges over the past 12 years. We have seen natural disasters. We have seen pandemics. And this has cost us hundreds of millions of dollars from our treasury, Mr. Speaker. But this government has remained resolute in our determination to take this country to the next level. And I cannot thank God, and I thank him every day for the blessing that we have in a strong leader, for the blessing that we have had to have this Dominican Labour Party running this country for the past 25 years. I thank God every day that as a population, the Dominican public recognize what they have, and that is why election after election, the Dominican Labour Party is returned to government in full force, Mr. Speaker. So I thank God for the wisdom that he has bestowed on our people. But what I want to also say in conclusion to all those people is that we cannot ease up now. We recently passed electoral reform laws in March of this year that will require us to get confirmed to remain on the voters list. For us to keep the Dominican Labour Party in power in government, we have to be able to vote them in. And so that is why I'm employing every single laborite to immediately, as soon as possible, go to the confirmation centers with your ID, government issued ID, with your witness, and please get yourselves confirmed, because come next election, we are returning the Dominican Labour Party to the government. And I want to say, God bless you all. God bless this beautiful country. God bless our people. And thank you. Thank you very much.
So, honorable member, I see you don't really need to refer to notes. So I like that. Let's just keep pressing on. Yeah, but I like your approach. I like how you did it. You stayed focused on the supplementary estimate, even if you tap in on certain things. So I want all members to recognize that it can be done. So again, congratulations on your approach. Keep it up. Yes, Honorable Paul, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, I am.
You may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the supplementary appropriation bill, which is before this House. Please permit me to refer to my notes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you heard what I said about
Yes,
next
Mr.
year?
Speaker. Thank you very much.
All right, let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address briefly the performance of the Ministry of Housing, which is very dear to me, the utilization of funds allocated for housing development, and the persistent challenges faced by vulnerable citizens, particularly those who have remained without proper housing solutions since the devastation caused by Hurricane Maria in 2017. Mr. Speaker, significant sums have been allocated to the Ministry of Housing for the purpose of constructing resilient homes. These appropriations reflect on the government's stated commitment to ensuring that every Dominican family has access to safe, durable, climate-resilient housing. Mr. Speaker, may I add that I fully support the housing program. However, I have a few concerns. Government has allocated millions in capital spending to the Ministry of Housing with the stated intention of constructing new homes, as I stated a while ago, and strengthening communities. Yet, despite these substantial allocations, Mr. Speaker, funds approved by this very parliament, none of which was spent in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, 8 years after Hurricane Maria, families in my constituency, that is Kulibi Street to be exact, continue to live in deteriorating structures, partially repaired houses, and temporary arrangements which were meant to be short-term. While other communities have received modern apartment complexes, climate resilient units, and housing settlements, which, Mr. Speaker, as I said, that I support the housing project, and I congratulate the recipients of these houses. Everyone deserves to be happy. Everyone deserves to be comfortable, Mr. Speaker. My constituents continue to wait. But, Mr. Speaker, the question I would like to ask, how long can my people endure to wait? And how long can they endure to live in such conditions? Most recently, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Housing, member for Roseau Central, made a few remarks where she spoke of a ministry's performance rehousing on the island. But, Mr. Speaker, what was more unfortunate, my constituency was not mentioned. Mr. Speaker, was my constituency not affected by Hurricane Maria? She also elaborated, the member for Roseau Central, also elaborated on the impact of the housing program had on the communities and the youth. Couldn't the same be done for my constituents, Mr. Speaker, to provide employment for my people, that they wouldn't have to migrate to neighboring islands? Mr. Speaker, I will say that this is not merely a political issue. It's a reality on the ground. that my constituency has an issue which the government has failed to address. And Mr. Speaker, you know what is mind-boggling? Is that the condition of which the people dwell. It's been 8 long years, Mr. Speaker. My people, they feel forgotten, they feel unseen, and they feel as though their suffering since Maria has been normalized and dismissed. Absolutely no citizen, Mr. Speaker, should feel that development is happening everywhere except where they live. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding all what was being said, and it was done with good intent, not to attack the Minister for Housing, nor the government, but to make proper representation on my people's behalf. Because when millions, Mr. Speaker, are allocated for housing, no community should be left standing in the ruins of yesterday's disaster. I stand at this moment to give my full support to the people of my constituency, which includes Salisbury, Kudibistri, and Monrachet, who are in dire need of this housing program. Mr. Speaker, until every constituency, including mine, receives its fair share of housing support, our work remains incomplete. I hope that all what I mentioned today will not fall on deaf ears, and that the government take into consideration the discomfort of my people in my constituency of Salisbury, Kudibistri, and Monrachet. As I said, Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity, well, with the absence of the Minister for Housing, and I believe that we should work harder to build a safer Dominica. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Project.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Henderson, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I hope you will permit me to also express my condolences to you on the loss of your staff, and also condolences to her family, friends, and the community. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very surgical intervention.
Well,
I am rising to contribute on an item on the supplementary estimates, which was implemented and been implemented by the ministry for which I have responsibility. And I think the Prime Minister, Leader of the House and political leader of the Labour Party, sufficiently covered the supplementary estimates by highlighting and connecting the relationship with the items being brought for parliamentary approval and the development of Dominica. So I will not seek to repeat, except, as I said, for, yes, the area on my responsibility. Mr. Speaker, expenditure, and of course we speak to the supplementary appropriation January 2025 to June 2025. On the expenditure account, D53, project, which is a transmission network for geothermal domestic plants, in the amount of 1.2 million East Caribbean dollars. And that amount went towards the construction and development of a transmission network connecting the 3 hydro power plants, that is Trafalgar, Padu, and Loda, to the geothermal power plants in Loda, to the Domlec electricity network. This transmission line, and Mr. Speaker, before I continue, lest I forget, and I have to face the wrath of my colleague, parliamentary and cabinet colleague, the member of Parliament for the Roseau North constituency, I wish to apologize for the inconvenience, the hardship, and perhaps the occasional harassment caused by the disruption of the smooth flow of traffic through the Roseau North constituency and the occasional discomfort that it created for those who utilize the road from Focole all the way through Center Roma and down the back road. So, Honorable Blanchard, I got your several messages, some of which were in my absence, but were reported to me adequately, and I think I got it very clear. But all the same, I wish to assure you that I have done and continue to do everything within my power to minimize the pain that this inconvenience have caused. But especially on a more serious note, no, Mr. Speaker, especially the proprietor of Lindomat. We really want to apologize to him publicly because we found we stayed there much longer than was acceptable, much longer. And on that point, I think the managing director of GDD was a bit perhaps tired of me calling him, because every time I passed that road, I would remind him that we need to get out of there because it was causing major disruption to the users of the road, and especially going to the hospital. I felt very uncomfortable about that, and we did our best. The contractor responded, and I will not comment on the contractor. I don't think it's proper. But, you know, over time, we raised those concerns. We also have to apologize to the users, especially some people use heavily the road around the Goodwill Primary School, you know, at the back. Some people like to use that road, and I know the inconvenience that have caused even this morning when they got disrupted because there was a no entry sign that was placed way too far. People should have known before entering there. So, you know, we've caused some inconveniences, some disruptions, and, you know, as I say to my friends, we've done everything and continue to do everything, especially in, Member of Parliament for the Roseau Valley is the one I owe the biggest apology, because that is the area affected the most. And I went there up to last night, and I was very upset, and I made a few calls because we should have already covered some of the trenches in the Roseau Valley, especially going up to Trafalgar. From Lily Valley going all the way up, I felt that, you know, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, and I reported that. I had a meeting yesterday with the vice president of the company responsible for the transmission line. Well, he had a call all the way in New Delhi, as well as their representative in Guyana, because I felt the local company needed to do better, and I'm not satisfied with the way they have progressed, especially on sealing the road and some of the concerns that we've raised. So I want the public to know that it's not a matter we take it lightly, and especially in the Roseau Valley, there's no reason we should still have these open trenches. And the inconveniences close to the home of Mr. Lambert, I think that junction box there should have been covered a long time ago, and that is totally unacceptable. I'm happy for what the contractor has done from the Trafalgar Power Station, hydropower plant, to just in the intersection to the Walton Wave Road going down there. That was a good job. They were able to put concrete over the trenches, and that's, you know, I think is what I was hoping that they would have done going up the hill. Unfortunately, they said it is not their responsibility, but the general contractor, who is to contract the subcontractors doing the asphalting. So it is, I was going to use that expression lest I be quoted, but it's really the asphalt that's the problem. It's not our fault. But we tried our best. We had a little delay in actually procuring. But Mr. Speaker, we really try our best to get that done, and we have been given the assurances that we should complete within the next couple of weeks to have this done. and the inconvenience will be over, and then we'll move into the testing phase, the line pooling phase, and then into the testing phase, which should be completed by the 23rd of January. That's the date I have been given, and I'm hoping that the contractor can stick to that date. I am very happy, though, Mr. Speaker, to report that most of the trenching, the majority of the trenching has been done. So most of the disruption basically will be over soon. It's just a matter of sealing, as I said. There are a few areas, about 500 meters in the valley, Rosa Valley, that we still need to do. That is just around the Coptal, around the junction, with the Loader junction right there. It's just about 500 meters of trenching to be done. And we also have some work to be done in Fokole. As you've seen, we're sorry for the inconvenience that, again, we've caused, but we've tried to minimize that inconvenience right along the port. We tried to do it just around prior to Creole Festival, but some people complained and we had to get the contractors to relocate. So right now you have to take a little pain. We delayed, but eventually have to do it. And you know, I have to thank the Dominican public. We have not gotten the kind of resistance and pushback and complaints that I honestly expected. And I have to say that those of us who live in Metropolis, we have been inconvenienced tremendously. I mean, there are places in New York, I know that construction was taking place for, I swear, a decade. And you always had a detour and a distraction and a movement here and there. Everybody who's gone to New York and landed at JFK and had to go down to the city, you know that inconvenience has been there for over a decade, for example. These things happen. It's the cost of development, and we have to always remember that every time we get that inconvenience. It is the cost of development. Somebody didn't just wake up and decide they're going to mash up the road, just like that. This is not what's happening there. We are doing something that will allow us to achieve at least resilience up to the extent that we get the power to Fokole. That will be the most resilient line anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean. Because it's the first time we're seeing, it is the first time we actually see a country installing transmission lines at that high voltage on the ground, because we have 75% of that line is on the ground. And I'm very happy that we've completed the first segment of that line, which is from the geothermal plant to the hydropower plant in Loda, which is the plant that will be helping to start, well, will energize the plant so that they can start. And that we are fortunate that it was so close that we can actually get the power plant in Loda, the hydro plant, to power the geothermal plant, which will reduce the cost, the actual cost of the geothermal project. That's what they refer to as a black start. And I was told, excitingly, and I mean, I can't disrespect the parliament, but I was really trying to see if I could sneak out and go to Loda, because I was told that today we are actually energizing the geothermal power plant from the hydro plant in Loda. So that is great news, because we have the commissioning team. They have been on island for the last few days, and they have started. So that once we can energize the geothermal power plant, they will need over a megawatt of power, which is basically what the hydro plant can provide. And they will use that power to go ahead and to begin the actual commissioning process. So the commissioning process will start. It will take 3 months. So we are looking at towards the end of February to see the actual commissioning completed. But they will start getting things going, pressurizing the stuff and testing, and it's going to take quite a bit of work. We hope that we can visit before some of the major works begin, because at that point we would advise against any visits to the plant. And that's why I suspect by the end of this week, it would not be advisable to go there. So everything that we can do, until everything is really done, you know, because we think this is a very, very sensitive stage, and we want to be very careful Public safety is very important to us. But we've been encouraging people to visit. But Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to again highlight what is being done and what have been done so far. So as I said, most of the trenching has been done. A lot of the equipment have arrived. It's some massive pieces of equipment. We expected earlier this week to have most of the equipment for the cabling. So the high voltage and low voltage cables should have arrived, the termination cables as well. The bigger equipment, the switch gear, some of the boxes, and most importantly, the actual substations. We have already installed those that were to be installed in Loda, so we have done that already. We have 3 more areas where we have to install some of our substations, 1 in Trafalgar, 1 in Padu, and 1 in Fokole. All of these projects are ongoing, and we expect again that by early next year, we will see the completion of those facilities. So we will have completion of the facility in Fokole. It's a very difficult, very difficult project because the building that we actually constructing is next to some residential, well, some homes that are on a hill. We have to find ourselves building retaining walls. It's a lot of work to be done. In Padu, that is a major challenge. We're actually building in a hole. I'm not even sure how the guys are going to get their equipment out of there when they're done. So they actually have to build because we're doing a ground floor, a basement, a ground floor on a first floor for all the buildings because of the amount of equipment that will be placed in those facilities. So the work is ongoing, and once done, at least we will have segment 1 of transmission network done. The next aspect, which is the overhead, we're going to be building these massive structures and running the 69 kV lines, kilovolts, very heavy, and they will be placed on towers. So those towers have to be constructed, and that is where some of the challenge is going to be. That will take a little longer than the initial undergrounding lines with 33 kilovolts. So we are looking forward to that. So that is the next part of this project. But the key thing for us is to ensure that by the end of February, everything is in place so that we can have the actual commissioning, which is a legal concept really, which will allow OMAD to hand over the power plant, the power to Domlec. But before that, as long as the lines are in place, we will provide power, OMAD will provide power to Domlec. But the final act will be done by March of 2026. So that is going on pretty good, and I'm really very happy about it. Mr. Speaker, we have so far there are about 100 Dominicans employed with 3 companies. There is CCL in Trafalgar and Padu doing 2 substations and some of the undergrounding of the lines all the way to the Loda Junction. Then there is Regional, which is doing undergrounding from the Loda Junction all the way to Fokole at the Domlec Power Station. And then there is Ace Engineering doing a substation in Fokole. So among themselves, there are about 100, of the 3 companies, there are about 100 Dominicans employed, and there are 35 employees of the Indian company, Talca Peru, which is responsible for the overall project. So we have sustained employment for the last almost a year now, the last 6 months for Dominicans, and which will go up to a next 3 months with those first 3 projects, and then for the other aspect of the project will go till June of next year. So that is also generating some employment and some pretty much some economic activities in the country, because the Indian companies, their workers are renting properties, they are living in Dominica and spending in Dominica, consuming, and all that contributes to the economy. So we are very happy for that. We were able, and I'm very happy, and I have to thank Mr. Fred John for his efforts. We're able to ensure that we keep the subcontracting among local companies versus the Indian company. You know, there are 1.5 billion Indians in India, and only 35 of them came. So that says a lot. And I'm sure the average salary in India is about 12 US dollars a day. And the average, well, the minister for, acting minister for labor has told us that he will be bumping up the minimum wage. And I'm sure that we will see an amount that is much more than 12 US dollars a day for a Dominican worker. So we are fortunate that the Indian company, in spite of the fact that they could, and which is what they've done in Guyana, although I don't know why they did that in Guyana, because, you know, if you look at the demographics of Guyana. But Mr. Speaker, so we're happy that we're able to have them subcontract and create employment in Dominica. And it was, for us, it was a difficult decision to make because they expected that we would have allowed them to bring in about 100 workers from India on this project, and we resisted up to the very end, and we're very happy. That's why sometimes I get angry at our local contractors when they fall short. And that's why I still haven't gotten over the fact that we have not covered all the trenches that should be covered by now. Those that are in progress and have to remain so for a while until the lines are pulled, I can understand that. But outside of that, there's no excuse. But I must say, in all fairness, I'm happy that we are seeing some progress. And as I said earlier, that within the next 2 weeks, we will have this thing settled and we can move on to something else. Well, Mr. Speaker, on a broader point, though, I think it's important for us, and I will not take too much time on this because I will have the opportunity to speak in a more profound way, and I would like to be more structured, and maybe perhaps for once I may ask you to grant me that permission that is very often requested. Although I would prefer to go by way of a statement by the minister, which the standing orders permit the minister to read his entire submission. And so perhaps I will do that at the appropriate time. But I have learned in this business not to celebrate too soon. And I want to also tell my friend on the other side that sometimes we have to bring things by way of supplementary estimate, especially when we're not sure. So it is better to go that route than to put it on the budget and not spend it, because you will come and complain and say we're not implementing. So we brought it in that manner, and I have to say that. But really and truly, Mr. Speaker, we must not underestimate the impact of this project to Dominica's development. And I'm very happy that the Prime Minister spent a few minutes on this matter. Because no country can develop, well, he used roads. And I agree with him on that. But I will add my line that no country can develop without energy. It cannot develop without energy. It cannot develop without power. Now, some people may still be reminiscing and thinking that perhaps we've invested too heavily in this. We should have gone an easier way. But the thing about it is, things are good now in the price of fuel, but we don't know what will happen next month, or next year, or the year after, or for the 25 years for which we will have this power purchase agreement for geothermal power in place. There's no telling. There can be war, even in our neighborhood, and God forbid, I hope it doesn't come to pass. There can be war somewhere else. There can be more sanctions for fuel from oil-producing countries, as we've seen in the case of Russia, because of the Ukraine war. And the price of fuel could surge. Geothermal protects us from the surge in fuel prices for electricity generation. And we have to think about that. I'm not even going into the more complex argument of balance of trade and currency and all of these things that the economists can speak more eloquently to. But there are far-reaching impact, overall impact on your economy when you are able to secure your own power. That is very important. So I know we'll come to a point where people will be comparing and calculating, and I know it's human for us, but we must not forget that. And we must also, in comparing, don't compare ourselves against ourselves, but compare ourselves with the reality of our circumstances and the reality around the world. And in the case of electricity, if you were to take a quick look, you will find out, by the time we're done, this will place us in a much better place than we were prior to the commissioning of geothermal. I say I will wait until the appropriate time to do that. But I just want to put in your heads that I know sometimes people are looking for things which are not realistic, not practical. And sometimes you see in other people's business, but you don't know what happened when they close their door. A friend of mine used to say, because you see two people passing on their car, you just think everything okay then. I mean, two people now, I don't mean 92 people, two people, no man. To think everything okay. So we sit down and we just see a country and say, oi, Dominica, oi, St. Lucia, oh, Barbados. I found out, for somebody like me who's been involved in the energy business for so long, I found out that one of our neighboring countries, OECS, that they are subsidizing electricity still. That one took me as a shocker. They're still subsidizing electricity. I mean, we stopped that since austerity days of 2000. We stopped subsidizing the price at the pump. The little we do is with VAT, we give people a little break for the first 100 units and so forth. And we force the utility company to bite on some of the cost of fuel and the surcharge. But they actually subsidizing by giving every individual almost 10 cents per kilowatt hour on their bill. So sometimes we look around and we say things, and we don't have all the information, and we're comparing. But the time will come when I'll speak more to that. But I just want to say, I want to thank the government, my colleagues in the cabinet, thank the Prime Minister for staying the course. Stay in the course. This is not an easy thing to do. $40 million US in a transmission network is not a small investment. That's over 100 million East Caribbean dollars. That's a significant investment. And that investment is being made for the benefit of every Dominican. Every Dominican. But it is not an easy choice to make, because there are so many demands for so many things in so many communities, so many families in Dominica, and we chose to make that investment. I want to thank my colleagues for that. Even, of course, as I said, some things are very human. So I understand. Some things are very human. But we have to continue that course. We cannot give up. We have to get to Sugarloaf. I will not sit down if I say that. We have to get to Sugarloaf. I see the member of Parliament for Portsmouth clapping. I don't know if she thinks is something you bring in there for you. But yes, we will get to Sugarloaf, and I want you to be there with me, Honorable Shepherd, because we have to electrify our centers, new and emerging centers of development in Dominica. The marina will be all the way in the Cabrits. We already have the Intercontinental. And there, well, the Morocco Hotel and the new and improved, we have to get a new name, we must stop saying that. But we have, that is another hotel that we expect to even expand, perhaps. But we will see some activity there. The demand will grow. We will see the Anichi Hotel. which also is along the way. We will see the Tranquility Bay, which is again in the northern side of our power supply. So we need to get that power to Sugarloaf so that we can energize these projects and to create a new boom in the north of the country, where MP, then we can all say is brighter. Okay, we have to get that power to the north of the island. We have to get that power to the north of the island, and I'm hoping by the time the Prime Minister said we're doing the northern road to the airport, by the time we're ready for that, we will be ready to lay our lines so we don't have to create any inconvenience for anybody. And so I'm looking forward to that because we will need a dedicated line from Sugarloaf all the way to the airport. And will allow us to create in the northeast of the island a nice mini grid that can be powered by itself in the event of a natural disaster. So I'm looking at this as a major development platform for Dominica. Because by the time we add 10 megawatts of geothermal power, we will have achieved 80% of our electricity by renewables. 80%. There's no other country in our region or any other small island developing state, sovereign nation, that has achieved that will have achieved that. So by 2026, the first quarter, we will have 80% of our electricity generated from renewable sources. So the other 20%, in order to achieve it, we have to go to Sugarloaf. And that is where I expect the next few months that we can spend seeing how we can get the kind of investments. We may have to become creative. We may have to utilize traditional sources, bilateral partners, and private sector investments. I think these are some of the options that we must put on the table, but we have to get that power to Sugarloaf. It would be a waste to be standing on all that power under our feet and not to utilize it. We have made the expensive investment, and we have to make it count. And in our design, we design and prepare to ensure that we can easily expand without much more investment. So we don't have more road to make, the road there already. We don't have more platforms to build, the platforms are there to accommodate for wells already in the 3 locations. And we have the infrastructure. So the unit costs will be less. And once we do that, then we can even perhaps reduce the cost of electricity even further and the price that people pay at the end of the month, helping to generate more commercial activities and, of course, reducing the pressure on families. So we have to continue that course, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy that progress is being made. And as I said, I would remain only on this item in my contribution to the supplementary estimate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Frederick, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the supplementary appropriation bill before this House. And I'd like to spend some time to look in particular at the $15 million that is assigned to the Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, Kind of Upliftment, and Constituency Empowerment. So at the center of our national efforts, Mr. Speaker, is the NEP, or the National Empowerment Program. And it has proven time and again in the last 12 or so years to be a platform of empowerment, and especially to our youth, our recent graduates, and also the vulnerable population. It has given, Mr. Speaker, a number of Dominicans the chance to enter the workforce, and I dare say with some dignity, and to learn more skills, and also to contribute meaningfully to our nation. Mr. Speaker, the NEP has always played a major role in the public sector, but I want to zero into on the importance of the program to the private sector. And I speak specifically to small businesses, agro-processors, ICT firms, small shops and enterprises, and these private sector engines have been able to produce and assist in our national growth. Mr. Speaker, the partnership between the program, NEP, and the private sector is very focused, very intentional. It reflects our government's commitment to ensure that job creation is not only the responsibility of the government, but also a responsibility for the private sector. And it reflects our commitment to job creation. And it is our commitment to have a shared effort in growing our economy, and also to empower and innovate and to hire. And this is precisely why this is important, Mr. Speaker. The $50 million speaks to payments of interns under the national program for the period March to June 2025. And so this is already, Mr. Speaker, I dare say, money well spent. And so, Mr. Speaker, in speaking to the importance of the private sector, we are ensuring that the small businesses, especially small and medium enterprises, can have access to human resources. And that's important, Mr. Speaker. We sometimes speak about the finance, the money. We also have to speak in a very profound way the human resource that we're building within the program, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say whenever we speak about the program, we sometimes look at only the external communities and look at the beautification and maintenance program. But this is deeper than that, Mr. Speaker. The private sector, I dare say, is the backbone, one of the backbone to any thriving economy, and we have to keep on supporting in our development. Mr. Speaker, it helps by engaging the young people within the private sector. We are ensuring that we have long-term employment. It fuels innovation, we see it very clearly, and also it drives exports and in generally stimulates the economy. So it is therefore essential, Mr. Speaker, that the National Employment Program continues as a serious policy, a fiscal policy, and that it continues to support its growth. And through the program, Mr. Speaker, new graduates, students out of of high school or the state college system, they're able to gain experiences within the private firms and to gain experience. But I dare say, Mr. Speaker, we have to have a call of action to the private firms. I think they have to help us to celebrate the young people within their spaces, and also to highlight the importance of what we're doing for them in the private sector. This is money that they will not normally pull out of their expenses, but we as the government is providing as, I dare say, a subsidy to the enterprises. So we can't underestimate the importance of the monies allocated for the program in the supplementary before us. It is not just, Mr. Speaker, simply employment support. I dare say it is business development support, economic revitalization, and also national capacity in building through the strategic program. Mr. Speaker and members of this House, the funding is so important at this stage of the program, and the question is why do we have to have this money supplemented to the program? And I dare say it is very clear to us that it is very clear and compelling. Our country, first of all, is advancing. We're building an international airport, we're building a marina, we are building highways across the country, we are investing in geothermal. All of these are expanding. Businesses likewise are expanding, Mr. Speaker. The hotel industry is expanding, agro-processing is expanding. And so young people are also building their own capacity to make themselves marketable within the national space. So it's important that we continue to encourage growth and to invest in their engagements. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say, speaking to young people across the country, they want to be engaged. And in their lifetime, they want to be part and parcel of their own development. So the program here is so important. And at the end, Mr. Speaker, our economy really needs a powerful workforce. And the internship program within the private sector and even in the public sector helps young people to take on that responsibility, to become competitive, to innovate, Mr. Speaker, and also to thrive. So this supplementary estimate bill before us really meets those pressing needs, not only within the government institutions, Mr. Speaker, but across the private sector, and it will at the end drive long-term prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that the NEP is not just a social program. It is an investment in our national development. It is a bridge between education and employment, between ambition and achievement, between economic recovery, and at the end, sustainable growth. As we support the measure here, we are really affirming our commitment to strengthening our public and also the private sector. So Mr. Speaker, I give full support to the supplementary appropriation here, but also, Mr. Speaker, to really circle back to the private sector and to say that it directly addresses the cost of labor. It helps to mitigate the skills gap and providing a pipeline of trained, subsidized employees, particularly for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. And so we see in the supplementary, we do have an exact figure of $14.8 million during this year. And we are talking to also, Mr. Speaker, while we speak about the finance, doing the analysis of the program, we have realized that in the last cycle, we have had 62 individuals graduating out of the program. And so it is not, Mr. Speaker, it's not a case where we have people recycling in the process. In that entire process, we see people graduating out of the NEP. And also they are being integrated in the public sector and also, importantly, the private sector. For this year, we are $108.7 million has been spent on materials and tools. Because, Mr. Speaker, even while we pay wages, we have to ensure that the interns have the tools they require to do the work. And so we expended over $108,000 in tools and materials. And also, Mr. Speaker, if you notice during the independence season, there's a movement of interns across the country, trying to ensure that all our highways were taken care of. And they didn't walk through those places, Mr. Speaker. They had to be transported, so we spent some money as well in ensuring that the logistics and transportation was taken care of. And so we have seen the work very visible across the country, Mr. Speaker. The program presently has over 300, to be exact, 3,587 participants. 733 of those are employed in the private sector. And in the past 12 years, they have assisted the private sector by having an affordable workforce that is expanding, and also there's a high retention potential. So again, I'm going to call on to the private sector to keep on embracing the young folks and to ensure that they can graduate and become part of your enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the intervention at the community and country level is also very, very important. Mr. Speaker, checking out the records from the public works, realized that we have 260 kilometers of main roads. We have 60 kilometers of secondary roads. And all of those roads at this point in time are being maintained by the NEP, the program. So this is a lot of work being done. And I just say I want to call out on the NEP, the work that has been done by the teams on the ground. The wonderful folks in all districts are doing the hard work to ensure that the country remains clean and green and add some value, much more value to our nature island brand. Mr. Speaker, I made mention just now about the independence celebration here and how the interns were deployed across the country. And so we did many things. Road maintenance, that includes brush cutting, weeding, trimming, overhangings along all of the major highways, and also general beautification efforts, or how do we say, the aesthetics of the country. We went as far as to do drainage, Mr. Speaker, as well, because we realized that one of the major problems we have along our highways is that the improper drainage can cause road collapse and road failure. So also that's done. And Mr. Speaker, our program also assisted with garbage management. And that's a critical thing, Mr. Speaker, across the country. And I just, while I'm on my feet, and while I know that the NEP is also involved in disposal of garbage, I want to strongly call again to the public that we have to play our part in ensuring that we manage from the source garbage, and that the resources that we have at the Solid Waste Management Corporation to process and to deal with the collections, that you can assist us from the home and assist us in ensuring that we can continue to do the work that we do. So, Mr. Speaker, we noticed that teams were deployed from various communities, and there is the presence across the country. Mr. Speaker, specific support is also needed. We needed for the locations like the Windsor Park and etc. to make sure the place was clean, and during the season we're able to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, this is money well spent. I just say that we take for granted the work that the program does. And again, I want to circle back to the private sector. You do have people in the small shops, in the hotels, in the restaurants, and they play their part in ensuring that the economy grows, and they also get in meaningful skills. And Mr. Speaker, I just see that while we grow our economy, the young people will be an integral part of those. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to again sound a call to the private sector to ensure that they continue to play their part, and also celebrate and highlight how the program has assisted their businesses. And also, once again, to thank the interns across the country who are very diligent. And despite what is said negatively about the program, they're very proud to be part of it. And are very proud to be part of the development. Very proud to work hard and to also get compensated for that hard work. Mr. Speaker, Honorable House, thank you very much.
So far, in regards to my eyes, I saw Senator Roll, Senator Blackmore, then and then Senator Henderson. But if you want to yield to Senator Roll, you can yield. It's up to you. Okay. So you yield. Okay. Honorable Blackmore, you are recognized. You may proceed. Yes.
I'm going to speak very early because, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to actually congratulate again the Minister for Finance for his masterful presentation of the supplementary estimate before this Honorable House, which to me does not require, in my view, any further qualification. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here to say a few things with your permission. And to say that the measure before this Honorable House, which we're seeking to approve, that is consistent with our national laws and part of our tradition, and within the debate within this Honorable House. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not simply a supplementary estimate. It is something to me that gives further credence to our national development strategy, our national resilient development strategy that actually create the roadmap for socioeconomic development as a country post-Hurricane Maria. Mr. Speaker, we are blessed to have in the leadership of this country a political party with a leader who understand the tapestry of life within these communities and country, Dominica. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I look at, Mr. Speaker, the provision that is made in housing, Mr. Speaker, and these are experiences and emotion that help define somebody's identity. The fact that, Mr. Speaker, you can no longer wet, Mr. Speaker, when it rains, Mr. Speaker. That's a life experience you cannot forget. And this party understands the tapestry of this country, Mr. Speaker. Understands that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it has to be placed into proper context, therefore, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I heard folks spoke, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend the government for that. I want to commend the Prime Minister. The Minister for House is not there. For the transformation that has taken place in the lives of the ordinary men and women of this country, the ones dispossessed and marginalized, Mr. Speaker. In housing, addressing frontally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of poverty that's never been experienced in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. It is because of the Dominica Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. So this is just not a supplementary estimate. It is the furtherance of what we intend to do to impact on the people's life of this country and to transform this country going forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we speak about national development. We talk about sustainable development. We speak about those big words, Mr. Speaker. But those are predicated, Mr. Speaker, on the national security of this country, the peace and safety of this country. And the men and women who have given their lives to this country to ensure this country is secured and peaceful have to be paid properly, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy, Dr. McIntyre, that the $1.7 million in this estimate, providing for better salaries and allowances, ensuring that the officers get the risk allowance. And I call on the other officers within the public service not to get jealous, because we all are defined by the task that we perform, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when the officers go out there, especially the guys in the Coast Guard, to confront the criminal elements on the waters, Mr. Speaker, with high-speed boats and high-powered rifles, Mr. Speaker, few of us will do that. Few of us will do that. So we have to be happy for our officers who have decided to make it their vocation to save this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, there is no greater demonstration of patriotic attachment to the national flag by those who have given their life in service to the country to serve as police officers, Mr. Speaker, and women and men. I salute you. Within the context of the just concluded Police Week, Mr. Speaker, we have to give thanks and praise for the officers who have given their life to this country to keep this country safe. And Dominica remains the most peaceful country in the sub-region and the world by extension, Mr. Speaker, because of our men and women of the Common for Dominica Police Force. And I salute the Chief of Police. And I salute all of you who have given your life to this country, not because I once served, but I know what it is, Mr. Speaker. While people are hiding under the beds when it rains and they're scared of lightning and thunder. And not only they cover under the mattresses, but they go under the beds, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when you have the men and women having to brave the elements, Mr. Speaker, to go out there and to defend this country, Mr. Speaker. For that, I salute you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's only the Labour Party administration that has recognized, Mr. Speaker, that the officers have to be paid for the work that they do, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful to the Labour Party administration for that. Mr. Speaker, we speak about geothermal development. And I want to big up, again, I've done that all the time, Dr. Henderson and the Labour Party administration, because they say we were wasting money. They say we were throwing money in the valley. And the money could have been done, could have been used to do better for the people in the valley. Mr. Speaker, when you read about Dominica, you often see these things. 290 square miles, the most forested country in this region, all this kind of thing. We will see very soon the only country in the OECS catchment to have a geothermal plant up and running, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to start these things. And Mr. Speaker, in 1973, I'm not sure, 1973, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if Mr. Henderson was born yet. Could have been, yes? Yeah, okay. 73, right. He was born in 1971. But Mr. Speaker, or the Prime Minister, in 1973, Mr. Speaker, the world experienced the first oil crisis. And non-exporting petroleum states made the commitment to depart upon the heavy reliance, Mr. Speaker, on fossil fuel. It is 53 years thereafter, isn't that so? Very few have done that. But we are doing that, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing in this country is rewriting the Dominica story, Mr. Speaker. We have to understand that, and every member on that side of the House, fingerprints, Mr. Speaker, will be on every page of that new history book that will be written about Dominica going forward, Mr. Speaker. Because geothermal development, in my view, and not because I was once a Minister for Energy, to me, is one of the greatest achievements of this country, because energy is needed for life, Mr. Speaker. The ordinary man, when he gets his light bill, Mr. Speaker, wants to see how much he has to pay. And think about it. Think about it. When you're talking about building resilience, let us thinking about decarbonizing the national grid, Mr. Speaker, all those things that we're seeking to do in one form of development by way of geothermal. So I salute this government. I salute Ms. Dr. Henderson for the demonstration of commitment to that. And yes, the party has to do its work in government, but few government did that. Since the days of Leblanc, may soul rest in peace, you had a geothermal development bill in the early 70s. Nothing was done, and we're doing it now. So we are now bringing the power very soon, early next year, to the homes and the business places, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're talking about in the supplementary estimate, Mr. Speaker. And that is development, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, roads. And you see the amount of money that's actually been spent for the East Coast Road. Mr. Speaker, I came from the airport last week. When I saw the intervention, well, not that intervention, when I saw the works that are currently taking place as you go towards the intersection towards Pego area. Mr. Speaker, that is remarkable. That is remarkable. We must spend more time in highlighting and celebrating our proud and bright moments, Mr. Speaker. Very few people speak about that, the work that is being done on the East Coast Road, transforming the people's life, as the Prime Minister made reference to. And Mr. Speaker, let us put that into context. In 2008, Mr. Speaker, we did a national road audit. In 2008, 20.86% of our main road, that's it, in aggregate, 20.6% at the time. Mr. Speaker, 75% was in extremely poor condition. That is what we made to know. If we were to put that into, if we were to qualify or disaggregate that, Mr. Speaker, into actual practical terms, we were talking about 80 kilometers of road was in fair condition. Out of the 321 kilometers, only 80 kilometers was in fair condition. Not good, you know, fair. We now put what you call a plan in place. And we said by 2020, Dr. Henderson can recall that, we're going to ensure that we have 100% excellent road condition in this country. But we had a number of hurdles. Erica, Maria, etc. Because by that time, 2015, we were 69% excellent condition, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm saying that, think about when that road is complete, East Coast Road. Think about the $167 million that has been spent right now to build a road from Loubier, going back into Bacatel, Mr. Speaker. Think about the many other road works the Prime Minister just spoke about. It means, therefore, by 2020, before 2030, Mr. Speaker, before 2030, Mr. Speaker, 100% of our main roads will be in excellent condition because of the work that the Dominican Labour Party government has been doing, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. It's a plan that is well crafted and has to be understood, and people have to buy into it. Because I'm saying these things, Mr. Speaker, because I hear people saying all kind of different things in the public sphere, and they're not mentioning things they're seeing unfolding in the very eyes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely remarkable, Mr. Speaker. When you take into context, put into context the geopolitics of the world, how difficult things are, Mr. Speaker. And to see that, Mr. Speaker, out of the $107 million that we're seeking approval for in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, 1% grant, 69% from our local circumstance. It speaks to our national financial and fiscal resilience, Mr. Speaker, and independence, on 40% loan. And I think we have to celebrate these things, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I close there, Mr. Speaker, because I intended to be very, very, very short, and I said that, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that when you hear a number of people talk, and we must re-examine the virtues of life and what we give credence to. And I'm saying that for us to understand, especially in a country that is challenged like Dominica in terms of topography, that the most important virtue of life I've learned, because I'm according to a leader, the leader of Zimbabwe, Uganda, as a Sikh re-election, he's talking about the youth. He said he's a former youth. He was once a youth. So you know, okay? And I have learned, Mr. Speaker, that the greatest virtue is not the car you drive or the house that you have, you know. It's time. It will take time for you to achieve. And I'm saying that within the context, Mr. Speaker, to underscore the fact that it is difficult to develop a country like Dominica. Development is a long, taxing process, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, you have to have the grit and the commitment and the will to serve, Mr. Speaker, in order to develop a country like Dominica. To the extent to which, Mr. Speaker, if you give me permission, that as we are rewriting the Dominica story, a number of people criticize a number of things that the government is doing. You heard the Prime Minister spoke about so many culverts that had to be installed in the East Coast Road. And when you take a road going back to Blenheim, it's an next story by itself. You get my point. And that road, I know that we had done some assessment when I was a minister from Brajab going all the way back into the Lapin area, Dr. Henderson. A wonderful road, one is constructed in Castlebrooks, Mr. Speaker. These things are not easy to undertake, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it's important for us to understand that we must demonstrate that level of patience and to appreciate the commitment of this government and our benefactors in continue to trust this government and to provide this government with the funding in housing, in our road development endeavor, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that this country is on the move. It is one of my greatest Calypsonian, Mr. Speaker. It was called Calypsonian Mighty Spark. Actually, he won the Calypso Crown 3 times. I think that's something we have. And at the time, the national budget of this country was $25 million. Can you imagine that? And at the time, may so rest in peace, Mr. Liebman was putting in place, electrifying the communities, trying to build the road from Portsmouth into Roseau. And he wrote a song. To me, that song should be actually revisited, Mr. Speaker. Because when you listen to that song, it gives you a historical view of the country's development, capturing a moment at a time. It says Dominica is on the move. Well, Dominica on the move. Mr. Speaker, I'm blessed to be still alive and to see some of the things that we should have seen many generations before unfolding right now before our very eyes. And it's a total difference, Mr. Speaker, from what transpired 40 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Dominica is definitely on the move, Mr. Speaker. And when our roads will be finished, and we'll be able to transform Grand Bay into a real city, Mr. Speaker, with our new road network, Mr. Speaker, highway, when you'll be able to drive, Mr. Speaker, from Pokase to go into La Plaine or the Kainago territory. And this country is one of the only countries in the region with multiple arteries, Mr. Speaker, by way of road network. In some countries, Mr. Speaker, is west, east, But we will be in a position whereby, no south, no north. And we're just branching out. And I'm not going to call country name because man is going to call me phone and say election campaign. Understand? So I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, think about it. We'll be able to have multiple options from Rosa to go to the airport. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And that is how you define thinking being a development plan. Thinking being in a development plan. Mr. Speaker, I support this measure. There are other measures before this Honorable House. There are certain things I would like to say in terms of how we have emerged in other aspects, but I shall rest my case there for now, Mr. Speaker. I support this measure before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be suspended until 2:30 this afternoon.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. House resumes and debate continues. So, as I said earlier, my eyes fall on you. So the order was Honorable Blackmore, Senator Roll, and Senator Henderson. So, Senator, you may proceed. My eyes fall on you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So
Mr.
let's
Speaker.
proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Simply abiding by the Speaker's judgment. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to members of the House. This afternoon, I stand here to register my support and my voice for the supplementary appropriation before this Honorable House. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about money well spent, and I want to assure the members of this Honorable House that this is not a cliche, Mr. Speaker. This is a fact. Because if you go through the various items, you will indeed see that this was money well spent. And Mr. Speaker, when you talk about money well spent, you have to look at the East Coast Road project. And really and truly, you don't need a technical report or engineer's survey to tell you that this was money well spent, Mr. Speaker. All you have to do is take a drive down there yourself and you see it for yourself. Mr. Speaker, oh yeah, and it's an open invitation for this Saturday in particular. But Mr. Speaker, you take a drive down the road and you see the cat eyes, you see the guardrails, you see the storm drains, Mr. Speaker. You see all of these things which are contributing to safer roads, smoother journeys, and stronger communities, Mr. Speaker. And really and truly, this is not just an infrastructure upgrade, but this is an example, a physical, tangible example of how this government is delivering on its mission to make Dominica the world's first climate resilient nation, Mr. Speaker. Because resilience is not just a policy statement. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker, it's an engineering decision. Because it would have been very easy to asphalt a road, Mr. Speaker. Very easy to do so. Not check the drainage, not widen the road. But what would happen should we be faced with another natural disaster as big as Maria? God forbid, of course, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I really have to commend the Honorable Prime Minister, whose leadership continues to emphasize that building is not just for today, but for tomorrow. Because, Mr. Speaker, let's be real, building resilience is not cheap. Mr. Speaker, you heard the Honorable Prime Minister this morning mention the amount of culverts that we had to build, Mr. Speaker, and the bridges, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it would have been easier to pour asphalt on a single-lane bridge. That would have been the easy way out, Mr. Speaker. But as easy as that would have been, it would have been selfish, Mr. Speaker. But what that tells me is that this is not a selfish government, Mr. Speaker. This is a government who is not only building for today and developing for today, but for tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And it is this kind of work that future generations will look back and say, this is when the building blocks of Dominica were laid, Mr. Speaker. And as a young parliamentarian, I cannot overstate my deep appreciation for this approach. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about resilience and we speak about physical infrastructure, we are the ones that will inherit the Dominica of tomorrow. And because of this Dominica Labour Party administration, I can safely say that we will inherit a Dominica with pride because of the interventions made today by this Dominica Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's intergenerational responsibility, Mr. Speaker. And then while we speak about resilience, I must mention the geothermal project, Mr. Speaker. And I really don't want to go much into it because the Honorable Minister did such a surgical job, he said, Mr. Speaker, with such precision, Mr. Speaker. But just to say that, yes, this is supplementary appropriation, and we're speaking about monies well spent, and every dollar spent on the geothermal project takes us one step closer than we were yesterday, takes us one step closer than we were 6 months ago, and takes us one step closer to hopefully one day being able to export that energy because we have the potential, Mr. Speaker. And you cannot talk about, yes, we speak about resilience and the infrastructure, the geothermal, the roads, but right here, Mr. Speaker, you look at the National Employment Program and the $15 million that was spent on the National Employment Program, Mr. Speaker. And while some may call it an expense, I call it empowerment, because that exactly is what it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know I consider it to be money well spent? Because there are very few projects or very few initiatives that can touch almost virtually every single community in Dominica the way that the National Employment Program does. And Mr. Speaker, some may ask, where does the money go? And I say that the maths is simple. An intern gets paid, they go to their local shop, buy groceries, the shop owner earns revenue, they restock, they pay bills, business continues. Or, Mr. Speaker, an intern takes the bus to work, they pay the bus driver. That's one more consistent passenger coming from that community. That bus driver then makes a loan payment more comfortably, pays fuel, and supports their family. That, Mr. Speaker, is how money circulates. That's how local economies breathe, and that's how communities grow. So, Mr. Speaker, it baffles me when some people criticize this program, especially those in the very communities that benefit from it. But whether you're the shop owner, the bus driver, the landlord, the farmer, or even the entrepreneur, the impact of the NEP touches you, whether directly or indirectly. And Mr. Speaker, that's not just payroll, that's economic lifeblood, that's community stability. This is dignity for young people, meaningful work experience for graduates, and support for essential public institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, when we speak about the NEP, it's not expenditure, it's empowerment. When we speak about geothermal, it is strategic transformation. And when we speak about the roads like the East Coast Road Project, we're not just patching, but we're future-proofing, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I can stand here this afternoon and support 100% wholeheartedly this supplementary appropriation before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Because it's about value created, it's about resilience being built, it's about lives improved, and it's about a future being secured for those who will come after us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Henderson. Senator, just press it and I will, okay. Now you can proceed. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not January yet, so may I have permission to refer to my note? Have a little grace. Have a one.
Okay, you heard what I said about next year?
Yes, that's why I said it's not January yet, so I asked for permission to refer to my note.
Okay, so
I don't want to show off my skills yet, I wait till
yeah,
January.
yeah. Okay, proceed. And permission is granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the supplementary estimates of the expenditure for the financial year that ended June 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, Kalinago Upliftment, and Constituency Empowerment revised the estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 show that $45.1 million was spent on the National Employment Program. In this supplementary estimate presented before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, an additional $50 million was spent on the same program specifically to meet the payment of interns after the period March to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, let's start from the top. I am in support of the NEP program. When the government initiated this in 2013, December, The goal was to address unemployment by providing job training, mentorship, and employment opportunities, particularly for the youth. Mr. Speaker, who would not support that? Who would not support something so positive? The Minister for Finance, in his presentation earlier, reiterated that the main objective of the NEP was to reduce the national unemployment rate. So we're trying to reduce unemployment in the country, which is always a good thing. However, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the government has deviated from its original plan. I truly see the potential in this program. I do. Helping our young people find their place in different careers, or assisting in the maintenance and beautification of the country, or acquiring skills to improve their lives. Mr. Speaker, we're all for the young people, we're all for the youth, and we're all for the improvement of our country. Mr. Speaker, though, it appears to me that this plan is still in its first phase, because we are approaching the 12th year of this program, December, and I have not seen improvement from the inception. How has the program transformed itself to further improve lives? Many young people are employed in this program, yes, but are they able to make moves on their own? The uncertainty this program causes is evident. No job security. Mr. Speaker, are the employees in this program contributors to the economy? Of course. However, Mr. Speaker, their benefits are not forthcoming. Mr. Speaker, these young people are not eligible for unsecured loans unless they can get a co-maker to present on their behalf. Their inability to undertake any long-term commitment on their own as they build their own lives is saddening. They have to depend on somebody to come and stand up for them. Mr. Speaker, according to an article from the DOM 767, a local news website, the NEP has significantly contributed to Dominica's socio-economic development. By March 2023, over 4,352 individuals were engaged through the program, with an expenditure exceeding $29 million for that year. I'm quoting. The NEP has been instrumental in sectors such as the public service and the private sector, Mr. Speaker. And community beautification projects, yes. However, Mr. Speaker, what is this government doing to revamp the NEP program? Revamp the NEP. In the Minister for Finance presentation earlier, he informed that over 3,000 individuals are currently employed in the NEP. Mr. Speaker, a caveat should be placed on the training period to ensure that the ministries and the private companies are gainfully employing the individuals after the training period. It is unfair to have individuals on the NEP still in the program, past the training stage, and working for private sector and the public sector as well under the NEP. But if the person has gained the skill, Mr. Speaker, and the proper training, employ the people. Employ them. Let them get benefits. Let them get insurance. Let them get the different things. So they can take their unsecured loans as well, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, they're disturbing me. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to, Mr. Paris, Mr. Speaker, we have to encourage our young people, and how we encourage them is really helping them to do better in their lives, Mr. Speaker. So having them under the NEP for years upon years, not bringing them into the careers and the fields and the trainings which they have gotten over the years, so they can benefit from your organization. That is unfair, Mr. Speaker. And I think if we revamp the NEP and we look at and we put a caveat, if we put everything in structure in place, where you have the person in your employ, by that period you have to decide, you want Mr. Speaker to work for you or you want him to go bye-bye. At that point, Mr. Speaker working for you, and you know he's not gainful, he can take a loan. I mean, not Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker. You take a loan, right? And then if the person doesn't have, let's say, for example, the person doesn't acquire the training and the skills, then something else, put them somewhere else. Have them there forever and a day under the same. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is the right time to move to the next phase of the NEP, strategize and revamp this program, fix it up, provide job stability and job security for our young people, Let's recognize and reward the people who are contributors to this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize Honorable Alfred first, then Honorable Lockhart, then Honorable Ostel Lockhart, and yeah, Shakira. Yes. So Alfred, Hippolyte, and Lockhart.
I rise to support the supplementary appropriation, yet so much has been said that I almost want to say everything I wanted to say. They said it already and sit down, but that's not how it goes. But even when I move, before I move into my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if we understood when it was presented the number of people who have graduated from the NEP program. I don't know if they wanted us to do a ceremony in the stadium. I don't think we properly understood what that meant, but maybe we should repeat again the number of people who, when we say graduated from the NEP, what we mean is that some of them have gotten into full-time employment in the public service, some of them have gotten into full-time employment in the private sector, some of them have begun their own businesses, and they have moved on. Because, Mr. Speaker, by me, I don't add people to my program. When other people move on, I fit in new people. So there is an exodus of people from the NEP. And in addition to that, in addition to gaining these skills, now you are not afraid as a young person when you hear 5 years experience, working experience when an advertisement go out. If you're on the NEP, you brace yourself and you say, I have 5 years experience because of NEP. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I also think too that sometimes some people speak as if we do not very well understand the supplementary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, you think a mother can decide to let her sick child die because what she had set aside for medicine for the month is used up? I'm speaking because my constituency is listening. I don't want to use too much fancy language because they are supposed to pass the message on. So, Mr. Speaker, what that mother would do? She credits, she borrows, and she'll use up money set aside for other things to make sure that her child is all right. Mr. Speaker, this is what a supplementary appropriation is about. There are programs being run. There are issues to address. The work must go on. You just can't fling your hands up in the air and say, Sapufe. You have to do something because the people of Dominica expect us to do something. Mr. Speaker, we have to do what is best for our people. That's why people elect government, to do what is best for them. We have to look after the people. And to do this, for us on this administration, on this side of the house, for us, that is just a reasonable service. That's just a reasonable service. So the funds spent to train, hope to provide homeowners, we had done a kind of a assessment done, to provide homeowners with feedback and insight on how to strengthen and upgrade their homes. For me, that was funds well spent. Mr. Speaker, we are placing our country on a path so we can never go back to pre-Maria days. I heard somebody say if a storm like Maria come, God forbid, but I'm telling you what we are doing, if a storm like Maria should come, we will not be in the position we were before Maria. So this is why we have certified 25 builders and contractors at CVQ level 3 in safety building codes because we are building back stronger. In addition, Mr. Speaker, you hear all those houses now that been handed over to people all over Dominica. Mr. Speaker, even us as normal people, when we build in our personal homes, and sometimes we have prices go up now worse with the kind of world economy. You buy something for 25 cents now. When you spin around next week, it already reach 40 cents. And nothing to do with local economy, with shipping, with crisis on the outside. So even us, when we take a loan to build our homes, there are sometimes we have to go back to the bank to ask them for like something because what? The bathroom stay without tiles, we boy. Money finish. We go back. So what do we do? What do we do? The money that was allocated in certain areas for the housing. So, Mr. Speaker, it's because we meet certain blocks, you know. For example, a person down, they have got title. The professional thing to say is, Madam, as part of the criteria, you're supposed to have a title. Sorry, you need a title. You don't have one. Try to get one within the next 3 months, otherwise you'll be disqualified. Sorry, next person. That's what professionals do. But we are more than professionals, Mr. Speaker. We have people who care. The Bible refers to that as bore wheels of compassion. Some people don't have no bore wheels of compassion, Mr. Speaker. So when that happens, what do? You have to find a way to facilitate that person simply because that person is Dominica. There was a thing we used to say, I am Dominica, are you? So we have to spend money to facilitate people getting their titles so that they could have their homes. In addition to that, some prices went up. So when the prices go up, what do? You tell the person, you're supposed to send $50 on your house. $50 is finished. Look a piece of house. You want to give a person a piece of house with doors missing and no, Mr. Speaker, things get expensive. The money allocated is finished. However, we have to make arrangement to take that house to finish because when this government gives you something, it's a gift. A gift that does not require no reproach. It does not require no headache. According to the Bible, it has got no strings attached to it to make you scratch your head. So this is where those monies went. Because we want everybody to be safe and secure, comfortable in their homes. So we will not be giving anybody any piece of house because the money allocated is finished. We have a responsibility to find the rest of the money and make sure that person gets a home. Mr. Speaker, the worst place to make a mistake or to delay is with people money. Yeah, with people money. So, Mr. Speaker, in that time of technology, we have to upgrade. We have to upgrade so that we can have more speed and efficiency. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when certain, unlike now, in the era that we are now, according to what machine that break down, better we just replace that, Mr. Speaker, that outdated, that running again. So, I believe that the money that we spent to procure IT tools and equipment to advance the audit department IT infrastructure was money well spent. Dominica will not be left behind in that age of technology. So according to our machine that breakdown, we're not going to call a boot again. We're just replacing that so that we can be call a boot is to fix. I'm going to bring a paper that's going to come to an end before the middle of 2026.
Yeah, bring the paper.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I mean is something is not good, you stick it over there, you fix it over there, and then for 2 weeks it's broken again. We're not going back to the time when people were waiting until the 15th of the other month to get money. We can't go back there, otherwise we will not look as if we're progressing. So, Mr. Speaker, more money talks again. Mr. Speaker, you don't know how happy now policemen and teachers are these days. If the police speaker passed there, you had a taste of it now, and the last teachers' rally was something we had never seen before. So, Mr. Speaker, when people come to the negotiation table and the negotiation go fruitful, it's amicable, and we decide on something. When people leave the table, we have to honor our commitments, you know. You cannot, that's what honorable people do. That's why they call us Honorable Octavia Alfred. Because when the people leave the table, you cannot now come with a 2x4 story about, we said we'd pay you all at the end of this month, but we have difficulties like what we had experienced in the dinosaurs age, you know. That's what they always had an excuse why they couldn't pay you all or on time. We've passed that stage. We passed that stage. So to facilitate the payment of the salaries and allowance, following the negotiations with the Police Welfare Association, we had to access additional funds that were not allocated in our budget. Because we don't want our hard-working policemen to be told one thing, and when they're waiting expectantly, we delay. Mr. Speaker, police, you're talking about national security and safety. You have to do what you have to do, and even if it wasn't policemen, when you make a commitment as an honorable person, you have to keep it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Dominica people, they be not Dominica people alone, you know. Okay, people. When people hear an increase coming, pen on paper, they don't get it, but they're already planning. They're already planning what they're going to do with that thing. So you think you can come now and after the thing done, everybody's planning because all you're doing it too. So, all like this morning, I go, are you in Parliament today? I say yes. Have a good day. Make sure all the monies they promise pay before Christmas. Mr. Speaker, send list make already, you know, on some of the things that we're planning to do there. So, I'll be free full stop behind that one, and I'm hoping that it will be ready. Mr. Speaker, when it becomes necessary, we have to find a way. This is what leadership is about. And this is what the supplementary appropriation allows government to do, to allocate additional funds for specific purposes, usually in response to unforeseen expenses or changes in priority. So take, for instance, the additional money we spent for supplies for software and equipment for the electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad that we could procure the equipment for the reform. But Mr. Speaker, you know, in some cases, I feel that that should not have happened, you know. Because so long we want to give the people electoral reform. Some people, they are blocking, arguing, looking for always to slow down the process, to stop the process. According to my granny, chicaneering. Chicaneering is when you're looking for always to block something, when you're forcing about something. Although you know it's the correct thing, but you're forcing, so chicane. Anyway, that will change before the end of next year, Mr. Speaker. Days run into weeks. Weeks run into months. Still, the chicaneering going on, the blocking, the forcing. Even when you see that's the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, months run into years. And what happened? Budget increase. Because plans change, prices change. A process which should have been so simple was complicated and sophisticated. But, Mr. Speaker, not only did that cost us some more money than we planned, but it's also causing some people a discomfort. Now we hear some saying, bring birth certificate and a person that know you enough. We didn't know that all those months with their chicaneering in there. All that money we spend there, we should not have spent all that money, you know, Mr. Speaker. If now we are so fully convinced that birth certificate and a person that know you good. You see what it means of chicaneering now? Mr. Speaker, you see, it's never a good idea to cut off your nose to spite your face. You know what that means? It means that you know you want to do a thing to hurt a person, but in the end, what happens? It hurts you more than the person you try to hurt. But I leave that there. I'm glad we have the equipment and the process is going. Mr. Speaker, work is going on the expansion of the Dominica Grammar School, funded by the government of Dominica. I myself, I learned, more you see a thing have, in Christian term we say, the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. More you see a thing have issues going on with it, is more at the end you get more than you expect. And that is how I'm looking at that. Because this modern state of the arts facility will have modern classrooms, science and computer labs, training workshops, and enhance and improve facilities for teachers. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying too long on any of those things, you know, because everybody already says so many things. Mr. Speaker, the appropriation for DGS is crucial. Since we are determined to provide students with top-class learning environments and to foster academic excellence and holistic development, I'm not even talking yet, expounding on how as we move into the education reform, what a place like grammar school will mean for that. That is for another conversation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend, I'm what of grammar school, I want to extend gratitude for this road, the more than 200 million. I cannot even know what I would do with that amount of money, no, Lord. $200 million on the East Coast Road. Our section, we had 15 retaining walls, 77 culverts, 670 meters of drains, 2 permanent bridges. We're not talking about those bridges you had to put while they were building those new bridges. Mr. Speaker, the government could have gone as planned, you know, but as new areas of vulnerabilities were discovered, they were addressed. Every time it rained, we saw new things to do. Every time, Mr. Speaker, me myself, I afraid rain. 2 hours of rain and I need $4 million. Look, this is the Honorable Roberts didn't even have rain this weekend once. I come down without rain, motor, so if it had rain. Mr. Speaker, I myself felt sorry one time, you know. I said, hey, last boy, more we do things on that road, more we see things to do. One of those lead people on the project, he said to me, if we could deal with that road, there's nothing we couldn't take on. And these are not people who have not worked in all parts of the world. That is the thing that had me. These are not people to say local contractors. These are people who have worked on all parts of the world on different projects. And you are saying to me, if you all could master that road in Casibros, you all can face anything. That makes us be more grateful again, Mr. Speaker, to the government. And we are glad that this government didn't give us no old work. That is why they're in the plan, leave that out. Some people do that. I have been in this system for long enough. They come and they hook up a window, you're telling them this is a windy area. Them they turn their black blood and window fall down. That government could have done the same thing. No, this is what the plan is and we are going according to the plan. That was not included. Let's move on. We are so happy that this Dominican Labour Party administration didn't give us no old work or no patch-up work. And I come back again, no coal boots. They didn't give us no tight piece there, fixed piece there, patch piece there, cotton piece. No. They made sure that they addressed the vulnerability and all the hazards. Mr. Speaker, now, when rain, there's little, so far, so good. There's little or no issues to address. Hallelujah. Not true? Hallelujah, we? Because I'm telling you, 1 hour of rain, and I'd be calling Minister Grant about heavy equipment. So far, so good. Nobody's talking about dust now. No, you're not hearing anything about dust. Now is Palrep. I made it from Roseau in 35 minutes. Boy, when they set up the piece, from Pocasset Palrep, I tell you 25 or 30. Mr. Speaker, you don't know the number of times I have to say, no boy, go easy on the road, boy. We don't need no accidents and death on that road, you know. The number of times I have to say that. So, Mr. Speaker, while I continue to plead the blood of Jesus on our road, there's some people saw me praying there, they had my name all over the place as if I was committing a sin. While I continue to plead the blood of Jesus on our road, and as his angels to secure it and take charge, I look at the camera to say that one, I continue to ask our people to go easy on the nice road, boy. I know they're watching and they'll watch when they're replaying. Go easy on the nice road. Mr. Speaker, it's not about nice alone. Ease up on shocks and tires, I can tell you that. I'm a vehicle owner too. Smoother ride for patients on ambulance. Mr. Speaker, before the doctor called the hospital, ambulance on the way, they have to be ready at the hospital, you know, because the patient will reach. They have to make preparation fast, not like before. Mr. Speaker, the value and beauty this project is bringing have improved our image as people from the Casibros constituency. Economic activities. People just come into Casibros for the driveway. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't there when those people were walking and talking about Shime de Bouanchan, I wasn't there. I wasn't there when they had to put things on a boat and take it to Roseau, and sometimes people die because they were sick before they got to Roseau. I was not there, but I was there when one time a year you go in Roseau, and that is Christmas. And you have to listen for when the rooster crow at 3 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, because the truck leaving at 4. So you have to wake up for it to drink a little warm thing and get ready for the truck. Mr. Speaker, you on truck from 4 a.m. for you to reach Roseau 7 a.m. I was there. I was also there when we had improvements, when we could leave Cassie Bruce at 6 a.m. to get there for 8 a.m. I was there. And Mr. Speaker, I am so glad that we have gone and we have grown, that I am here, that I can leave Cassie Bruce at 7 o'clock. And if everything go, okay, let's take it on a Sunday morning, because sometimes when the tourists ship there, you know, you're a little obstruction. I can leave I left Cassie Bruce one Sunday morning. I left Cassie Bruce at 7 o'clock, and I was on time for the remembrance service long before we began. Mr. Speaker, I didn't have to go on no truck and wake up 4 o'clock. So this is how far we have come. And sometimes we have to remind people of how behind we were. I don't think nobody can refer to any part of Dominica as behind God back again. If you think you're saying that is because you're not living in Dominica. There's no part we can say that. But we have to sometimes think of where we were and how far we've come. And let us be thankful for where we are, knowing that we still have so much further to go. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say nothing again about NEP. At NEP, there, what I think I started my discussion with that. I want to express thanks to all the cabinet colleagues for your work. I want to say that we work as a good team. We not only complement each other about how nice we look, but we also complement each other where the other ministry is supposed to do something to help you. The complementary of the I and the complementary of the E. So we do that, and I want to compliment you for your work. I want to give high commendation to our leader for his leadership. And I want to say supplementary appropriation is a kind of a thing like a financial band-aid to cover unexpected cost of revenue shortfalls. Some people must understand that well. Sometimes we do it at home too, and we don't call it that. We say the little money we had there, we're going to take out something in it. So we send it at home. But when it comes to the financial ministry, supplementary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, if you're not doing anything, there's no need. You're not doing anything, so you're not even using what you have, but just to go and look for extra. So, but when you are working, when you are getting things done, when you're responding to the needs of the people, this is a normal, and this is an arrangement that is there for just that, as long as the money is well spent. So for this reason, I wholeheartedly support this supplementary appropriation. Thank you.
So, Honorable Hippolyte. So I can say Lockhart Hippolyte.
Yes,
okay.
That's correct, Speaker.
So you are recognized. You may proceed, Honorable Lockhart Hippolyte. Nice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you said that with a smile. So I know you really love the surname Lockhart Hippolyte, and I must use it more often. And I should probably even sign on my official documents Lockhart Hippolyte as opposed to Lockhart only. But Mr. Speaker, I want to bid a very good afternoon to everyone in this house, Dominicans, and especially the constituents of Roseau South. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the supplementary appropriation here before us because I believe that what is embedded in the supplementary appropriation is worthwhile interventions that the government has made. I want to speak about the NEP program. Mr. Speaker, there are times that we come to this house every time we speak about the National Employment Program. We give the statistics. I believe the Minister, Honorable Cozier, gave us some figures earlier on, and I'm not too sure if the parliamentary opposition, they were not listening, Mr. Speaker. They're always on their phones, either they're on their laptops, and probably they missed it. Okay, like we're seeing right now, if the camera zoom, they will see that they're on their phones, so they don't listen. 62 NEP interns, Mr. Speaker, in this period were moved on to permanent jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I want to reiterate, 62. So some of them were placed in the private sector, some in the public sector. And Mr. Speaker, if we were to keep on, if we were to keep the people under the NEP and we continue adding, this figure would be much more, Mr. Speaker. So that says that we are doing an extremely good job, this government. We created the National Employment Program because we saw the need for the people who were in the communities, many of them unemployed, Mr. Speaker. And I really love the way Honorable Roll, how he put it so nicely, that when you pay an NEP worker, the money goes right back into the economy. Either the person uses the money to pay a bus fare, to patronize a shopkeeper, to purchase clothes or something for their children, Mr. Speaker. And you see, we have to understand, these are people who never received any source of income before. Any source of income. And now they have the ability to receive as a result of the policy decision of this Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. And so we have been doing an extremely good job. And we have to understand there are different, the NEP has different stratas. You have those under the beautification and cleanup. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all the NEPs throughout the island. Throughout the island. Because during the tourism season, our NEP workers went above and beyond, Mr. Speaker, the call of duty. I saw the Soufriere team in action, the Grand Bay team in action, right? The Roseau South team, those from Silver Lake, from Emsall, from Bath Estate. I would not have seen the Cassie Bruce team. They were in the East, Mr. Speaker. But I'm speaking about those I saw. And they worked extremely hard to ensure that the country was clean to receive our people, Mr. Speaker. So let us give the NEP, man. Let's not belittle the NEP. Let's give the NEP a big round of applause, Mr. Speaker. We also have those who are in the public sector, and we have those in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. And some of these people have moved on to permanent engagement, both in the private and in the public sector. Now, I heard Senator Reid, Mr. Speaker, and you see, these are people, she's an intelligent person, she works at the credit union, and I expect her to know about loans and how loans work. Mr. Speaker, we must not give people the impression that it's only NEP people that need co-signers. We must not give people that impression. When I started working at the Dominica State College in 2003, my starting salary was $1,002. I wanted my little loan. The banks want to ensure that when you are able to pay, and if anything happens, Mr. Speaker, you have somebody that could pay for you. And so therefore, I needed to go and get my poor little grandmother to come down to sign for me. When I wanted to buy my first vehicle, Mr. Speaker, Nissan Sunny. So it's a nice blue Nissan Sunny. I don't know why the color was red, but it was blue. Right? A blue Nissan Sunny. I had to go and get my grandmother again, Mr. Speaker, to co-sign. She loved me, Mr. Speaker. She loved me. My grandmother loved me dearly. So she co-signed for me, so I was able to purchase my vehicle. So I could move around, go to work, and even drop her to her doctor's appointment and to church and to retreat house, Mr. Speaker. So we must not give people the impression that it's only NEP workers that need people to co-sign. And I know several NEPs who have gotten loans from the Central Credit Union where Miss Senator Reid works, at the NCCU, at the NBD, Mr. Speaker. I have to caution at Big Edge, at courts, and I have to caution some of my NEPs to tell them, look, some of these interest rates are too high, best you go this way, best you go that way, and that sort of thing, Mr. Speaker. So we really must not try to mislead people, Mr. Speaker, about this. Mr. Speaker, in the area of housing, this is the only party in Dominica, in the region, and in the world that have given people houses free of charge, Mr. Speaker. Free of charge. We have improved the lives and livelihoods of so many people. The Minister of Housing recently gave 69 people at the Windsor Park Stadium their letters, Mr. Speaker. Previous to that, we were at Bellevue, handing over letters to as well, Mr. Speaker, to people. We listen to the testimonies of those who are now in a comfortable and a more resilient housing, Mr. Speaker. How they are so thankful for it. One lady from Fonkole said she never thought she would have come out in the community center. And today she's sleeping in peace and in comfort at her home. What is better than that, Mr. Speaker? What's better than that? All over this country, we are giving people homes. And I heard my good friend, Senator Paul, speak to housing. She's still the leader of the opposition. No, yes. Don't want to answer, you see. She spoke to housing for her constituency. And Senate, I have no issues with you advocating on behalf of your constituents. But I am certain that the record will show that people in your constituency were given assistance to repair and to renovate and to construct their homes. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question because they love to ask, we always reply, but this time I want to change things around. I want to ask our senator, the PAL rep for the Salisbury constituency, some questions. How many people, homes were destroyed in Salisbury? Okay. How many are still homeless? How many people need repairs? How many new homes do you need? So these are things as a PAL rep, that information, you should have had that file under your arm. Because when you're presenting in Parliament, you have to be able to give us the proper information. And so I'm hoping next time, Honorable Paul, you'll be a little more prepared to answer me, so you have a little homework to go and do. Because right? So these are the questions that I've asked. I think I've asked you 4 questions here. Very simple questions. Very simple questions. And the other thing is, Mr. Speaker, I do not want anybody to believe that this Dominica Labour Party government is targeting Salisbury in any way, shape, or form. Because we have constituencies here who have not gotten apartment units. And it's not because that we do not want to. Have you identified a suitable land location where we could construct an apartment in Salisbury? I can tell you of my challenges in Roseau South. In Roseau South, I had to move from street to street, from village to village, looking and searching for land. And I got land right in the hills of Egliston, where we have the most beautiful apartment. Because if you're a PAL rep just now, you can sit down there, and just come to Parliament and say they haven't built anything for the people of Salisbury and that sort of thing. You have to go and do the work. You have to go on the ground in Salisbury, and you have to identify the lot and bring your report to the Minister of Housing. I am sure the Minister of Housing will see you, she will meet with you, she'll speak to you, and you all can come to some sort of conclusion on that. Okay, Honorable Paul? So let's do that. Let's do that. Because if I know my leader very well, Salisbury will definitely not be left behind. Not. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on, I don't think I have touched on it, my last topic, electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, some people ask for things, and when they ask for it, they get it, then they find a problem with it. Or they don't want it because they realize that they do not want, it's a lot of work, and probably they do not have the time or the capacity or the ability to do the work. People were lamenting that dead people were voting. So Bernie got up. Bernie, you know, there's a movie, right, Bernie. And Bernie walked to the polling station, and Bernie voted in the last election. And Bernie went back long in the grave when the music stopped. So dead people were voting. They said the list was bloated. There were so many people on the list. They said people were voting for other people, Mr. Speaker. So my sister is Shelana Lockhart. She don't mind I call her name. She maybe would be happy, Mr. Speaker, I call her name. Parliament. I'm Shakira, so I went and I voted for Shelana. And I still went and I voted for myself. Mr. Speaker, these were all the allegations that the opposition was bringing forth in the public. We said, okay, let us try to work together. Let us bring everybody to the table. There were several consultations across the country. We came to Parliament. We provided the necessary legislation. And Mr. Speaker, the train has left the station. We are here today. We gave them what they wanted. People went. They are going, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you Roseau South is doing quite well in terms of the confirmation exercise. And people are going into the registering offices, and they're getting confirmed, the confirmation centers. They're bringing in their witnesses, and they're bringing their IDs, Mr. Speaker. Now, lo and behold, I don't understand. I do not understand, Mr. Speaker. Why would somebody want to use a birth certificate as an ID? Nowhere around the world, Mr. Speaker. Not even at the Central Cooperative Credit Union, Mr. Speaker. You can use a birth certificate to open an account. You need a passport, social security card, a driver's license. And they're still asking, Mr. Speaker, for proof of address, you know, at the Central Cooperative Credit. I'm a member. Oh, you paying my account now. You paying. I'll stop saving money there. You paying me. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, people are confirming, and so they require their IDs and to bring their witness along with them, and the process is going quite nicely. I do not understand why some people are having difficulty, Mr. Speaker. It's a very easy process. You go into the center, it will take you about 5 minutes to get confirmed. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy with the money that was spent for people for the equipment that was purchased to facilitate that process. And Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that before the month end, I can flash my voter's ID card. I want my voter's ID card. So, Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging all Dominicans to go and get confirmed. Go out and get confirmed. Protect your right to vote because our forefathers fought for that right, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wholeheartedly support the supplementary appropriation that's before us. Thank you very much.
I stood up first.
Yes, so my eyes fell on Honorable Charles Pemberton, then Honorable Defoe, then Honorable Paris, but no, because maybe right-handed, so yeah, that's why.
Actually, Speaker,
No, no, no. No, 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 no.
don't worry, I'm going to
So,
be very
Honorable
short.
Pemberton, you may proceed. D4, Honorable D4, if you want, you could yield to Honorable Paris if you want. Yeah, yeah, but that's how I saw it.
Yes, go after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution to the supplementary estimates before this honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, so no need to worry, Senator Delbert. I think the colleagues who have presented so far on this side of the House has done an excellent job. And the Minister of Finance himself gave you all the information that you need to understand why this money was spent. And may I say that every dollar spent in this supplementary estimate is money well spent in the economy to empower people, to upgrade our infrastructure, to protect lives, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that every Dominican can live in a safe and resilient home, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, once we talk about safe and resilient home, Mr. Speaker, I really don't want us to underestimate the value of the housing revolution under the Dominican Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have to continue to echo this, Mr. Speaker, because the impact on an ordinary person's life, we never thought they would own a home, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. And words are not even sufficient to explain the joy that people feel, Mr. Speaker, when they're handed their keys. So hats off to our visionary leader, Mr. Speaker, and our very passionate Minister of Housing, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that every home that has to be completed, especially by Christmas, Mr. Speaker, will be done, Mr. Speaker, because she gave a report in the last House how many homes we're expecting to hand over by Christmas. And I know that my loving people in Soufriere, especially the residents of Point Michel, are waiting for their turn and their keys to their beautiful home, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why I really wanted to spend a little time on housing, Mr. Speaker, because people like to talk about a government in power for 25 years. And, you know, they say all sorts of things. But they don't focus on the development and transformation of Dominica over the time Labour has been in power, despite all challenges. And I want to say that when I reflected on the Soufriere constituency, my constituents were voting the Dominican Freedom Party from 1975, Mr. Speaker. So they voted in 1975 for freedom, 1980, 1985, 1990, 1995, 2000, Mr. Speaker. 30 years of supporting the Dominican Freedom Party. Let's go to the Soufriere constituency. Let's go to Point Michel, Galio, Soufriere, and Scott said, and show me one house, one home built by the Dominican Freedom Party in that constituency. And here you are today, that this loving, caring government is not just building a house, you know, Mr. Speaker. You have seen some of the housing projects in some islands. Some of them are on slabs. Some of them are just wooden homes. We are building concrete roofs, resilient 3-bedroom homes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people are so appreciative. I was talking to one of my constituents who got a home in Scott said, and she told me, Parep, come up and see. You know, you need to come up to Bourgeois City. I said, but where is Bourgeois City? Mr. Speaker, I don't have any place. She told me, no, in your housing area, Mr. Speaker, that is what we're calling it, Bourgeois City. And come and see how we have decorated our homes for Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Lights are on, Mr. Speaker. That is the pride and the joy, the peace of mind. These were families in Cassan Canal, there in Scotland, Mr. Speaker, taking sea baths, who lived in fright every night and every time it rained, since after Maria. Because before Maria, they loved to live by the seaside. But after Maria, nobody wants to live by the sea. When they saw what that storm did and the damage to that village, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must never underestimate the impact that we're having on vulnerable families in Dominica. And I can see how even the children, Mr. Speaker, are so proud. They have a safe home. They can go to school and boast of their house. They have lights, they have water, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is why the Dominican Labour Party And I know there are some people who are waiting for their turn, Mr. Speaker. You heard the member of Salisbury speak about she waiting for a turn for Salisbury. I too have plenty of people still waiting, you know, because over 148 families were impacted by the storms in my constituency, and I have only built, about 60 something homes, so I'm not even 50%. Although we spend millions in repairing homes, Mr. Speaker. But I agree with Honorable Hippolyte, let us do our homework, because it is okay to advocate and say you want more help. But to say you never got help after Hurricane Maria. My brother Shanks Esprit was listening because the Minister of Housing is always saying, Mr. Dennis, how can the member for Salisbury say we never got help? 300,000 was spent to build washroom facilities in Salisbury. 1.2 million was dispersed after Hurricane Maria to repair homes, and 3 homes were built in your constituency. So it is okay to say, you're the power rep, you have to represent your people, but let's start with the facts. Say, this has been done, but I want more. And as the Honorable said to you, this is how you get more. You do a report, you go on the ground to see how many families are still impacted and still need help. And then you go and make an appointment with the Minister of Housing. It's not only in Parliament you can do representation. You have how many days in a month, how many hours in a day. Do your work, so don't wait for just Parliament to do representation. Go and meet the Minister of Housing. That's sound advice, Honorable Hippolyte gave to you, because even me as a Parliament, it's not the Minister of Housing that doing my assessment for me. I am doing my work. Even if I'm the Minister of Tourism, I am first the Parliament, or the people of Suffolk. So I have to make sure I continuously go on the ground to assess their situation so I can submit my priority list for housing, Mr. Speaker. So that's how it is done, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the NEP to correct some of the misinformation that we heard from the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. But I just wanted to share a couple of stories of the NEP. That is, when I reflect on how impactful these programs are and how the Roosevelt-Skerrit-led Dominican Labour Party government is truly changing people's lives, empowering them. And sometimes people take that for granted, but I don't. I value these programs because I see the impact on people. And it's easy to talk about a program, but when you're not connected to the people that it impacts, you speak about it like it's a pie in the sky. Like, you want to say, oh, revamp the NEP, but you haven't understood how it has improved the quality of life of some ordinary people, Mr. Speaker, who would not have been gainfully employed if it wasn't for that program. And I can give you an example of a young man in Point Michel. He was about in his 30s when he came to me. He had a disability. He couldn't learn in school, Mr. Speaker. So he had never held a job, Mr. Speaker. He was dependent on his family. And he came to me one day, Parep, and he said, Parep, I would like to join the NEP program. His family were not even supporters of the government, because that's another thing they say. Only Labour Party supporters get jobs on the NEP. Not true. His families are not supportive. And I know if they said, don't vote for Dennis Charles Pemberton, you may not. But recognizing his situation and having known him all my life, I said, I'm going to give you a chance. Mr. Speaker, the other day I met the young man and he's smiling and the younger man telling me he's going to be a father. I said, Mr. Speaker, the man did not have a job. He didn't even have a girlfriend. And now he's going to be a father. And told me he went to the credit union to take a little loan, Mr. Speaker, to prepare to buy things for his girlfriend, Mr. Speaker, because he's expecting a baby, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NEP made the man a man, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have another young man that had a serious motor vehicle accident. Very talented young man, but as a result, he had a disability, he couldn't walk very well. So it became a challenge for him to get gainful employment, Mr. Speaker. So I added him under the program, Mr. Speaker, and because of that, Mr. Speaker, he's able to buy food and buy his medication and take care of himself, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, he'd be at home, depressed, Mr. Speaker. That is what the NEP is doing for ordinary lives. And I can boast here to you, I say it all the time. A few years ago in Point Michel, You couldn't sleep at night, you know, Mr. Speaker. Everybody had to be a watchman because there were a gang of fellas going around with masks and breaking and opening into people's homes, vandalizing people's property, stealing from people. Theft was a serious problem in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, today ask the Minister of National Security, no more. Because every person who wants to work can get a job under the NEP program, Mr. Speaker. They don't need to go and steal people's property, Mr. Speaker. They are earning their own income, Mr. Speaker. And that is power to the people. That is what the NEP program is doing every day, empowering people, Mr. Speaker. People who normally do not have an opportunity. But because of the brilliance of the Dominican Labour Party, now can earn their own income and don't need to let people things burn their eyes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have crime in this constituency, barely. And the minister can give you the stats. I wish I had carried it with me so I could share how crime has reduced in my constituency from 15 years ago to today, Mr. Speaker. It's a powerful story of transformation because of the NEP program, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about electoral reform, and Honorable Hippolyte did a fabulous job in saying when people labor guy, they want things, they ask for things, but they're not ready to do the work, Mr. Speaker. And in that regard, I want to thank my teams who are working with me and assisting me to get people confirmed and prepared for confirmation. Because it's one thing to say you want something, but you have to be prepared to do the work. People have heard about electoral reform, but there are many people who still don't understand what they have to do. Mr. Speaker, I was talking to a family and I said, have you gone to confirmed? Now, because we were checking on people to make sure everybody had the ID when the confirmation process started, the person thought that by just saying they have an ID, they had confirmed, Mr. Speaker. So there is a lot of misunderstandings. So you have to take your time as a representative and still go and explain what the confirmation process is, Mr. Speaker. Some people have their IDs, but they don't realize that they have to go to a center, Mr. Speaker. So it's a lot of work involved, Mr. Speaker, to educate our people. And people who offer themselves for service have to be prepared to do their work. It's nice to come to Parliament, you know, when you're in the opposition and you can just talk and fire shots. It's another thing to go in the constituency and to work on behalf of the people and meet with them and listen to them and educate them. It requires patience, it requires time. And some of the people who are in here are not prepared to do so, Mr. Speaker. They just want to hear. Some people, I said, no, not a Charles. You're Charles, you're a hardworking man. I can never say that about you, you're Charles. Naturally hardworking man. But there are some people who want to unseat you that are not prepared to do the work like you have been doing for the people of Marigot. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Dominican people are wise, and that is why they continue to put their trust and faith in the Dominican Labour Party administration, because they know that we care about them. We don't just say it. People can see us and meet us every day. And don't talk about our Prime Minister. We're in the Caribbean, you travel, that you can just go and expect to see a Prime Minister any day of the week, Mr. Speaker. That is the kindness and the humility of the man we have at the helm, Mr. Speaker. And I just traveled in the region. I was even surprised, even seeing members of Parliament and parliamentarians and representatives in some countries near us. It's not something the people are used to, Mr. Speaker. The people elect people to represent them and see them in the next 5 years. They don't even hear from them sometimes. And here it is in Dominica. We are always available for the people to meet them, Mr. Speaker. That is the kind of people you have on this side of the house, Mr. Speaker. And we'll always continue to do our best for the people of Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your mic. Yes, Senator Parrish, you are recognized.
Thank you,
You may
Mr. Speaker.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other parliamentary colleagues, good afternoon. It's not already night. No, it's not night. Plenty time. Mr. Speaker, for a brief moment, I'd like to make some contributions to supplementary estimates that's currently before the House for debate. I think there's a misconception that is trying to be promoted that you have the option to disagree of whether government spending on critical items is debatable, on whether the money spent is actually well spent. I don't think anybody here on this side or on that side thinks that. But I hear it coming out in the sentiment that, people don't understand what is supposed to happen with a supplementary estimate or what a supplementary estimate is. I don't think that's the issue. And I don't think we should turn this process into something that the parliament should approach as a routine operation. And we just come and we say a lot of fancy things and then we just vote ayes have it as this would happen and just move along. I don't think that is the point of this approval process. It is not to simply go ahead and vote and say yes and approve. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the money is already spent. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the money is probably well spent. That's not the process that this was intended for. It was intended for scrutiny. It was intended for debate. It was intended for the administration to come and say, hey, this is what we're seeking approval for, but this is the justification of why we needed to do it. It's already done, but this is the justification. We must not treat scrutiny and transparency as if it is treason. It is not. Well, who the cap draw the string? But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a healthy process that should encourage debate. And according to the Prime Minister, if we're looking for all hands on deck, having some more transparency would help. Having more documentation would help. Having more justification, as is required by the Constitution and the Financial Act, right? That would help, because that's what you need for all hands on deck. Mr. Speaker, you have a little thing by there. Please, Mr. Speaker, I'm begging. I don't know if it's late in the afternoon, people getting a little restless, But Mr. Speaker, that's why we're here. And if according to the leader of Parliament, we want all hands on deck. Because it must be Dominica first, Minister. You agree with me? Yeah, but how are we going to do that without information? How are we going to do that without knowing? By asking us to do it without having information and providing the opportunities for adequate scrutiny, you're asking us to rubber stamp things without knowing, and that is improper governance. And I don't think you would support that. So, Mr. Speaker, Dominica first, all hands on deck. We need some more information. Mr. Speaker, maybe it might be in the purview of the House to create some more meetings where we can actually sit down and go through these things. Where we can actually sit down and go through a questioning process. And I mean, it's not just for people on the side of the House, because there are people on the other side who I hear seeing some things that, well, I don't know, you probably need to sit down and have a little congregation first before they say that publicly. Right, Mr. Speaker? But it would help. Because at the end of the day, opposition or not, this side or that side, all hands on deck. Dominica first. Right? Mr. Speaker, let's talk about electoral reform. All right? See that a large amount of money is being spent here on paying some vendors for the electronic system and voter ID cards. Right? Very good. But Mr. Speaker, if we can spend that amount of money here on this item, what is preventing us, or I should say the Electoral Commission, of which none of us are a part, right? What is preventing the Electoral Commission from adhering to Section 17 of the newly passed Registration of Electors Act? And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would quote, there shall be continuous registration of persons qualified under this act to be registered as electors. Mr. Speaker, for 8 months, since the law has been passed, registration has stopped. continuous registration has stopped. The Electoral Commission put out a press release that doesn't give us any timelines, that doesn't give us any dates, and in my view, doesn't give adequate information for why continuous registration, according to Section 17 of the law, has stopped, or according to the press release, was paused. Mr. Speaker, under what law, what section of the law gives the Commission the authority to do that? What section of the law gives the Commission the authority to do that? Mr. Speaker, in the relevance of this, I'm saying they have the ability to ask and request assistance under the act that they have, and under the system. They can ask. The excuses that are being given is not adequate. And we have these processes to facilitate the independent electoral commission. And as the Prime Minister said earlier this morning, whether we agree with them or not, we have to respect their independence and promote it. But it does not prevent us from scrutinizing the decisions that they make, particularly if it affects people who want to enforce their right to be on the voters register once they are eligible to do so, and when the time comes to participate in an electoral process. There's a problem there, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think the Electoral Commission has adequately answered that. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you know what is beautiful about this? Both sides of the House agree on this issue. I heard the Prime Minister in his press conference recently where he elaborated on the same issue. Mr. Speaker, I probably won't be as surgical today. Probably not going to be as surgical today, but I won't be long. I won't be long. All right? So that's one issue. Mr. Speaker, Dominica first. All hands on deck. It's not about party. It's not about this side versus that side. And of course, people have their differences, but we have to put our hands together because all hands on deck. Dominica first. No, that I am quoting the Honorable Prime Minister. That was from his presentation this morning. Mr. Speaker, but listen. $28 million for the Dominica Grammar School. In July of this year, we spoke about the Dominica Grammar School. But you know that. And a number of questions were asked, and they were not responded to. So, Mr. Speaker, for those in the back, and for the people that didn't hear, this year, we had a catastrophic event happening at the Dominica Grammar School. A project that has far exceeded its initial project allocation. We have exceeded by far the amount that this project had the price tag on when it was started. All right? Mr. Speaker, but there was a catastrophic event that happened this year. We are seeing here, and this money wasn't spent, this money was probably spent before that catastrophic event, to be fair and transparent. So we're expecting to see more money coming. But Mr. Speaker, why isn't anybody talking about that event? Where is the forensic engineering report that was promised? Minister, you were the acting Prime Minister at the time. I heard your press release. Don't let me down. Don't make me feel bad. Where's the report? Who is responsible, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we cannot teach and demonstrate to the public of Dominica that when things go wrong, we sweep it under the carpet. Well, they don't have carpet, it's tile. We cannot teach our people, particularly our young people, that things can happen, but because, depending on who it is, that will just go away. Who was responsible for it? How are we demonstrating to people and building confidence in the public that, hey, something went wrong, we looked at what went wrong, corrective measures were taken, the responsible parties were made to be accountable, and we are moving on. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's Dominica first. All hands on deck. We have to do things together. When it comes to Dominica and defending our country, there's no sides.
True.
It's all one thing. Of course, we have differences of opinion, but Dominica belongs to us and is ours to defend. So you cannot tell me we're using our own money to beat ourselves and we're not holding people accountable. That is not transparency. And every one of us can agree that we deserve better than that, and we deserve to do better than that. The future of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, while we agree with the appropriation, Mr. Speaker, you think anybody is going to stand here? You think anybody is going to stand here and disagree that the police welfare service, after the negotiation, shouldn't get $1.7 million to take care of the police and the security people of the armed forces in Dominica? Absolutely not. Everybody wants to support that. You think where the young people under the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development to supplement the amount budgeted for the financial year 2024-2025. You think anybody can disagree with that? You cannot disagree with that. That is not where we are at variance at. That's not what we are discussing. We're not discussing things that help to support people. We're saying, give us enough information so we can agree properly. Because here's what you don't want, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you're a man, you have teams. You've built teams around the world. And you came back and you're building teams here. You've done that your entire life. You don't want yes men on your team. You want men that when they agree with you and they support you, that they solidly can do it from a place of information and competence. You don't want people that wishy-washy around you. Let's not get us wishy-washy. The Minister of Energy saying it's the asphalt problem. But Minister, you have to understand, I don't really deal with asphalt. I'm a concrete man. Minister, I don't really deal with asphalt, so I wouldn't know if it's the asphalt. What I'm saying is that I'm a concrete man. So, Mr. Speaker, the point that I am making is that we have issues. And this process is not a process for rubber stamping and eyes have it, we go upstairs, we have some snacks, and we go home. No, that is not the purpose of the parliament. The purpose of the parliament is to scrutinize those things. Is to look at the details. And I heard what the Minister of Finance said, and he did a good job always. Nobody can ever dispute whether the Minister of Finance does a good job, but that's not what you want. That's not what the process is about. The process is about going through this thing, encouraging healthy debate. You know, one of the reasons healthy debate is important, Mr. Speaker? Healthy debate is important because that's where you get new ideas.
Correct.
That's how you learn how to mitigate against some of the things that we obviously didn't see.
And the recommendation.
That's the benefit of scrutiny. That's the benefit of debate. To ensure that you can hear a different idea. And you can build the confidence and you can build on the blocks that you have. So you know what will happen? Next year, we don't have the same problem. That is the purpose of this exercise. That is the purpose of this exercise, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must not treat this process as if it's something routine. We come, we say a bunch of stuff, everything is nice, and then we just vote and go. That's not the process. That's not the purpose of it. We must not treat the process as if we must not treat the process as if it's something. Mr. Speaker, we have the Minister of Tourism, and the Minister of Security is over there shouting about birth paper. I will get to the birth paper issue now. I don't know what birth paper do them. I don't know if they don't know where to get it. They don't buy the treasury of this. They're getting that, you know. $20 for one. And it's not the pink one, it's the electronic one we're using now. So this birth paper thing only shouting, I don't know why all the birth paper troubling all. But Mr. Speaker, moving on. But Mr. Speaker, moving on.
See, I'm lost on the birth paper matter.
But Mr. Speaker, me too. I don't know what they're talking about birth paper. Because, Mr. Speaker, here's the difficulty. And I was hearing something the other day, some people talking about birth paper and so. And I always caution people, Mr. Speaker, that before you speak, you have to have the right information. And that's why I said, Mr. Speaker, earlier in my presentation, that even in the House, some people don't seem to have the right information. And the minister was right earlier when she mentioned that this process is very confusing to many people, and many people don't understand. Mr. Speaker, as part, as part of the electoral confirmation process, there's no birth paper issue, there's no birth paper option. You know? So I don't know where people get that. I don't know where people get that. And I hear members in the House shouting birth paper, birth paper. Now, I don't know if they join a birth paper bandwagon. I don't know what is going on, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence to explain part of the process, Mr. Speaker, for the listening public and for my colleagues on the other side. Because, Mr. Speaker, in SRO 27 that was passed in July of this year, a birth paper was supposed to accompany every form of identification that you would have brought to the confirmation center. So people talking about birth paper, I don't know where they get that. Because in SRO 27, if you had your passport, you would have still have to bring your birth paper. Even if you had your driver's license, you would have still had to have your birth paper. Your social security, you would have still had to bring your birth paper. Maybe they're trying to refer to the option that deals with the affidavit of identity, which also includes a birth paper. Right? But Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop there. It also includes a written affidavit of identity, 2 passport photographs, your birth paper, and a witness. For poor people. No, I was just helping my colleagues. I hear them shouting birth paper. So with the indulgence of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence for a little protection, please, because this is getting out of hand, and I find we was having a good meeting all the while.
Please allow
we was having a good sitting all the while.
the Honorable Senator to speak.
The members on the other side were
Yes.
not behaving like that all along.
Yes.
I don't know what has gotten into them. I don't know if it's something in the AC. I don't know.
But you are making them laugh. I don't know. The birth paper. No, the birth paper. Okay.
The electronic one. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, I am glad the members have a sense of humor and we can make light of some situations. But on a more serious note, on behalf of the people of Dominica, I'll take this process seriously. And Mr. Speaker, this is something I heard one of the ministers saying that she has to bring a paper to stop the thing, and this translating thing, which I think is a good thing. It means I have to go and brush up on my my Creole now. But Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at these processes where we can start sharing more information, where we can start sharing more ideas. There can be more transparency and more avenues for scrutiny, not to derail the system or to criticize it unproductively, but to ensure that at the end of the day, when we come out of this process, it is Dominica first, and all hands on deck. Because the people of Dominica, their lives are affected by what happens in here. And it is worthwhile for us to be more responsible and for the decisions that we make in here to come from a very informed and confident place. I think that's what we deserve. And I think for the future of our children and our children's children, to ensure that they can inherit a Dominica with pride. Let us treat transparency, and let us treat scrutiny, and let us treat oversight, let us treat checks and balances with the dignity that it deserves and the responsibility that it deserves. So that when the history of Dominica is rewritten and all of our hands and our fingerprints are on it, we can be proud of the work that we did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Defoe, are you comfortable where you are? Okay. You are recognized, you may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and to members of this Honorable House. As I begin, Mr. Speaker, I know we've had a lot of exchanges from the colleagues on both sides while you were speaking, but I don't want to occupy myself too much. I think, the Senator Paris. The reason why I heard members say, but what is he thinking about? But perhaps this is when your deliberation is preconceived before you came in. And it was up in your head, and you were hoping that this side would have made the mistakes and say a lot of unnecessary things this morning. But unfortunately, you're so disappointed that it was not. No, you have to give the rebuttal that is crammed in your head, like when you go into high school, so you have to deliver it, regardless that this side. And so this is why our side perhaps was not too in tune and understanding where this ranting was coming from. But I just, in my humble words, I perceive this is what may have happened. So we shall continue, Mr. Speaker. I stand to give support to the supplementary appropriations of the past fiscal year, and it is in two parts, July to December and January to June 2025. And I think many of the colleagues have given explanation of actually what is supplementary appropriations, and these are spending in the past fiscal year perhaps that were not envisaged and for various reasons. As a family man, Mr. Speaker, I can say, well, this is an annual one, but I have a supplementary appropriations every single month, Mr. Speaker. Boy, having a wonderful 8-year-old, a 16-year-old, a beautiful wife, you cannot have supplementary appropriations. So, I know that all too well. So, but I will not speak on all aspects of the supplementary appropriations, Mr. Speaker. I think there are some pertinent areas, and it is not about and as you could see, it is well controlled. It's not even across all ministries. We have 8 ministries and two institutions or entities which are creatures of the Constitution. So they are not. So you make 10. There are 10 supplements. But I will begin with one which is very dear to my heart, and one which the Senator Blackmore spoke about and very close to his heart too, which is of the appropriations for national security, personal emoluments for the hardworking police officers who are entrusted with the security of the state. And you would see that this was in the last fiscal year because why? Their negotiations were first on board, and their negotiations were the first which was agreed upon. So most likely into 26, you would see perhaps supplementary for the public service and the other sectors. But this is to show you, Mr. Speaker, the seriousness and how much this Labour Party-led government gives so much credence to the Dominican police force and the security. And the very favorable terms were reached very early on with the police force, and with immediate effect that the appropriations were made so that their allocations could have been in advance than everybody else. So this is why in these appropriations you do not even see what was done for the rest of the public service, the nurses, the teachers, and the general public sector. And the reason why I say that, because in these days, Mr. Speaker, those of us who watch endlessly what is happening internationally, you're hearing the term for many countries now, sadly so, referred to as failed states. And what is the beginning of a failed state? What is the ingredient that creates a failed state, Mr. Speaker? To begin with, it is the breakdown and lack of security. And once you have lost the security, the safety of the populace in the country, then it creates a downward spiral which you cannot recover from. And all other aspects of the appropriations become impossible to maintain, to implement, to benefit from once we do not have security in a state. And right within the region, Mr. Speaker, I will not name names, but you can hear what is going on with some countries and the level of security and the threat by lawlessness. So youth emolument itself do not do all the entire trick throughout the chain of policing, but it creates the confidence in the police officers that they can earn enough, that they are satisfied with their wages, that would prevent them perhaps from again engaging in other activities that would take them away from the policing, or even I should say compromise the policing, Mr. Speaker, because in any country, this is our first line of defense: the integrity of the police, the welfare of the police, the ability for them to be able to take care of themselves and their families. And even me, as a career public servant, I have never been jealous. A former career public servant, I have never been jealous of what I've been hearing the police get. And I heard Mr. Honorable Blackmore, I've been alluding to that. When you hear the police get 10 vehicles, you think in your department you do not have one. When you hear the police have a special insurance, you say to yourself, how comes you don't have one? But we have all come to recognize that the extraordinary service that they provide when we are in our beds, they are out at sea, and everywhere else providing the security. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not go on long on that, but just to give my very stern support for the personnel, for the allocation that were made to really give the police officers the upgrades in the salary that they deserve and so on. And I will be equally as energetic and supportive of any future interventions when it becomes so necessary that we need to put these people in a space where it matches the occupation and the service that they provide. So this is it on the national security. There is an area which I heard only one of my colleagues touch on, and which I think is equally important, even though it touches just a very minuscule percentage of the supplementary appropriation. Actually, I even did a calculation because it's so small. It is something like 0.07%, which is a grant allocation I saw from the Saudi fund, which is for SAI implementation. And essentially, this is giving support to developing countries, auditing institutions or authorities. And why is that important, Mr. Speaker? No matter how good our leader is, the member from VCAS would go out and would have bilateral negotiations and with countries and institutions. But at the end of the day, when the initial negotiation is done and this institution comes, now the work begins. The real work begins in assessing the country. So they're going to assess many things. They're going to assess security. They're going to assess transparency. They're going to assess accountability. And all of the major organizations, financial, does that. The IMF, the World Bank, and countries on their own. And so we see here a grant at no cost to the state from the Saudi fund that assists developing countries, investing in the auditing department. And I like that very much because the more efficient your audit department becomes, it is the easier they are able to furnish information, the easier they are able to give information on time, the easier it is for them to submit or publish reports that is stated in law or by the Constitution. And it is the more that the international community gives respect to you as a country. So it's not only the politicians and the love of the Prime Minister or the love of a member of Parliament, but it is your system in general that places your country in an area where you command respect, where we are able to contract loans on special drawing rights, on constitutional rates from the World Bank over and over again. It's not because they love someone so much, but they trust the system. And they trust the system, they trust the reporting, and they trust the transparency of the information that is coming from that country. So they trust our ability to be able to repay, Mr. Speaker. So it is a small contribution. It may be looked upon, but I didn't look over it. I saw it very early, and I saw the significance of it. Mr. Speaker, many have spoken on the National Employment Program, the allocation that is made. As you know, the National Employment Program is born out of a policy, and it is not really enshrined in the fabric of the public sector. So allocations have to be made periodically to be able to cover the cost. There are many things I can say, Mr. Speaker, but I will just speak to the area I serve, which is a rural constituency. And in the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, the challenges often and opportunities, both challenges and opportunities, are very different to an urban area. And if you look around the world, Mr. Speaker, in most developed countries, Japan, and even emerging now, China and so on, you will notice in all of these countries there is a fundamental problem that they're trying to cope with now. That is the mass movement of people from the rural areas into the cities that burden the services of the cities and then creates a rippling effect in these communities where you are left with an aging population and do not have people to even support the services that are in the rural areas. You don't have school teachers, you don't have policemen, because everybody is living in the cities. What I have observed, Mr. Speaker, that the National Employment Program has done, especially in one specific area on the cleanup and beautification crew, that it has enabled many people in the rural areas to stay in this area, to stay in their villages, and be able to earn meaningfully, and then contribute themselves meaningfully to the economies of these rural areas. Because everybody cannot come to Roseau. You have to have many of the small shops. And who is going to patronize these small shops if people are not engaged, if people are not employed? And I can tell you, and we have, remember, on the other side, who is an integral part of the Central Cooperative Union, but I can tell you this is what they have strengthened the strength of the Grand Bay Cooperative Credit Union. And that is why they themselves have not gone and joined anybody else, because they're so strong. Because if you see on a month end, Mr. Speaker, the amount of interns from the National Employment Program and Cleanup and Beautification, all the way from Martin, Tet, Mon, Bagatelle, and Fonsejean, when they descending there and taking what they need and leaving some there, thus supporting that institution, making it so strong in itself. I myself am a member there, so I know how strong it is. You understand? So all of these are additional benefits which people are not recognizing, that these people have an account, and by virtue of having an account, you know, compared to previously when they go into the council and get the money, that they are forced to leave something there instead of taking all of it. So all of these are social benefits, Mr. Speaker, that we get in addition to these people now earning an income. Before having maybe to depend on a spouse, now they can contribute meaningfully. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are many things we could say, and colleagues have touched on those employed in the private sector, the enable for this program to be able to give you some work experience, that you can transition into another job when an opportunity comes in. And I tell you, the transition is real, Mr. Speaker. Even I myself is actively engaged all the time in transitioning people from the National Employment Program into full-term employment. To the extent that there is one particular community within my jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, my constituency, which I will not mention, but that I am even struggling to maintain the number of people now on the cleanup and beautification because it has dwindled so much. It is not that these people have retired, but they have transitioned into full-time jobs and many other areas. So the numbers have dwindled. So the truth of, you know, the NEP being an area where people come and become comfortable and so on, really it is not the full truth. But of course you have to recognize in every society you're going to have some people, for whatever reasons or circumstance, you know, which may not be their fault, you know, they will remain at a certain skill level and so on. And this provides them with a safety net to remain in the community, look after their children. They have time based on the work hours to prepare something for the children when they go to school. And also they have time to those who are grandmothers to look after the children of their children who may have other jobs in town and the city. So do not underestimate just by virtue of just salary, Mr. Speaker, but the entire social net which this creates, as I have just mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I have to say something about the housing allocation, and the reason why I have to do so because I share a mammoth housing project with the member from Grand Bay, which is located in his jurisdiction in Centre Grand Bay, in the constituency of Grand Bay, and over 90 homes being built, almost complete, Mr. Speaker. A large portions are allocated to my constituents from Duwig who were moved since Tropical Storm Erica. So I mean, I share significant benefits in this housing, and I can tell you that a large sum would have, of that budget would have gone to supporting this project, Mr. Speaker. And earlier on today, we spoke about the opportunity given to local and local contractors. And I wish to say that every contractor on this project building homes, Mr. Speaker, are locals. But of course, you know, there are some, not all are on the same level. There are some which have fully completed their homes, and there are some which are still lagging behind. But I just want to use this opportunity to say to our local contractors, while you had advocated very strongly for jobs and to get the opportunity to do this sort of work instead of having foreign labor, and which we had sided with you and then we have gone the route, but there are some, you know, which lack some diligence. And we're asking them to pick up their socks and come back to the table and to be re-engaged in their jobs, because a lot of them have gotten paid. And if they are having issues, speak to the project managers, Mr. Speaker, because it is not really good for you to just exit a project without having completed or having discussion with the project managers and so on, because this in its terms now ripples into the effect that the individuals who are expecting to go home by a certain time are not able. So in the Grand Bay Center housing, we had anticipated, Mr. Speaker, that by December, you know, the residents there who were there before, because remember, there was a previous housing project, and these homes were demolished to build these new, more resilient homes, and these individuals have been out for a few years now, and rent being paid by the state. And it's all because that a lot of these projects are not yet completed that they cannot return. But we are hoping that by the end of December, Mr. Speaker, these people can return home, more than 90 resilient homes, and we'll have the opportunity now for additional people to benefit. So I heard the member from Salisbury, and I would like to share with her, every member on this side of the house have people that are yet to be touched. It is just about a checkbox, Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Minister for Housing has clearly articulated on a number of occasions. This is not the end of the housing revolution. The housing revolution continues. So every time we write out somebody, we're going to take on somebody new. So in these last 2 weeks, you would have seen more than 90 homes delivered, Mr. Speaker. And in the coming years, so we will make allocations until it doesn't matter. It will take us 10, 15 years until we have satisfactorily addressed the housing stock and everybody that is needy and everybody that is vulnerable. But I myself have my own submission, Mr. Speaker. I have done my own work, and I liaise with the Prime Minister, I liaise with the Minister of Housing, and I make my needs met just like everybody else. But as we say, Mr. Speaker, everything comes with time, everything comes with strategy, and it is a matter of ticking one box at a time. So, Mr. Speaker, there are other areas of interest at which you can say money was well spent, and this I appreciate that Honorable Senator Paris agreed with, that many of these places, this is no contest on the supplementary operations, that money was well spent. And we can see public works in ICT, again, facilitating the way in which business is done in the public sector. All of us can allude to the developments that are being made with e-payments and so on, so I'm not even going to delve in that. And so there are many other things, Mr. Speaker, but I think I have just touched on the points in which I think which was very pertinent and in some aspect very relevant to my own constituency and in Dominica in general. So, Mr. Speaker, I give my wholehearted support for the money that was spent under these supplementary appropriations, and I thank the technicians and the people from the Ministry of Finance who surgically, monitor our country's finances, and they can report to us, and we can have transparency, and we can have accountability in the House of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Roberts, I recognize you. May proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend support to the supplementary estimates as presented by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware as to why we are here. It's a demonstration of good governance, prudent management, and fiscal transparency. And we are committed as an accountable government to the people that we serve. It's an exercise that ensures that we remain responsive to the unforeseen expenditures, whilst at the same time fulfilling the mandate entrusted to us by the people of this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I saw the need to rise because after such a very successful independence celebration, after all the successes we have had in sports, I mean, this afternoon I came to my office and I had over 6 trophies because the youth, the sports officers came in because we won in the Caribbean Volleyball Association and we won these trophies. We got gold again and I was so happy to receive it. I am sorry that my dear colleague, Honorable Oscar George, is out of state because it would have been a wonderful opportunity for the two of us to pick up that trophy this afternoon. I made sure I put about 3 of them in his office so he can see it when he comes back. Thanks to the coach. Thanks to the coach. Good job. Mr. Speaker, also too, with all what is happening in the Ministry of Youth and the Youth Development Division, up to last week, we had a graduation of over 100 young people who graduated in basic sewing and small electronics repair, in Canva and Photoshop graphic design, QuickBooks, financial literacy, so many things, digital devices, digital literacy, and public speaking. So with all this, I felt the need to stand as the Minister for Culture, Youth, Sports, and Community Development to look at our estimates here and explain where this $110,000 came about and how it was spent. Mr. Speaker, these adjustments, as was stated, were made regarding the personnel emoluments, which was essential for us supporting our most valuable assets, our public officers. Mr. Speaker, our youth sports officers play a vital role in promoting physical fitness, discipline, and teamwork among our students, contributing significantly to their overall holistic development. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, these activities provide positive outlets for our young people to cause them to steer away from negative influences. A substantial amount of this spending was secured for the continued contractual engagement of our youth sports officers to cover the salaries as well as transportation allowances for 10 of our sports officers at schools around the island. I am pleased to inform you, though, Mr. Speaker, that all these sports officers are now on permanent establishment. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, provision was also made for the permanent appointment of officers in various positions throughout the ministry. This included those in culture, sports, the cooperative sector, local government, and the youth division. Mr. Speaker, moving 14 officers, 14 qualified, dedicated individuals from temporary or contractual positions to permanent status is an investment in our workforce. Mr. Speaker, this improves staff morale. This improves retention. This provides job security and ensures job stability in key governmental functions. These appointments were necessary, Mr. Speaker, in building a resilient, professional, and motivated public service. Given these permanent appointments, these officers had to be paid at the salary which was approved, the salary scale, which was approved and is approved by establishment. Mr. Speaker, a significant portion of that money also was spent for the engagement of additional staff for the implementation of our ongoing BNTF 10 projects. Based on the agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank, there was a need to engage additional staff to assist in the implementation, identification, and formulation of all the sub-projects funded by the project. Mr. Speaker, timely and efficient project delivery is paramount. And so the spending was necessary at the time in order to drive these projects forward. And today, Mr. Speaker, I can proudly say that all the 7 projects have met the intended outcomes, and we have already begun to deliver the promised benefits to the people of the communities of Pebush, Trafalgar, Dalis, Warner, Clifton, and the Berean Christian Academy without any delays. Mr. Speaker, these supplementary estimates are not expenses. They are critical investments in our human capital and for the successful execution of our national development agenda. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to refer to the $15 million spent under the National Employment Program. In my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, to me, no money spent on the National Employment Program. In fact, any money spent on the National Employment Program is money that is well spent. Mr. Speaker, I can speak personally and directly to the benefits of these investments to my constituents in the 3 communities of Grand Forks, Monjon, and Rivière Syrique. We are close to 200, yeah, I know I would get that reaction, 200 interns are engaged, both in the beautification projects, the caregiving services, and the private sector. The National Employment Program is about providing opportunities for people across the length and breadth of Dominica, as was said before. It is a safety net for people who would have otherwise faced significant hardship. This $15 million ensured the continuation and expansion of successful internship, NEP internship, a lifeline for the countless of our citizens seeking a foothold and introduction to the workforce, whilst contributing to the development of their own communities. Mr. Speaker, I support this wholeheartedly since it is a direct investment in the stability of our communities and the integrity of our promises. As a government, we continue to honor our promise of these interns, providing them with the support needed to sustain themselves and their families in these communities. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch lightly on the electoral reform section because, Mr. Speaker, I have a constituent who, after having attained a high level of education, as an educator myself, it hurts because as educators, we are supposed to be teaching other people. causing them to become educated themselves. And it hurts when we are using our education to mislead people. Mr. Speaker, reform is what the opposition always wanted. They spread a story of deception, not because they wanted to strengthen democracy, Mr. Speaker, but because they wanted a way to explain their own repeated failures at the ballot box. But we have always been on the side of democracy. We gave them all what they wanted, because as a government, unlike the opposition, Mr. Speaker, we do not fear a system that is strong. We do not fear a system that is protected from manipulation, because we know, regardless as to when elections are called, when all the dust has cleared, the Labour Party government will still be standing strong. So, Mr. Speaker, what I am trying to do now is to encourage our constituents, to encourage not only in Grand Formandon and Rivière-Syriac, all our Labour Party supporters, all our constituents, to go out and get confirmed. Too many people think this is a Roosevelt's carrot thing. This is your democratic right. This is something, as Honorable Lockhart stated, is something that we fought for. He pulled it, she corrected me. He pulled it, Lockhart, he pulled, which one going first? Lockhart, he pulled it. So what I can do now and what we have to continue to do is to encourage our people to go out and do what is right and confirm, get this going so we can get a system that has always been fair, but even more fair, so the opposition will have nothing to say after today. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, brief words, I give my support to the supplementary estimates for the 2024-2025 period. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Lockhart.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very brief contribution in support of the schedule of supplementary appropriation for the financial year 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, and upon viewing the schedule, it was evident that the expenditure, they were both very important and highly beneficial to the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, one noticeable expense is the $1,723,169.72 spent on the increased payments for police officers. Mr. Speaker, this is significant to the men and women who work tirelessly for protection and safekeeping in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes our officers are brutally criticized in the eye of the public when they take certain actions. But I often say, we do not like the police until we need the police. So, Mr. Speaker, every dollar spent on them to make them happy and comfortable, Mr. Speaker, is welcome, Mr. Speaker. Another key expenditure is on electoral reform, where we saw $1,028,800 was spent to the supplier just for the software and the electoral photo IDs. Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize that this amount represents the cost only for software. and equipment. And by now, Dominicans should appreciate that the electoral reform process is a very extensive and very costly venture, Mr. Speaker. However, the process has begun, voters have been confirmed, and the system is being modernized. I wish to thank the government, Mr. Speaker, for making all the financial support available to advance the modernization of the electoral process in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the NEP, we cannot overemphasize the importance of the National Employment Program. Although today, Mr. Speaker, I feel more confident in noting that there's a significant shift to the positive as far as the perception of people when it comes to the National Employment Program. Because this program once was met with widespread misconceptions and criticisms, and now we are seeing a greater understanding, a greater appreciation and acceptance for the true value of the NEP program, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, the attacks and misinformation surrounding the program has noticeably decreased. Because for a long time, Mr. Speaker, there has been a prevailing misconception that the NEP only employed individuals for beautification and cleanup, and the salaries were capped at $1,000. But Mr. Speaker, I spent almost 4 years under the NEP, and I never used a rake by the road. I never planted a flower, and I was getting more than $1,000. And I could also say I was under the NEP, I had a loan in the bank, I was driving a car, and I was all the things that I'm currently doing while engaged under the NEP program. So some of the criticisms of the NEP are highly unjust.
Why are they doing that?
I don't know. Mr. Speaker, but the shift in the perception of the NEP didn't just happen by accident. It's a result of real and tangible impact of the NEP and the lives of thousands of people. This program has provided legitimate employment opportunities for individuals who otherwise would have struggled to gain work. We have young graduates seeking first-time job experience, mature citizens who have been out of work for some time and re-entering the workforce, and persons transitioning from sectors for various reasons. Today, we see individuals who want to face long-term unemployment now gaining valuable skills in administration, hospitality, agriculture, education, information technology, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, many have used the NEP placement as a stepping stone, because the NEP is not a jail, not a prison. In an NEP, you are free to leave. You can graduate, you can transition into many fields. So you don't have to stay in the NEP program. But the NEP program gives you an opportunity. And I know thousands of people who have been under the NEP program who are now, they are big, I would say locally, they are a big job now. They are a big job now. Look at Philip there, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly. He was under the NEP as well. So, Mr. Speaker, these beneficiaries, are now able to take care of themselves, their families, with dignity and independence, contributing meaningfully to the communities and the local economy. $15 million, Mr. Speaker, in salaries is no simple pocket change. This represents real money circulating in the hands of ordinary working men and women across the country. It is the income that goes directly into supermarkets, our local shops, into transportation, into utility payments, school fees, and into small businesses. This youth sum, Mr. Speaker, could have been sitting in the government's account, but instead, it is driving economic activity, sustaining thousands of households, and supporting the very backbone of our communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government has placed housing on top of its agenda for more than 20 years now. So, housing revolution did not start after Hurricane Maria.
Mr. Speaker, just give me permission to read something there for you. Well, for us. Mr. Speaker, some 20 years ago, when the Prime Minister was giving his budget address, 20 years ago, he said there, under the special mortgage program at the Aid Bank, a total of $5 million was available to be lent at 5% interest for Dominicans to access to build homes. And at the time of his address, they had approved 51 loans at a value of $4.5 million. An amount of $7 million was made available to the Government Housing Loans Board at 4%.
What's, Honorable Senator, what's the relevance? Are you
Speaker,
talking about
I'm
housing?
talking about housing.
Oh, okay. all right.
Housing revolution, the money to spend on housing, and how this government has transformed the housing landscape in Dominica.
No, I'm just telling you that because I've ruled about going way back, but not doing it concisely.
Right. Okay,
Right.
Mr. Speaker. So let me just give you two more, please, to show how it started. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also reported that at the time that 220 landowners or persons were able to own their own lands under this quarters program by providing them the lands for $1 square foot, Mr. Speaker. And in Castle, Mr. Speaker, if we know about Windblow and we know about Bayside, all these people there were able to own their lands because of the Dominican Labour Party government and Roosevelt's charity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that was in the time of Lauren Banish Roberts, you know, she was the party at the time. Long time I follow in power reps, you know. Long time I with power reps. So at the time, Mr. Speaker, all these people were able to get their land. Then what happened? The actual home renovation started. So a number of those people now were able to improve their living conditions, improve their households. Lauren was all over the place with contractors taking measurements for people to do home repair program. And the Prime Minister also said at the time that almost $5 million was spent in 28 communities, and over 500 residents who received support to improve the home, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, so we saw the advancement of housing in this country, and right now, Mr. Speaker, we have taken it a step further. Last week, we had a number of houses being distributed in Ambel Bishop. I can remember the figure, but I can remember that 69, because 69 is an easy number to remember, 69 homes were given on Thursday, 69 in one shot. How much on Monday? And 2022, and then we have 69, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and these houses, Mr. Speaker, are valued from, understood, $159,000 and some as high as $425,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a serious investment that this government is making in terms of housing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, no loans, you know. These people don't have to go to the banks, you know, Mr. Speaker. They don't know what a loan manager is, you know, or a credit officer, you know, Mr. Speaker. And when they wake up in the morning, Mr. Speaker, and they look up, they must thank God first, and then thank the government of Dominica for providing them a home for their families, for their children, Mr. Speaker. Because you and I know, Mr. Speaker, what is to be on a mortgage. Yeah. Because when I tell God, thank you for the roof in the morning, the next thing that eclipse is the Quapo and National Bank, you know, reminding me that I have a loan to pay. Yeah. And so I want to live a little life. NBD taking their money first. And we have thousands of persons, Mr. Speaker, in Dominica that were privileged to receive a home from the government of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, PM always say you don't give it for votes, you give it because on a humanitarian ground because we are taking care of people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what this government has been doing in terms of housing, the NEP, and all the other social programs and the things that we do for Dominica is nothing short but commendable, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk about the East Coast Road. It's nice, and we appreciate it, and we see what it has done in transforming the Castle Blues community, addressing our vulnerabilities, and we are thankful for that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I 100% support this bill before the House, and I would also like to thank the Prime Minister and thank the cabinet ministers for all the great work they are doing for the people of Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Grant, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give my full support to this supplementary appropriation this afternoon, this evening. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we have documents, but it's important to highlight certain aspects of those documents. So in the supplementary appropriation, we see that 69% of the funds raised were from local sources, Mr. Speaker. Now, what are those local sources, Mr. Speaker? Our taxes and the CBI funds, Mr. Speaker. What that speaks to is the strength of our CBI, Mr. Speaker, but also the strength of our economy that continues to grow. So we must commend the leadership, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister and Dr. Irvin McIntyre for their leadership, Mr. Speaker, because that amount of money was generated based on the level of trust and confidence that local investors and external investors have in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the East Coast Road, we learned a lot about it this afternoon. But Mr. Speaker, I must express a heartfelt gratitude to the Carinago people and the people of Casibros. During construction, we had some difficulties. We are nearing completion with the Pegua Bridge, which is just over $7 million. So that is a beautiful bridge, Mr. Speaker, that is going to connect the Carinago territory with the rest of the Northeast. It's not just a road, Mr. Speaker, and very often you hear people talk about it, it's just a road. What is the significance of the road? But that is a road that is leading us to prosperity, not just the Carinago people, Mr. Speaker, but the entire country. Because we have seen an increase in the number of visitors within that region. The Parish for Casibros can tell you so. The member for Carinago territory can also tell you that they have seen an increase, both in terms of the domestic tourists, Mr. Speaker, and the foreign tourists. Mr. Speaker, projects like these are one of many, and sometimes we take them for granted. We have the cable car, we have geothermal. All these are tying in to the bigger picture, which is what we're trying to do in terms of grow the economy and create opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, what I say about create opportunities, Mr. Speaker, I think we must commend the Minister for Tourism, Mr. Speaker, and the staff of DDA, because we just came off from an excellent Creole Festival in terms of the number of visitors that came in, the number of persons who would have benefited from that, Mr. Speaker. And what we can foresee, Mr. Speaker, is that with the international airport, that is only going to increase steadily over the next few years. But Mr. Speaker, while we say the international airport, Mr. Speaker, again, while I am on my feet, I must express a heartfelt gratitude to the people of Wesley, Woodford Hill and Palm Tree. They have given up their lands and they have been very cooperative, Mr. Speaker, because to have a project that size under construction, yes, there are a number of inconveniences that we are experiencing, but Mr. Speaker, they support the project wholeheartedly and they continue to do so. Work has begun on the tunnel, Mr. Speaker. You can drive alongside the construction of the tunnel. That is a significant part of the airport project, because what it means for the people of Wesley is that access to the village remains uninterrupted. And what do I mean, Mr. Speaker? You will be able to travel through the community and go to the international airport, because there are many other routes that we have considered in terms of getting to the international airport. But I felt as the parliamentary representative, it was important that we maintain that route connecting Wesley to Woodford Hill so that persons that are going to the international airport can stop through the village and shop, they can stop and visit friends, visit family, but it's an important part of the economic activity within the Wesley constituency, Mr. Speaker. So I must thank the government for that intervention. Mr. Speaker, housing, the Minister of Housing and I, we are hoping that we can bring Christmas cheer to 16 families in the Woodford Hill area, Woodford Hill Village to be specific, Mr. Speaker, in an area that we call Small Farm. We are 80% complete. We have about 3 houses left to do finishing touches on, and we're hoping that before the end of the year, we can transform 16 families and put them into a comfortable space. We know, for those of us who are familiar, we know the challenges in terms of land ownership in Woodford Hill, and this is going to make a significant improvement in the lives, as I said, of 16 families. Mr. Speaker, I will stand on any forum to defend the NEP, and I think on many times members of the opposition do not understand. It would be good that Senator Reid would get off her computer a few times, or maybe leave Finegrass and interact with some of the NEP in Marigot to try and understand how it is that they live and what the NEP has done for them, Mr. Speaker. This is contributing significantly for families within the rural community. And what you find, Mr. Speaker, is that a number of persons, especially when you're in the rural community, you are unable to leave your young children and go outside of the rural area to find work, Mr. Speaker. And we know that it is important that you have a parent present in the home or available when you come out from school to provide guidance and support when you're doing your homework. And that is what the NEP has done for a number of single women within the Wesley constituency, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that I will stand and defend at any time. Mr. Speaker, beautification, the NEP is responsible for the area from Cabana to Hodges. And even with the airport construction going on, we try our best to maintain that area because, as you know, a number of hotels are up north. So normally a lot of visitors travel that area. So we try our best to maintain that. And we must give a round of applause or extend our heartfelt thanks to them because it's the first community you will meet on leaving the not the international airport, but Douglas Charles, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NEP, we have seen a number of persons graduate. So it's not just beautification. Within the Wesley constituency, you would have seen persons graduate to teachers, you would have seen persons graduate to policemen, we would have seen persons graduate to plant quarantine officers, we would have seen persons graduate to aviation security at Douglas Charles. There are a number of NEP interns who have not graduated and are making a life for themselves. But that NEP gave them a start. We have a young lady, she was on the NEP for quite some time. She recently graduated from nursing school. And I think, like I said, Mr. Speaker, the opposition sometimes need to interact with these persons so that they get an understanding, especially for young mothers with 2 children, 3 children, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, for me personally, it is touching when you interact with some of these young mothers. I know what it is, Mr. Speaker, because for a larger part of my mother's life, up until maybe 50 years, she was a domestic worker. And I am who I am, and all thanks to her, Mr. Speaker, for the love and attention. When you come from school, she is there to assist you. So I know what it is, Mr. Speaker, for the young children who have their parents available to them when they come from school and during that time, lunchtime and other times, Mr. Speaker. So it's not just about the money, Mr. Speaker. It contributes significantly in terms of our social well-being for our society because these children are going to amount to something because of the love and attention that their parents are able to provide for them while earning, Mr. Speaker. And that is the case in many of our rural constituencies. So it's important that we understand the contribution it is making to rural constituencies, specifically single mothers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Senator Paris as it relates to the grammar school, and he went on about right information, Mr. Speaker. It's important. I don't know if he was doing a speech for the delegates conference next month, but it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we correct and we do not mislead the public. When we make statements like sweep under the rug, Mr. Speaker, it is giving the public the wrong impression as to what the government is doing. Yes, a consultant came in, independent consultant, and a report was done on the grammar school. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, we cannot go and make a thing public because there are implications based on what's in the report. And I think that as a professional, as a member of parliament, Mr. Paris needs to be more responsible in his utterances because the general public is watching, Mr. Speaker. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, a consultant came in and we did look at the grammar school, and this government is a responsible one, Mr. Speaker, and we take our responsibility seriously, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Public Works, I must commend and say thank you to the PS, the CTO, and the other engineers because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, whether it rains or not, we get landslides. And 6 o'clock, the phone rings and they respond. We also have to commend the heavy equipment operators, Mr. Speaker, because whether it's 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, they respond. And we are able to clear roads, Mr. Speaker, so that our citizens can commute across the country. And we had an incident on the east, and I must thank them for their intervention because there was a church service in the east, and the members of my constituency, along with other constituencies in the office, were able to attend that church service because of the quick response of the heavy equipment operators and the Ministry of Public Works. So I must commend them. I must commend them on that, sir. So I thank you for your time, sir, and this is my short presentation.
Yes, Honorable Shepherd, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the supplementary appropriation before us in this honorable house. My presentation too will be brief. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the document, I couldn't not say something, especially since that my ministry has quite a significant chunk, more than 28 million. And not just because of that, but for the particular project, the Dominica Grammar School, I also have constituents there. And I listened earlier when the Senator Paris mentioned lack of transparency and those things. But a supplementary appropriation has to be implemented, and it's quite critical when we look at a national budget, because you must have access to funds in a faster time frame and or easier time frame to respond to your emergencies and those sorts of things. In terms of the Dominica Grammar School, for me personally, I usually see things in completion. So not just, in the plan and the drawing, but when that school is complete, Mr. Speaker, the benefits that will come through the creativity of our students who will be impacted, that is more significant. And they too will form part of the workforce that we see reflected in the other ministries, whether they become police officers, whether they go through the Ministry of Culture and make their contributions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Employment Program, I too wanted to touch on that because I would have seen the pride, the confidence that the interns of this program have had. Oftentimes when we are NEP, we tend to look specifically at the beautification component of it, but it is way more than that. I'm not sure why we like to dwell on that particular area, but even if we were to, the success stories that are coming from those interns are quite significant. The honorable member from Wesley mentioned the joy in having a parent at home when you come from school to help you. And for those on the beautification side of things, that is one of the things that they take pride in, that they're able to be home for their children, that they're able to prepare a good meal for their children. And with my interactions, even before coming into politics, I knew that it was a bit embarrassing for some people, even when I was a teacher, where the students would be a little embarrassed that they didn't have something substantial to eat. And it was only because that a father in a home who's the head of the house would not be able to provide for his family. But now, because he's part of the beautification team, he's able to buy groceries that his lady can now prepare for the children. And I always speak to the family as the core for our society. Anytime we have stronger families, we're going to have a stronger country. So we cannot take it for granted, the funds that we make available for the National Employment Program. And as we speak to personal emoluments, Mr. Speaker, if you work, fair is, you have to get your pay. And so it is never an issue and should never be problematic if we are to make funds available to pay our national security personnel and where we have our youth and people in sports and culture, because somebody might say, but why they? But if you do not know your heritage, and they play quite a significant role in that, then who are we as a people? Also, and another passion of mine is sports and the youth, of course. We have to be able to have the funds available for our athletes. We have seen that sports helps our tourism, it helps our marketing. When they go out, they're ambassadors, and technically it is free advertisement for our country. So I support all of the funds that go to the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports, and Community Development. And if needs be that we put more funds there and we bring another supplementary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, the allocation, because as an educator, you have to keep doing it. The supplementary appropriation, what it does is that it provides allocation for us to be able to meet our broader goals, the things that we want to do, our goals of resilience. And again, it's quick access. It is to capitalize on emerging opportunities. Sometimes, like Minister Alfred said, you put things in place, yes, but an opportunity comes by, not necessarily to take care of a medical bill, but to probably go into investment or to go into another area where you'll see benefits for a country. And we must be able to have that kind of leeway, that kind of opportunity to have access to emerging opportunities when they come about. And so we would see it in the area that I reference would be in terms of our auditing and our provisions for the IT equipment that are necessary. An emerging opportunity too in electoral reform. One may say, what opportunity is that? But it is an opportunity for growth, an opportunity for exploration. It's a new space, and it was embraced by this Labour Party-led administration. And so these are some of the things that I speak to when we talk to emerging opportunities and how we can strengthen our systems that have already been working well, but to give them what we can call a booster without adversely affecting our ongoing projects and our ongoing commitments. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more that I could say, but I think my colleagues have done sufficiently in the various areas. And just to, as I wrap up, I just wanted to say to Mr. Speaker that the Dominica Labour Party-led administration continues to demonstrate why it has been able to take care of this blessed island, why it has been able to take care of Dominica, because it is practical, it is transparent, it is disciplined, and it is focused. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I express my support for the supplementary appropriation.
Debate on the supplementary appropriation, and I must say it's encouraging and it's very comforting that both sides of the House have agreed that this money is allocated for the different areas. What we did was necessary, money well spent, so to speak. And it's important to note, though, Mr. Speaker, that over the past years, what we've done is the reliance on CFWs, on the contingency fund warrants, has decreased over the years. And what that does signify is the proper management of the finances of the state. This is why, and the proper implementation, which is why over the years, repeatedly, we have been decreasing our reliance on CFWs. And that is very important for us to note, and that can only happen if we're managing the finances of the state properly. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note that just 30% of this amount came from loans, and that was a little in excess of 32 million for the East Coast Road, and I think 1.187 million for the other part here, which was like, that makes up about 30%. So only 30% came from loans, and these were loans that were approved in this parliament earlier this year and last year. The other 1% obviously is from grant, and 69, almost 70% totally came from revenues from the state, whether it's CBI, whether it's taxes, whether it's duties. So this is a lot for us, in that a lot of the funds were raised by us, our own revenue. So these are two important points I wanted to make the public be aware of, not only the House, but the public as well to be aware of. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, all the funds that were being spent, as is being spent here, it's all about the impact it's having on people. It's not a matter of we just spending money. It's a matter of we're managing the money so that there can be an impact on the lives of the people of Dominica. It's all about livelihoods. So when we spend that much on the transmission lines and for energy, granted it's, okay, we're reducing our carbon footprint, we have geothermal and all of these different things, and obviously we're also being more attractive for foreign direct investment because, you know, energy is the highest cost when you have these businesses. But also is to alleviate and to mitigate against the high cost of living such that in the future there'll be lower rates, electricity will be cheaper, so the common man can benefit. So it's all about the impact, everything that we're talking about. When you look at the financing that we're putting for the Dominica Grammar School, your alma mater, Mr. Speaker, it's all about building capacity, building the education system. And now we're talking a lot about reform. So even this new school, in addition to the other 6 schools that were mentioned earlier, so all that is investing in just the human capital, the capacity of our students to perform even better. Now, apart from that, funds were spent in housing as well. So when we deal with housing, it's not just a matter of giving someone a climate resilient house. Obviously, it does mean a lot, a climate resilient house, so that when we have adverse weather events, the people are safe. But it's also an environment that the family can groom and blossom in terms of the students in the house have a safe place to study, they have electricity, and they don't have to fear, even in terms of their own hygiene and all of that. So it's more than just a house, it's something to propel you and to develop you even further. Mr. Speaker, the NEP in my constituency, a little in excess of $250,000 is being put into my constituency every month. So you have to see the impact that is having on the livelihoods, on the quality of life of the people who work under the NEP system. So it's something that we should be very proud of how this NEP is contributing to livelihoods, to quality of life, and obviously the economic impact, because that's $250,000 into the constituency that is being used by the people, not just spent, but it's managed by the people, what they use for their own survival, as well as what they can save, etc. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it's more than just a safer road. It's a road, as the Prime Minister said, roads lead you to development. If you want to grow, you need to have roads, you need to have infrastructure. So it's more than just the safety, it's also how it helps with the economic development of the country. Now, all of these different parts were mentioned, Mr. Speaker, whether it's housing, whether it's infrastructure, and even when we come to energy. So we look at the geothermal plant. But obviously, yes, I recognize the part of cutting down our carbon footprint, but at the same time, I'm seeing that quite a few people from my constituency will be employed at the geothermal plant as well. So it just trickles down and it just triples as all the different, how it really assists in the whole economic development of our country, Mr. Speaker. National security. Mr. Speaker, this week, I think you and I were at the opening, and I was also at the closing ceremony. And, but before I proceed, I think the Honorable Minister Blackmore and the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force deserve a round of applause. I think they've been doing an excellent job, and the rank and file of your force, they have been doing a very good job, yes. And I can even see Officer Bellot is here, who got an award as well. Well done, Officer Bellot, well done, yes. But Mr. Speaker, they've been doing a good job. Even you and I, we spoke and we realized that the police is on top of their game. And what I really enjoyed during this week was the outreach to the communities and the what you call it, community policing. This is really something new. Not new, but the way you've taken it to a next level, the interaction with the public and the communities, this is excellent, Minister. And so when we have to reward, whether it's in salaries, allowances to the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force officers, I think this is money well spent again. But, and then, you see, Mr. Speaker, the other thing here we have to look. All of these things that we are discussing here today in part of the supplementary appropriation, these are the different areas that are, how do I put it, they're supporting and they're augmenting the other major capital projects. So we have to look at everything in totality. We cannot just isolate these things from the bigger picture that we have, the bigger economic infrastructure that we're developing. So all these major capital projects, like the international airport, which is the game changer and is definitely going to transform this country. But for you to have an international airport, you need to have the other areas to support this. So here we have an international airport, we're getting hundreds and thousands of tourists, but they have to be safe. So that is why we have to invest in the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, so we can have safety, so when we have all of these different tourists, we can be safe as well. Let alone the safety of us, the citizens of the country, but the safety for our visitors as well. When we have all of these, the international airport here again, we're going to need energy. You heard the geothermal guru mention about the energy to the north. So this is investing in energy again, because all the different projects in the north are going to need much more energy. So everything is tied up together, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the energy part, whether it's the security part, and the infrastructure part. So the roads and all of that. This morning, the Prime Minister did mention about the road from the international airport all the way to Portsmouth. So my point here, and what people must understand, is that we are functioning with a plan. And everything is just not a haphazard manner that we're dealing with the energy, we're dealing with the roads, we're dealing with the security, we're dealing with the education. This is part of a bigger plan. That's the bigger picture that we have. That's the vision that we have. Nonetheless, obviously, we have to be pragmatic. So this is exactly why we come with a supplementary appropriation, that sometimes we may not meet what we have to do. And rather than wait for the next year, as the Prime Minister mentioned, we might as well just go ahead with a supplementary appropriation and get the funds so that we can get it done. So it's very, very important that we recognize that we're functioning from a plan. This is what this government has been known for, that we have a vision for this country, and we're putting in the little bricks, and bricks come in little by little. These are the different trees that make up the forest, Mr. Speaker. Now, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, all of this, there's an element of resilience and sustainability, which is what is going to drive the growth and development. So in everything you do, whether it's in the energy, whether it's in the infrastructure, whether it's in the housing, all of these there's an element of resilience and sustainability. This is what will drive the growth and development of this country. So having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, I just want to drive the point home that we are functioning from a plan. This government knows what it's doing, and then we're going to succeed to that growth and development we want when we stick to our plan, and when we have to be pragmatic, we'll be pragmatic enough, but we are functioning that way, and I just want the entire country to support us in all these different activities, engagements, programs that we're putting through now. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thanks to all my colleagues here and even to the members on the other side of the House for supporting the supplementary appropriation. And also, I want to say a special thanks to all the staff of the Ministry of Finance, our Financial Secretary, my Budget Controller is here as well, Mr. Bed Minister, and I think they've been doing an excellent job in my ministry. So this shows, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll rest my case.
This concludes the debate on the supplementary estimate. The supplementary estimate will be now referred to the Committee of Supply of the whole House. The question is that estimates have passed through the committee of the supply of the whole house without amendment. So the question is that the estimate for $108,510,123.97 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Time.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Appropriation 2024-25, Act 2025.
The bill has been read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Act of 2025.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the supplementary appropriation bill to the House.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act 2025.
I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Act, that of 2025, be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 Act 2025 Which one? No, because remember we bring it as a resolution. So if it's that, yeah, because as remember normally the bill would just go for the first phase and then come back and be read. But as we bring it as a resolution, that's why we didn't go. So we go just straight to approve the resolution after the report. Okay, yeah. So we'll still do the clause before we read the final third one. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the clause is. Okay. So let us go through the actual bill itself. So we have clauses one. Just one clause? Where are two? There are two on the schedule. No, we just have to go through it. Those, okay, so the question is that clause one stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that clause two stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let us go through the third reading instead now. Let's do it over the third reading.
I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Act of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. Whereas Section 2 of the Excise Tax Act, Chapter 6906 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica defines taxable goods as goods specified in the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.1 of the Act provides for the rate of excise tax to be prescribed in the third column of the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.5 of the Act authorizes the Minister to amend the first and second schedule of the Act by order published in the Gazette. And whereas Section 4.6 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the 25th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. And whereas it is desirable, the excise tax this was signed before, so it would be nice if the clerk could just get the exact date that it was signed before. So would you allow a suspension for just 5 minutes so that the clerk can get the exact date? Or let's go 10 minutes so we can get the exact dates and then we can stop. So Mr. Speaker, we move a motion that the House be suspended for 10 minutes so that we can get the exact date that it was signed by me.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended for 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended for 10 minutes, so House will resume back at 5:41. House resumes.
Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. Whereas Section 2 of the Excise Tax Act, Chapter 6906 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica defines taxable goods as goods specified in the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.1 of the Act provides for the rates of excise tax to be prescribed in the third column of the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.5 of the Act authorizes the Minister responsible for Finance to amend the first and second schedules of the Act by order published in the Gazette. And whereas Section 4.6 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the 24th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. And whereas it is desirable that the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025 be affirmed, be it therefore resolved as follows. This order may be cited as the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 24th day of November 2020, on the 25th day of November 2025, is affirmed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the resolution seeks to legislate the reduction in excise tax on motor vehicles manufactured 10 years or less from 28% to 25% effective October 1, 2025, which was announced in my fiscal year 2025-2026 budget address. This reduction is part of a broader initiative to reduce the import of old vehicles and encourage residents to import newer vehicles and purchase used vehicles locally. As I stated in the budget address, the number of derelict vehicles on the roadside in Dominica is unfortunate, unsightly, and inconsistent with our branding as the nature eye. Government now has the financial burden of disposing of these vehicles. A reduction in the excise tax rate requires amendments to be made to the first schedule of the Excise Tax Act, Chapter 6906 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Section 4.5 and 6 of the Act provide the amendment to be made to the schedule as follows. The Ministry may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the first and second schedules, and 6, an order referred to in subsection 5 may be approved by the affirmative resolution of the Parliament. I therefore commend the resolution to the Honourable House for approval.
The resolution is before the House for debate.
So, Mr. Speaker, both sides of the House seem to approve of this resolution because it addresses some very important issues, and one in particular one is the significant increase in derelict vehicles, that too in the nature aisle, which is unacceptable. And both the Minister of Tourism would be happy that we can have less derelict vehicles. The Minister of the Environment is happy that we can have less derelict vehicles, and the entire country is happy that we can have less derelict vehicles. From the point of view that it is unsightly, and Mr. Speaker, in terms of it harboring rodents and being, well, for mosquitoes breeding as such, which really hampers and puts our health at risk. So let alone the unsightly nature of it, is also a health hazard as well. And Mr. Speaker, the truth is some of the areas where these derelicts are, they can actually affect the flow of traffic and in terms of accidents as well. So it's unsightly, it is poor for our health, and it's in terms of traffic accidents. So from all points of view, Mr. Speaker, I think this resolution is an excellent resolution to bring before the House so that we can get rid of these derelict vehicles. And let alone that, Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at it. If the population is encouraged to purchase newer vehicles with less than 10 years, what it does, Mr. Speaker, these vehicles will be functioning better. You, if an engineer in mind, would know that, and in terms of the carbon emissions, it would be much less. So we have more efficient vehicles, less carbon emission. We actually just less maintenance as well, so it's less cost to the owners of these vehicles. So from all points of view, Mr. Speaker, this is, and then also, I also mentioned in this resolution, your idea of purchasing vehicles locally. So, Mr. Speaker, from all points of view, this is an excellent resolution we brought before the House, and since both sides are in agreement, I think this is a great move in the right directions from an environment point of view, from a health point of view, from an accident and safety point of view, in terms of purchasing more vehicles locally. Mr. Speaker, this is a win-win for the Commonwealth of Dominica.
This concludes the debate, although there was no real debate, but it concludes it. I will now put the question. Be it resolved, therefore resolved, as follows. 1. This order may be cited as the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. And 2, the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November 2025, is affirmed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been affirmed.
Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. Whereas Section 18.1 of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 6708 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica provides that the supply of goods or services specified in paragraph 2 of the Schedule 2 is an exempt supply. And whereas Section 21 of the Act provides that an import of goods or services is an exempt import where the import would be an exempt supply under Section 18 and paragraph 2 of Schedule 2 if it were a supply of goods or services in Dominica. And whereas Section 105(1) of the Act authorizes the Minister responsible for finance to amend the schedule of the Act by order published in the Gazette, and whereas Section 105(2) of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 1 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the 24th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. And whereas it is desirable that the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025 be affirmed, be it therefore resolved as follows. 1. This order may be cited as the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, and 2, the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November 2025, is affirmed.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution 6, the affirmation of the Parliament for an order made to amend Schedule 2 of the Value Added Tax Act to exempt a number of food, household, and personal items for a period of 6 months from October 1, 2025 to March 31, 2026. This exemption is consistent with the announcement that I made in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget address. Mr. Speaker, this measure is being implemented to cushion the impact of higher than normal imported inflation on our citizens and residents. It is being implemented at a time when the government itself has its own fiscal challenges and very high commitments, bearing in mind our ongoing ambitious development program to build a resilient Dominica and a sustainable macroeconomic environment to ensure that every Dominican gets an opportunity not just to achieve, but to flourish. Mr. Speaker, this relief is consistent with the mode of operation of this Dominica Labour Party government. We are well known for our love, interest, protection, and care of our people. To avoid hardship on our people, we find ways other than through taxes to raise revenue and provide relief when required. The order which is before the House today exempts VAT on 26 items, namely salted herrings, codfish, onions, garlic, split peas, red kidney beans, black-eyed peas, lentils, pigeon peas, cream of wheat, cornmeal, oats, luncheon meat, canned corned beef, canned herring, canned sardines, canned tunas, canned mackerel, cereals, that is wheat, bran, etc., biscuits, unsweetened, orange juice, tomato ketchup, toothpaste, laundry detergents, toilet paper, and sanitary napkins. Note, Mr. Speaker, that there is also no import duty on any of these 26 items. We urge the suppliers of these items to cooperate with us by passing on the benefits of these exemptions to the consumers. Mr. Speaker, the granting of these exemptions requires an amendment to Schedule 2 of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 6708 of the 2017 revised laws. Based on Section 105 of this Act, amendments to the schedule can only be made by order subject to the affirmative resolution of Parliament, hence the reason for this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I therefore commend the resolution to the Honorable House for approval.
The motion is before the House for debate. Yeah. You are surprised you're moving too slow. Honorable Lloyd, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No, we're not gentlemen in here, no? Not in that house. No. Not in that house. Mr. Speaker, let me firstly say a pleasant good evening to you and to all of my parliamentary colleagues this evening. Mr. Speaker, the core principle of the Dominica Labour Party is that all shall eat. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, for all to eat, all needs to be able to afford. Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing here this evening are measures to be able to equip the common man to be able to afford, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, in its wisdom, has recognized that due to a plethora of exogenous shocks and existential threats, that the standard of living, the cost of living has now increased significantly, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reality. And this is not a reality that is only unique to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. It is a global reality. Because what we have seen in recent years is the impacts of geopolitical activities and events increasing the rate of inflation, Mr. Speaker, globally. And we speak to the incessant insurgencies and wars. We speak to a global pandemic, Mr. Speaker. We speak to natural disasters. We speak to COVID-19, and the list goes on and on, all having a trickle-down effect on small island developing states such as Dominica, Mr. Speaker. In essence, making life much more difficult to live. Mr. Speaker, and in all of these recent years, this government administration, let me correct myself, this Dominica Labour Party government administration, Mr. Speaker, have always implemented social safety nets to cushion the impacts of global growing inflation rate, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, earlier today, my comrade, Honorable Pinat, spoke to a number of those social safety nets, Mr. Speaker, to include our back-to-school program, Mr. Speaker. Right now, what we would have otherwise considered as luxuries back then is now a right to every single student in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking of the uniform program, Mr. Speaker, free uniforms, free shoes, Mr. Speaker, free books, textbooks. Mr. Speaker, we speak of these things and some people downplay its impacts. But the truth is, majority of us in here can agree that it was not easy to attend school back in the days. I remember, Mr. Speaker, starting a fresh academic school year with big holes in my shoes, with stains on my shirt, borrowing old books, Mr. Speaker, borrowing old books, Mr. Speaker, from my friends and siblings, Mr. Speaker. That is the truth. I'm sure every single one of us in here can empathize with those sentiments, Mr. Speaker. Every single one, with no exception, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Proceed, Honorable. Stay focused.
I'm focused, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. I know. Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, government is doing this thing in an effort to keep monies in the pockets of its citizens, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the areas of college, for example, the exemption of tuition fees at the college, again, done to keep monies in the pockets of the parents of these students, Mr. Speaker. The construction of these thousands of homes for Dominicans, again, done in an effort to keep the monies in the pockets of the citizens of Dominica. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are a government who listens to the people. What they have said to us is that they appreciate that we are creating ways to keep monies in their pockets. But right now, they want us to make that money stretch, Mr. Speaker. They want us to make that money stretch. So what we are proposing before this Honorable House are measures to make that money stretch, Mr. Speaker, to make life easier, more palatable for the common man. Because the reality is, and it irks me, Mr. Speaker, to know that there are people among us who are heavily critical of these measures that we are proposing. And under the same breath, Mr. Speaker, they are praising and acknowledging sister countries who are proposing those same measures, Mr. Speaker, in the name of politics. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, in our society, there are different classes of people. There are the négociants, or what we call the bourgeoisie among us, Mr. Speaker. They might be able to afford a pound of garlic or a bag of garlic. But the reality is, there are people who are unable to afford a head of garlic, Mr. Speaker. So these measures are done so that you can use that same 50 cents, instead of using that same 50 cents to buy a head of garlic, you can now purchase 2 heads of garlic, Mr. Speaker. If we speak about all shall eat, why should I only eat butter or peanut butter and you're eating corned beef, Mr. Speaker? Let us make corned beef affordable for everyone to be able to afford, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this government is doing, identifying some of the critical areas that are seen as insignificant to some, that are absolutely significant to others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would have been remiss of me to sit here and not stand, knowing that I could add my voice to something remotely positive, something impactful, something, as I said, that can stretch the monies that are being kept in the pockets of our citizenry, Mr. Speaker. I want to use this opportunity to also encourage my parliamentary colleagues to espouse what we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, measures that are before this honorable House. Because at the end of the day, it might not affect you directly, but I can almost assure you that there is a constituent that is going to be happy as a result. And I want to furthermore say to the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, through you, that as long as this Dominica Labour Party-led government administration is in power, Mr. Speaker, is in office, we'll continue to do what it takes to espouse and to encourage these sort of measures to make life easier for the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Having this few said, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support these measures before this honorable House. I thank you very much.
Your mic. Your mic is off. Yes, Honorable Blanchard, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence to refer to my prepared notes, please.
So you get the memo for next year? So let's proceed.
We'll talk about that, Mr. Speaker,
Yeah,
another time.
let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with absolutely no reservation in full support of this value-added tax schedule order 2025 brought to this honorable House to be affirmed. And I do so, Mr. Speaker, as this policy measure presented and approved in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget is for the removal of the VAT tax on a selected basket of goods, some grocery items, as we heard from the Honorable Minister for Finance, thereby making those items more affordable. This basket, the goods that were listed as it is called, was deemed to be a mix of basic goods or groceries that are purchased by the majority of citizens in Dominica, especially our vulnerable households. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, knowing that the central purpose of this amendment is clear to everyone. It's not just clear to everyone, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that every Dominican household, all of Dominica, we are already benefiting from this policy. Mr. Speaker, the measure is all about providing direct and immediate support relief to our people, families, households across Dominica in the face of imported inflation and persistent high food prices. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is yet another initiative by this Labour Party government that is consistent with its motto that all shall eat. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is not an abstract policy. Rather, it is practical, timely, and deliberate by this caring and working Dominica Labour Party government to ease the pressures of the relatively high cost of some basic commodities or groceries. This small but significant amendment is all about the weekly shopping basket of every Dominican household. It is about the single mothers across the Roseau North constituency deciding what to put on their table for their families. It is about the pensioners, the public servants, the young families across the length and breadth of this island trying to stretch every dollar to keep their families fed and healthy. Mr. Speaker, we do not live in isolation, as we heard my colleagues say. Global shocks, including pandemics, geopolitical tensions, higher oil prices and freight costs, climate-related disruptions have all influenced and pushed food prices upward globally. And we in Dominica and in small island states, we too are also feeling this. Dominica has felt that pressure sharply because as a small open economy, we import a significant share of what we consume. and world prices pass quickly to local shelves. So, this bill is part of a broader national duty by this government to soften the blow of external pressures on the people of Dominica. But, Mr. Speaker, let me put a pin in it. Let me move slightly away from the discussion on the imported items to a discussion on an even wider package to enhance food security. To the people of Dominica, I say to you that your government has strategically, for more than 2 decades, invested millions and millions of dollars in the agricultural sector to ensure food security. I dare say that this is yet another opportunity for us as a people to truly begin the substitution of some imported goods for locally produced goods. And I do not want this little plug-in to seem abstract, Mr. Speaker, so allow me to explain what I mean by that. Let us together look at a couple of the items. I'm only going to pick 3 of the items on that list. Orange juice. I mean, that one is obvious. We in Dominica, we have a variety of fruits available locally for juicing, making the substitution of that orange juice a fairly easy one once the concession ends. And I might even say we can even start now. In addition, we can boast of a number of small businesses that have fresh local juices available locally. And for those who are more health conscious, as your government continues to advocate and educate us on the prevention of CNCDs while reminding us that our health is our wealth, the option of substituting juice with water is another great option. Yes, I do it sometimes as well, Mr. Speaker. Another item, unsweetened biscuits. The substitutes, again, are endless with respect to this. There are so many options locally for other healthy snacks like chips, and we all know that there are assortment of them available, produced locally on the market. I even have my favorite, and I dare say those of us in this house have a favorite as well, our plantain chips. Saltfish is another one that I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker. While this is a favorite for many households in Dominica, I'm sure a lot of us are not aware that there's an alternative, Mr. Speaker, to the saltfish. Mr. Speaker, I know of one entrepreneur in the Southeast who prepares and sells smoked tuna and marlin purchased from local fisher folks. You know that person, right, Honorable Minister? This is another great substitution for saltfish, and it's prepared in the very same way, and it is actually delicious. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to do is to say to us that while the government is helping us with those direct subsidies in the form of a removal of the VAT, we too can help ourselves by starting to think of what is it that we can buy that is just as healthy locally in order for us to stretch our dollars like we are trying to help with. In short, this discussion was meant to remind us as a people that this is yet another great opportunity to continue to grow what we eat and eat what we grow, as this Labour Party government continues to prioritize investments in agriculture and support to small agro businesses, including technical support through the Ministry of Labor's Small Business Unit, the DYBT, the Aid Bank with its loan facilities, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, I move back to the core of the bill that we are debating. As we have been discussing, the amendment implements the budget measure to extend VAT exemptions on essential food and household items for a period of 6 months. Listen in public, it's for a period of 6 months, which began on October 1, 2025, and will end March 31, 2026. During that period, VAT will not be charged on the importation, and neither should it be included at any stage of the sale on those selected items as presented and approved in fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. Let me remind our listeners and viewers, Mr. Speaker, that the list includes everyday basics, and some of them saltfish, herring, our canned meats, tuna, mackerel, corned beef, smoked herring, cereals, onions, garlic, the unsweetened biscuits and the orange juice and tomato ketchup, and things of that kind. Notice, Mr. Speaker, that there are no luxury goods included in that list. For those people, note we do not have any. Pardon? No, exactly. We do not have any Johnny Walker double black or blue or gold whiskey. We don't have any salmon. We don't have any ice cream. It is really the basic things that we need. The approved list, again, includes staples, food items that keep households going week after week. Mr. Speaker, I want to explain a bit further so that people, Dominicans, can get a better appreciation of the true impact of this measure. VAT is a consumption tax. When prices rise, VAT can amplify the burden on households because it is applied as a percentage of the total value of the good. Through the exemption of the VAT on these items, government is reducing the final shelf price for these goods, the final price that we will pay. In simple terms, the amendment lowers the cost of food items in that basket, which is the list presented. And so, Mr. Speaker, our citizens, every Dominican household automatically benefits every time they purchase those items, but again, for the specified period of 6 months. Mr. Speaker, inflation is not felt equally. Those low-income households, including some single-parent households, pensioners, minimum wage earners, and the unemployed, for example, are going to feel it first and the hardest, and one may ask why. The reason is generally they spend a larger percentage of their monthly expenditure on food. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is a social protection measure, and it reflects this government's enduring philosophy to always take care of the vulnerable amongst us. Some may ask about revenue implications. I want to emphasize that this government is not reckless. The VAT system is one of the pillars of our revenue framework, set at a standard rate of 15% except for the accommodation sector. But a caring government will not only be concerned about collecting revenue, rather, it will make deliberate, strategic, and targeted policies to provide the people of this country with the breathing space when needed. A quick search online was confirmation that this government is on the right track. Not that I needed the confirmation, but for some people, I think it's always important to share what I see is published. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to a question and answers on the website of the International Monetary Fund that was last updated on November 21, 2025, and it is titled, and I quote, "Impact of High Food and Fuel Prices on Developing Countries, Frequently Asked Questions," end quote. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to share with you and the listening public some of those questions and answers. One question was, and I quote, "What can and should be done?" End quote. And the answer, I quote, "Policy responses need to be tailored to country-specific circumstances," end quote. With one option presented being, I quote again, "Temporary price increases can be mitigated by temporary targeted subsidies or increased aid to protect the poorest," end quote. Members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'm asking my colleagues, isn't this what this caring Dominica Labour Party government is doing. This is exactly what the IMF has said, and this is exactly what it is we are doing. Interestingly, another option, and I quote, "The most effective response for developing countries is to seize the opportunity and step up efforts to encourage expansion of domestic agricultural production," end quote. Again, that is something that I mentioned earlier, that this government has made targeted investments of millions and millions of dollars in the agricultural sector. And that is something that no one can deny, because we have heard my neighbor who's missing today, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, we have heard him in very passionate presentations in this Honorable House speak to the number of accomplishments of the agricultural, in the agricultural sector, again, because of our targeted attention and investments in that sector. Mr. Speaker, I want to again remind the public through you that this amendment, the removal of the VAT on those selected items, is time-bound. It is only for a period of 6 months, and it already began on the 1st of October. Let us all take advantage of this benefit. While some may criticize this measure as temporary, I say to them that this policy will be judged by whether it assists persons in Dominica to purchase food at a lower price. This relief is a rational, compassionate response to the realities of the world economy. Responsible governments act. And this is what this Labour Party administration is doing, and I dare say has always done. We are responding to a current spike in prices while leaving room to review conditions and, if necessary, adjust policies based on the evidence. If global prices stabilize, the temporary relief would have done its job. If shocks continue, government retains the flexibility to extend or refine the current policy measure as needed. As noted before, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is one part of a larger strategy. As a government, we are also investing heavily in agriculture, livestock, fisheries, agro-processing, so that we can import less over time and produce more at home. In other words, we are providing short-term relief while building long-term resilience. Reducing VAT on selected essentials help us now while we are strengthening local production to prevent the next shocks from hitting us even harder. Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary representative for the Roseau North constituency, I see how rising food prices squeeze families in that area. In communities across the constituency, my people are stretching budgets to cover rent, electricity, transport, school costs, while trying to feed their families with dignity. Our constituency includes many single-parent households, retirees, public officers, fisherfolk, and small business operators. For them, even a small reduction per item multiplies into a meaningful monthly savings, and I dare say times 6, because it's going to be for 6 months. In short, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that this amendment will be felt in every household across the Roseau North constituency, and I welcome it as a parliamentary representative who is always looking for ways to help my people. In summary, this bill sends a strong signal, and that signal is this Labour Party government hears the people and is prepared to implement policies to protect them. I therefore commend the Minister of Finance and this government for bringing this amendment, as it is timely, practical, and rooted in the lived experiences of families across Dominica. It provides immediate cost of living relief and enables the people of Dominica and ensures that the people of Dominica can live with security, stability, and hope. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to this amendment. Thank you.
You should have moved your seat. For moving your position.
Yes, Honorable Anderson, you may proceed.
Yeah, I don't like to be in the view of the camera. My apologies. So I was just, excusing myself. Your mic. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the waiver, or should I say the zero rating of the VAT on the selected items, goods. I think it's an essential step, but I just wanted to put a new context to it, or to add something to it that is very important to know. Well, there's no need for anything surgical. This is food. You can have, surgery and people eating food, so I'll have to get something else to say. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the other aspect that I wanted to add is the fact that zero rating the VAT on these items is also accompanied by the zero rating of the tariffs, the importation tax on these items. And the Ministry of Trade is responsible for ensuring that within the CARICOM external tariff system, because we are part of CARICOM, and CARICOM is one of the pillars of that integration within the region, is the common external tariff. This means that goods produced outside of CARICOM, and that is, of course, not produced by member states with the requirements of the rules of origin, meaning that a certain amount of that good must be manufactured, produced, and really come from that member state, that there is a tax that all CARICOM countries agree to place on those goods that come from outside of the region. In addition, Mr. Speaker, once CARICOM member states can provide a minimum of 75% of the production that is required within the CARICOM, within your country, for example, so in this case, Dominica, then a tax must be placed on that same good originating from outside the CARICOM. So, a case in point, soaps. We produce soaps in Dominica, DCP successors, and therefore soaps that come from outside of CARICOM will attract a tax, a tariff, when they enter into a CARICOM member state. Some countries are having difficulties with that. They've suspended the CET on soaps, and we're urging them to replace the CET. Now, as it pertains to these goods, the 22 items that we have here before us today, submitted by the Minister of Finance, we also had to go to CARICOM through the Committee of Trade Ministers, the COTED. We had to go to the COTED, which we did last week, Mr. Minister of Finance. We were expecting to submit the report to you very soon so that you can see what was approved by the COTED. And fortunately for us, COTED has approved the suspension of the CET on all 22 items. Now, we didn't expect that, to be very honest. And the reason we didn't expect CARICOM to agree with us is that some of these goods are produced within the region, and those member states have the capacity to provide more than 75% of what we need, and therefore, they should be protected. But CARICOM decided that they will give us the initial period as requested by the Ministry of Finance and articulated by the Minister of Finance in the budget address, and will allow those goods to be zero rated on the CET. So that Trinidad and Tobago, for example, producing cereal, they have agreed, they did not object to us removing the protection of their cereal coming into Dominica by zero rating those coming from outside of Dominica. But there is something that also is important to add, which I shared with my colleagues last week. And one of the things we gave them a commitment is that we will urge our importers, our supermarkets, to import more of the CARICOM stuff. It's already zero rated. It doesn't attract a tariff. That we urge our local importers to buy more CARICOM products because they from the list, actually, only 8 items that are not produced adequately in CARICOM. So the majority of the list, really, we have those items being produced within CARICOM. And we urging our importers to continue to import CARICOM goods and to ensure that, you know, we do not destroy the common single market and economy, the CARICOM single market and economy, which is based on the common external tariff. So we're really urging them that even in spite of the fact that we have a suspension of the CET on products from outside of the region, we really wish they would still procure more from within the region as far as possible. But I gave a commitment here as well during the budget debate that the Ministry of Trade will be monitoring the prices of goods on the shelves. And I wish to report that we have actually done this. We've done the first 2 rounds and expecting to do a third round by December. And so far, and the initial inspection, what we found is that the importers are really reflecting the zero rated by and large. We felt that there was a great effort on their part to, even if some of them had stock, but they were able to start reflecting the zero rating on these items, and we were very, very happy for that. In addition, there's something that was reported to me this morning that we also found out, is that the importers were importing less expensive brands. So instead of bringing too much Kellogg's, they would bring in a brand. So they were trying their best to really help with this cost of living issue by, you know, responding to the consumers. And we have to commend them for that. And we support them for doing that, because that is also a very important part of it. And we're hoping that with cooperation and partnership with the importers, we can realize better benefits to consumers, which is what we are seeking to provide. But Mr. Speaker, while all that is being done, and the government is doing its best, I know sometimes we like to talk about the concept of imported inflation. I don't really like the concept, because by the very nature, inflation, a lot of it has to do with imports. So it's sort of right. No, but the fact is, the reason why you end up in an inflationary situation is because you have to import a lot of the stuff you're consuming. So therefore, well, it's then why say, you know, well, I forget the English expression for that. Parap, you can remember, help me out. You know, it's sort of a redundancy, but there's another nicer expression for that. You know, but what, right, oxymoron sort of thing. Right, that's it. But you see, the point is, and you know, the member for Rosenhoff said that we have to learn to control our taste and consume as much as possible the things that we produce locally. We have to consume what we produce locally. You know, yeah, that's right. We have to consume what we produce locally. You know, I live in that piece out. Leave me alone. It would be no trouble tonight. You know, we have to consume what we produce. We will work to ensure quality production locally, safe production locally, and to do the things that will entice people to consume better. Packaging, for example. And we have seen a tremendous improvement in packaging. Packaging is something, I mean, I have to commend our local small businesses, you know, and the minister put them on display the other day, the member of parliament for Collio, when he led through the Steve Village Creole. I mean, this was an excellent display of local products. And we have to continue to encourage them, but assist them in the packaging, make it attractive, make it safe. The Bureau of Standards remain at their service. We do the testing, we do help with the labeling, well, of course, the contents, and we do a lot of the scientific work that is required to assist small businesses. And we're hoping to expand the services that we provide. We are working on a new program, and we're hoping that by next financial year, we can embark on some new program. Even before the financial year, perhaps by the beginning of the calendar year, we can start doing a little more to help small businesses. So we have to consume more for local produce. We have to do that. But we have to also get ways, as I said, to improve them and to package them and to add value to them, which is part of the challenge as well. Adding value to local produce is also very important. So that we can not necessarily do an import substitution. I don't like that expression. I think there are certain things we can eliminate. Let people import them if they wish to, out of taste or whatever. But I think we should have sufficient local production to ensure that we can meet dietary, nutritional needs, and to ensure that we can minimize the importation of some things. So that we don't have to worry so much about all of those, taxes and stuff that have to be waived, because we are sufficiently producing and consuming what we produce. And Mr. Speaker, so this motion before us clearly have already made a major contribution to reducing the cost of living, dealing with some of the challenges that, of course, inflationary, and I'm happy as well, Minister, explain the contributions or the factors that lead to this inflation in importing goods, especially food items. We have transportation costs increasing significantly, global disputes, conflicts, wars, and some other geopolitical, situations that have left us affected in ways that we have no control over. And we can only do what we can as a government by removing the VAT, the value-added tax, removing the import taxes, but it is the people who have to make determination for themselves that we can do better. I mean, you can have a little cocoa, a little plantain in the morning. I remember cocoa was something myself, I didn't like cocoa at all, because my grandmother gave me too much cocoa and balao to it. And I myself, I decided I don't want to see them thing ever again in my life. But I think I've gotten over that. So the other day, I had a little cocoa up by me there. I take my time, I prepare my cocoa, I fry that, I put a little salt on that, and I enjoy my cocoa. And I did that for maybe 3 days straight. Just cocoa eating. Cocoa, yeah man, cocoa chips and fish. Take a little fish there and I grill that. And let me tell you, yes man, that's my thing. But I was home alone, and don't tell my wife that. But I feel that there are a lot of things that we can do. There's a lot of things that we can do. There are foods that we can eat. And I understand the fact that when we grow up, that's why you see so much misery. That's some things you don't want to see again. Like there's an old man from St. Joe, well, he's deceased now, they used to call Papa Shal. Papa Shal went to England, and they brought him bananas, fig to eat. And Papa Shal looked at the bananas and said, "Must I be haunted by this miserable creature?" But I can tell you, I had my days with balao. My grandfather was a fisherman, so we had no shortage of balao. But today, if you go to Jungle Bay with me, you might see a strange thing happen. Because when I went there, I found they had some of the best fried balao. And every time I go there, they always leave a portion for me. Once I reach, they come in and tell me if it have, because that is something that I like. So I think after a while, let's get over it. let's go back to what we grew up with. But I'll not drink apple tea because that burned my tongue too much. But Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things that we can go back to, we can consume, we can enjoy, we can prepare differently. I think it's part of it is with the preparation. Everything doesn't have to be like, just c'est pas manger cochon. I mean, just prepare the thing, make it nice. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sorry. Yeah, and that is the point, culinary arts. And this is why I believe that we need to insert, I know we have a good food and nutrition program at our schools as part of the TVET. We need to focus more on the arts of the culinary part and to make sure that people can get to enjoy it. But I don't like to say something we overdo it because I'm not eating no, how we call it, fig pie and all them kind of thing with how much thing on them. I'm not in that. But, there are people who like them. And for our visitors, it may be more palatable for them. And I think we need to concentrate on that. And as we grow in the tourism sector, we talk about how many, 48% increase in arrivals. We have to feed them. And we need to feed them more local stuff. And even I believe, and I mentioned that already, that at the Creole Festival, there should be a whole section of just local cuisine that is packaged in a way that makes it beautiful, attractive, and part of the overall experience. Because I know, I have been to several countries, and one of the things that they're always proud of is to introduce you to their food. And that is something that we need to make as part of the Dominican experience, the Creole experience. The Creole experience has to be about Creole food, packaged, prepared, sold in a way that people can really enjoy and talk about. And it is not only Dominica. I think it's only Jamaica and Trinidad that you find have such strong culinary, delights. Because for them, they're proud of that culture, that ackee and saltfish, you must get that. You go in a hotel in Jamaica and you wake up in the morning, you must get that. Whether you like it or not, yeah, that's there. So why can't you get a nice balao and whether it's smoked or whether it's fried or, a nice, a little fig and dash in or something, And I think that we need to work harder because in the buy local, I believe that is the part that we need to improve so that it is not merely consuming the raw thing, but how it's packaged. I have sought to do my best with next year, especially. They started it, but they dropped it a bit. There was a time we had a competition to prepare, I think it was plantain. Anyhow you want your best way of preparing plantain, for example. I mean, we need to go back to that, and we can, encourage people to consume more for our local produce. But Mr. Speaker, I support this measure because we must take this action because there are those among us who still have rather, foreign taste, and some of them, exclude, a little. We have to ensure some things are not just taste. Some things are necessities and essentials, and can help to, according to my parrot, make the dollar stretch. And I believe that is a very important thing that we're doing, and we have to just continue to encourage our people to eat healthy and to be conscious of sugar and salt. I think these are the two that we need to pay more attention to, but also we have to ensure that our lifestyles don't cause us to increase our health costs as we seek to ease the pain that our people don't overindulge in some things that can affect their health. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the measure before the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Joseph,
Yes.
recognized. You may
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting in my seat and I felt the need to lend my voice before
Dr. Mark concluded the debate. So Dr. Mark, I will help you to summarize the debate. Okay? But, Mr. Speaker, interestingly, something happened to me last night. And my mom called me and she told me, Lucky, I did not get any tomatoes in Portsmouth. Please try to get some for me in Roseau. But it was already after 5, the market was closed. I went to Lindomart, I didn't get any. I went to S-Mart, I did not get any. And I said the last place I may be able to get anywhere in the vicinity of Roseau is Big W because I'm going to Ben's. So I go to Big W and I say, yes, tomatoes. Nice, big, red, juicy tomatoes. But it did not occur to me that those tomatoes do not look local at all. So I took my bag, in my excitement, I full my bag. I went to the cashier, I picked up some napkins and an air freshener, and I went to the counter and the cashier is telling me $116. So I said, well, I maybe pick up the air freshener, probably expensive, so I might have to put it back because I only have $92. Not recognizing that I only have 3 items cashed. So she said, would you like to take out some of the tomatoes? I said, well, I didn't expect the tomatoes to be so expensive. How much is the tomatoes? She said, $72. I said, how much is a pound? And where did these tomatoes come from? She said, they're imported, ma'am. I only left with 5 tomatoes for $27. I didn't have a choice. But this is just to bring the conversation into perspective. And as the member for Grand Bay said, for us to buy local. Because probably if I had gone to the market or I had bought the tomatoes by the side of the road, I would have probably paid $10 or maybe even $20 for 5 pounds of tomatoes. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I support this bill. And we should not pretend like we don't go to the supermarkets. We should not pretend like we don't compare the prices. We should not pretend like we don't try to stretch our dollar because, I mean, we all grew up in households where our parents tried their best to stretch the dollars. And we still try to stretch the dollars. Because even if times may be a little better, we might be getting a little more money in our households. Times have changed, and no matter how, in what way we can stretch the dollar, we look to stretch it. We go to buy our local produce, we look for the best tomatoes. Well, unlike me, I had to go to the supermarket. But when we go to buy, we look for the best buy for the money that we have to spend. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I just felt it in my heart and in my gut to bring this conversation into perspective and to say that even if some of us did not stand to support, we wholeheartedly support on both sides. Well, I sit in down on this side, but I nonetheless, both sides, we support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and even with the VAT, we see the measures taken by the government in housing, in the school programs, in agriculture, in tourism, and we see the love, the compassion, and the care of this government for the people, for the young people, for elderly, for those who are vulnerable. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this VAT exemption amendment 2025 is one that I wholeheartedly support, and we definitely support it as a parliament as a whole. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Lockhart Hippolyte.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the value-added tax amendment that is before us. I think it was necessary for me to add my voice to the debate because I think that this amendment would impact or have impacted many of us. Not only those most vulnerable, but those in the middle class and those in the higher strata, Mr. Speaker. Because when I look at the list of items, cream of wheat, Mr. Speaker, that was so expensive. Right now, everybody can afford cream of wheat. Luncheon meat, you know, and salami. split peas, Mr. Speaker. So right now, these things are a bit much more affordable for all of us. And Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to a young man who normally buys snacks for his daughter to go to school. And he said to me, boy, Parep, when I went to ask the fans, I spent much less money. So that is the impact, Mr. Speaker, that this amendment has on the lives of many Dominicans. And it is not the first time that this Dominican Labour Party government has sought to stretch people's dollars. I remember some time ago the income tax threshold, it was reduced. So a person with a salary of $1,200 or $1,500, Mr. Speaker, pays no income tax. So that is one of the measures that we have used in free cylinders to the elderly. I mean, a person would have to purchase a cylinder for $30-something, 32, right? And also the implementation, well, Petro-Carib cylinders are much cheaper, Mr. Speaker. So all these things the government has done to ensure that people can stretch their dollar. The $300, Mr. Speaker, to our senior citizens who would have never $350 because we increased it some time ago. To senior citizens who do not receive a Social Security pension. So we are putting monies in people's pocket. We are reducing VAT on certain items to ensure that people can maximize and to stretch their money. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this amendment. Thank you.
This resolution brought before the House, it is important to note that the reason why we can be bringing such a resolution to the House is because we're in touch with the realities on the ground. And we know the reality in terms of the inflation and the cost of living on the common man, on everyone. So that is why we can come with this resolution to the House. And to get a grasp of this, you have to be faced with the realities. A lot of my colleagues here do their shopping, both male and female, and they know exactly what the prices are. And so here we are addressing this issue. But you cannot look at this zero rating and the removing the VAT on these 26 items that we mentioned without looking at it in totality. The point here is we're trying to keep as much money in the pockets of every single Dominican. So, let alone the fact of zero VAT on these 26 items, you have to look at what else is being done by the government so that people can have more money in their pockets. So, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the housing revolution, so when people don't have a rent to pay, so then you see that's more money in your pocket. Let alone housing, Mr. Speaker. You look at education. When the government provides the books and the uniform and the Free State College and the scholarships, that is less expense on the parents and on the home as well. Even if we go further, Mr. Speaker, the non-contributory allowance, that is more money in the pocket of the elderly people. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Yes We Care, so if someone had to pay a helper to look after their grandparents, they no longer have to do this. More money in their pockets, again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at geothermal, so granted, yes, carbon footprint, we're going to reduce, etc. But it is also a matter of cutting down the cost of electricity, more money in the people's pockets again, Mr. Speaker. This government has been known for not increasing taxes, more money in your pockets again, Mr. Speaker. So, when you look at all of this, Mr. Speaker, let alone the fact that we're putting zero VAT on all these items, we also have so many other measures that keeping more money in the pockets of the citizens of this country. So while we are cutting down the cost of living by the VAT. We're also doing other things, Mr. Speaker. The salaries that I mentioned this morning for the police, that was at 8% over the triennium. So we've done the nurses, salaries have gone up. We've done the police officers, salaries have gone up. We've done the teachers, salaries have gone up. And very soon we're going to do the minimum wage, salaries will go up. So here we are, Speaker, cutting down the cost of living and increasing the salaries. That is more money in the pockets of the citizens of this country. So I do not want us to just look at no VAT on certain goods. It's more than that, Mr. Speaker. This is combined with the salary increases and all the other measures that I've mentioned that cutting down the cost of living so there's more money in the pockets of the citizens of this country. But let alone these measures that we're putting in place now, we're also looking at the future because a lot of these 26 items you mentioned, they're addressing the part of protein security. So while we're addressing protein security here in these measures to make sure that we can have enough protein, we've also invested 7 million in an abattoir. And Mr. Speaker, all the boats that we're giving to the fisher folk. So granted, we're doing this measure now, but thinking of a few years down the line, when the abattoir is functional and when the fisher folks will start bringing in the fish from the boats, we'll be addressing our protein security. So we have the urgent measures that we're doing now, but we're also thinking of 2 to 3 years down the line. That is where the abattoir comes in. That is where all these fishing boats come in. So it's not just now for now. We are doing this now, granted, to just block a hole, while we're thinking of 2 to 3 years down the line that will address our protein security. So, Mr. Speaker, in totality, this is a government that cares. This is a government that is in touch with the people on the ground. And this is a government that is committed to having the people have more money in their pockets, more disposable income, so they can live a more comfortable life while we do the hard work. So this is what the government is about. This is what governing is about, Mr. Speaker. We bring solutions to the table. So these are the solutions we are bringing to the table. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'm happy that both sides can support this and approve this resolution.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it therefore resolved as follows. 1. This order may be cited as the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. And 2. The Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November, is affirmed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has now been affirmed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be suspended until 7:45 or 7:30. 7:30, Mr. Speaker. Half an hour we can. Okay, 7:45, Mr. Speaker. 7:45.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 7:45 p.m. this evening. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 7:45 p.m. this evening. House resumes.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the bill titled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025. The bill is intended to formally legislate the reinstatement of the Highway Maintenance Levy effective 1st October 2025. The previous highway levy was repealed in August of 2022 when oil prices escalated due to the commencement of the Russia-Ukraine war. This was done to bring relief to consumers who were at the time experiencing a sharp increase in fuel prices, and government found it imperative to provide relief. The price of fuel has since gotten back to normal, and bearing in mind the extensive investment that government is making in road infrastructure and maintenance, it has become necessary to restore the levy. The amount to be paid for motorcycles, private vehicles, and small commercial vehicles remains the same as before. However, there are slight increases to the rates for large commercial vehicles, as well as trucks, dumpers, and trailers, bearing in mind that their heavier impact on the road. Mr. Speaker, the draft bill proposes 5 clauses and the schedule as follows. A. Clause 1 allows for the Act to come into effect on 1st October 2025. Clause 2 is the interpretation section. Clause 3 imposes the levy on owners of vehicles of classes specified in column 1 of the schedule, and payment of this levy based on the corresponding amount specified in column 2 of the schedule. Clause 4 provides for the levy to be paid to the Comptroller of Inland Revenue at the time of payment of motor vehicle license fees and prior to payment of the motor vehicle license fee. Clause 5 proposes a consequential amendment to the Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4650, by inserting a new section, 11A, to make the non-payment of the highway maintenance levy an offense. The schedule proposes the class of vehicles to which the levy applies and the levy to be paid per year as per the announcement in the budget address as follows. Private vehicles, $100. Motorcycles, $50. Commercial vehicles, truckers, dumpers, and trailers as follow. Less than 6,721 pounds, $150. More than 6,720 pounds, but less than 8,961 pounds, $200. More than 8,960 pounds, but less than 13,441 pounds, $250. More than 13,440 pounds, but less than 20,161 pounds, $300. More than 20,160 pounds, but less than 26,881 pounds, $350. More than 26,880 pounds, but less than 33,601 pounds, $400. More than 33,600 pounds, $500. I encourage all vehicle owners to make this very small contribution to nation building on time. Mr. Speaker, I now commend the bill to the House for its consideration.
The bill is before the House for debate. Senator Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on the bill entitled An Act Respecting the Imposition of a Levy for the Maintenance of Highways. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to request permission to refer to my notes from time to time.
Permission granted.
Good night, Mr. Speaker and members of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, maintenance is something that we see in every aspect of our lives. We have to maintain our health, we have to maintain our households, we have to maintain our relationships. So highway maintenance is just as important. And that not only includes road construction and maintenance, but also drainage maintenance and infrastructure maintenance. Because investing in the upkeep of our highways ensure that our country continues to move forward, literally and figuratively. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are positives that can be derived from this bill as it relates to maintaining highways, and I will highlight them. Safety, which I feel is self-explanatory. Better roads reduces accidents, vehicle damage, and injuries. Tourism appeal. Smooth roads give visitors a good impression of Dominica. You know, persons will come to Dominica and they might not remember it for certain things, but if our roads are good, then they will remember it for that. Infrastructure longevity. Regular maintenance prevents bigger, more expensive repairs later. Emergency response and accessibility. Good roads allow emergency vehicles to reach destinations faster and keep communities connected. Economic efficiency. Better roads support commerce and reduce long-term costs for businesses. Job creation, which I also feel is self-explanatory. More work in construction and maintenance creates employment opportunities. So there are advantages to this bill, and I can't and I won't deny that, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, while the advantages are clear, it is also important to consider other concerns. Mr. Speaker, we live in a beautiful country and our people are very interesting. And one of the things that makes our people interesting is that when we hear about a levy or a tax or a fee, cold sweat does take us sometimes malbude. Because...
Translate.
Okay.
Translate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Malbude, bad stomach, for those I had to translate to who are listening right now. Because, Mr. Speaker, who wants an additional cost? Don't get me wrong, though, Mr. Speaker. In order for things to get done, money has to be spent. I'm not denying that. But after all, no one likes or wants to hear about an additional cost, especially on top of all the daily expenses that citizens already have to manage in Dominica. They've got food to worry about, electricity, rent, the internet bill, school fees, and, Mr. Speaker, even most recently, biting midgets. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give you a little story. Mr. Speaker, I had regular lotion that I would account for. But now, with the increase of those biting midgets, I have to put money aside for the cream for them. Jolly's tired see me. Expenses upon expenses. But, Mr. Speaker, when individuals do spend more, they want to see the results of their money. They want to see transparent and continued results. They want continual transparency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do not get me wrong. I support the maintenance of highways. I mean, I started my speech by saying that we see maintenance in every aspect of our life. I support it. But I also know in everything that is done, of course, there are concerns and questions that can be raised, especially when money is involved, money that people work hard for. So, Mr. Speaker, with this levy, we must cautiously consider and monitor how this may be an additional financial burden on citizens who own private vehicles, especially lower income citizens, who may feel the impact significantly. Mr. Speaker, for other private and commercial vehicle owners, this is a new cost on top of existing expenses. Commercial operators may face higher costs, which could indirectly affect prices for goods and services. Mr. Speaker, small businesses with delivery services might pass the cost to consumers, so there's a chain effect. Mr. Speaker, if funds are mismanaged or if maintenance projects are not timely or visible, citizens might lose trust in the system. Citizens want to know that they are paying their fees and that their roads are being fixed and the highways maintained as they should be. And it's not just patched when a big event is coming, such as Carnival or Independence season or anything like that. They want to know that they spend their money, they contribute to the fee, and the highways are being maintained. Mr. Speaker, I have had the pleasure of speaking with some of our citizens, and they have expressed their opinion on the matter. Someone said to me, and I quote, "The average person doesn't really care anymore because we don't see the results. I don't see the use for a highway levy when the roads are not even properly kept. There are too many potholes right here in the city, far less for outside of town." Mr. Speaker, another individual told me, "This feels like just another form of tax with all the vehicles on the road. But what story that not just the other license, isn't it?" Mr. Speaker, another citizen shared something with me, and they told me that they are a lifelong supporter of the government, and they will remain a supporter. I mean, I can't tell the person who to vote for. We all have freedom of expression. But, but they are afraid of expressing their concern for fear. Fear of what? They want to speak, they want to voice their concerns, but there's fear. Perhaps it's of victimization. I don't know. They told me they're in fear. They pointed out potholes in their area, specifically in the southeast, which are causing major damage to vehicles. And with this levy, they do hope that the rural communities are given just as much attention as those on the coast or in town. Mr. Speaker, these were not my words. I did not just write this. I actually spoke with individuals. Just as the power reps and other members of the parliament speak to their constituents. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, moreover, if it is being said that there are good roads everywhere, then there should be no reason for a road to completely fall apart before action is taken. And infrastructure doesn't have to become dangerous before it receives attention, Mr. Speaker. And I will use a reference. Let's say, for instance, you have a cavity. You see that hole forming. You don't have to wait till the hole is deeper than the Pacific Ocean for you to know that this needs urgent attention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me make myself clear. I'm hearing a lot of hocus pocus on the side. I'm not saying.
Hocus pocus is not parliamentary language. So
Withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
yeah, so it's not parliamentary language. So withdraw it. It's
Yes,
not parliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. It seems as if Halloween is in my mind. I'm saying hocus pocus. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is not political. And I say this because the poor man drives on our roads, the rich man drives on our roads. I mean, we parliamentarians, I don't have a vehicle right now, but come on, I commute on the roads, you know? Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, what some of the citizens are saying, some of the citizens I have had the pleasure of speaking with, is that if there is going to be a fee or a levy, they want to see the results, money is being accounted for, true progress being made. They want to see that the roads are being fixed on time, all the time, and in all areas across this country. That's all they're saying. That's it. I had the pleasure of speaking with some very wonderful people, and they were just voicing and expressing themselves to me. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there's any issue with that. I think it's quite fair that individuals, the citizens of our country, they want to see the real value for their contribution in that levy. With all that being said, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Pinard.
Yes, yes.
You are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Vidal for repeatedly expressing her strong support for the levy. I trust that she told her friends why she supported this necessary. Mr. Speaker, well, Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at the road levy, I started thinking about the Labour Party government and roads. When our honorable leader, Prime Minister Kerry, took the reins of the leadership of this country, one of the earlier things he did was to establish diplomatic relationships with China. And one of the flagship projects in this very first agreement was for the reconstruction of the West Coast Road, which was then renamed the E.O. Leblanc Highway. I mean, without going into much details, we all know the condition of the West Coast roads at that time. And then we all got to benefit from the excellent highway that ensued from the Chinese. Obviously, we can mention those things and again not thank the Chinese for continuing to support us and major projects across this country over the past 20 years. Mr. Speaker, when I was coming down to Parliament this morning, I met this cousin of mine who just came down from the United States. And so I gave her a ride, obviously. And so when we reached under the Canefield Cliff, she was like, but when that road opened up, to me, I can't recall the road being, yeah, so I'm like, it have a few years, the road has been wide like that. And she was really impressed with that road. And I am honestly a little bit confused because I'm telling her, but Tracy, the road, long term, the road even need maintenance right now. I mean, we can see some potholes speaking of here and there. If we have to date it back, Mr. Speaker, it has been about 20 years since we constructed the E.O. Leblanc Highway. 20 years is a good run, and I think we can all agree we're at the point where maintenance for that road has, the need for maintenance has increased, and so on. So this continue getting me thinking, Mr. Speaker. Still with the Labour Party, so I decided to try to think of all the various roads that the party has constructed over its 25 years in office. And I jotted down some of the major ones. I'm not sure if I mean, obviously I would not have picked up the little ones. So let me just point them out. We have the West Coast Road, the E.O. Leblanc Highway. We have the Canefield to Pocasset Road. And then we have the Pocasset to the Douglas Charles Airport. And that is through Bells. And that is a remarkable piece of highway. Come on, that cut down the time to get to airport probably by half, because that road remains in excellent condition. We have the Warner Road. I never attempted to go to Warner that much before that Warner Road was constructed. I think generally people would pass through the Layu Valley, or maybe go all the way around from Pocasset to go down to Warner. I mean, you can imagine, to tell a young person now that this is where you have to pass to go Warner, they would wonder what you're talking about. But that road they're going up that hill there was actually constructed by this Dominican Labour Party. No? Okay, but we can see, Mr. Speaker, that that road, that very strategic and important road, is also in need of some maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we have the Portsmouth to Penville Road going at the back there. That cut down traffic from having to go all around through Thibault and these places there to get to Penville. So the Portsmouth to Penville became much closer, Mr. Speaker. Then we have the Roseau Valley to Loda going up that road. That road is much improved under this government. And more recently, we had the East Coast Road completed. That is a remarkable piece of highway that cut down the time to get from Canefield to Castle Bruce to about 45 minutes now. That's about half the time it took before, right? That cut the distance by half. Right now, we're in the process of doing the Loubier to Granby Road, Mr. Speaker. And that road in itself that road is going to do a lot of good, because we know the existing road a little dangerous, a lot of sharp corners and tight sharp corners. So we're expecting to get some serious improvements from that new road that's under construction. And then we have been speaking about the pending road from the international airport to Portsmouth. That is come again. That road will be funded by the People's Republic of China. So, Mr. Speaker, we have invested a lot in roads in Dominica under this government. And we mentioned earlier that in Dominica, roads are particularly expensive to build and also very expensive to maintain. And as we keep on building more and more roads, obviously the cost of maintenance is increasing because we have more roads. And when you have to look at inflation, especially recently, and the larger number of roads, the cost to keep those roads in good condition increases exponentially. So, Mr. Speaker, it's expensive. Let us not put it on your way. It's expensive to maintain quality roads. Even when you put the lighting on the edges of the roads, these things, they are not lifetime warranty. After every couple of years, you're supposed to pass and replace those lights and so on. And these things also, Mr. Speaker, cost money, but they're important because they improve driver safety and everything on the road. Now, over the past years, I remember some time ago the government had instituted that levy, but then when it saw that there were rising prices and some challenges following, I think it was Maria, the levy was removed. But it has become necessary to reinstate the levy so that we can continue to maintain the roads in the condition that they need to be, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, Honorable Roberts mentioned that we should look at the expenses as an investment. And I believe we need to stop referring to this levy as another expense. We need to look at it more in the light of an investment. But before we go into that, first of all, let me just say that this levy will only be paid by people who are owners of vehicles. This levy doesn't target the lower income people that cannot afford a vehicle. So again, the Labour Party government is ensuring that we're protecting the more vulnerable, the lower income people in our society. So you own a vehicle, when you go in and do your annual registration, you pay the levy. That is only for people, for vehicle owners. But why are we looking at that as an investment? Mr. Speaker, I have a vehicle. Last week, the bushing on my shocks go bad. I started to hear my vehicle creaks. I hit a couple roads and a couple holes on the road. So I went by Auto Trade to try to get a replacement bushing. They had none. They didn't have the bushing. The shocks were still in good condition, but they don't have the bushing and the noise creaks. Thankfully, Renix in Citrone, they're reconstructing bushings, and from what I got, the quality is even better than the original new one. So I got, yeah. So I was fortunate enough to be able to take out the old one, bring it by Renix, and they reconstructed a bushing for me. That is what I have on my pickup right now. But the cost of that, Mr. Speaker, the cost of that one bushing for a personal ride exceeds the cost of that levy. You understand? The cost of that one bushing exceed the cost of that levy. So why are we looking at it as investment? Going back to that again. We're asking you to spend $100 upfront to prevent damage to your vehicle, ongoing damage to your vehicle throughout a whole year period. Higher maintenance with potholes and so that is avoided. Okay? So that is the primary first-hand benefit to the vehicle owners. You're going to be driving on a much better road, improved road, a lot less wear and tear, a lot less damage to your vehicle. So you pay $100 upfront, you invest, you avoid $1,000 worth of expenses over a year. You win, win, win. Don't look at it as an expense, look at it as an investment, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at the other benefits. I think the senator did a little good job in mentioning some of the benefits of having good condition roads. So we can repeat some of them. We have smooth driving. You have a nicer road. I mean, you come in from Portsmouth or even further, you come in from Cottage and you coming down to town and you have to be there shifting holes and hitting your car, hitting a thing. By the time you reach Roseau to get to work, you're exhausted. You have to take an hour in the canteen to recover and the day passing, your mood not nice. It is not a good thing, Mr. Speaker. But a different scenario, you're coming down on a nice smooth highway. By the time you're not easy driving, your music playing. When you reach at work, you're in a good spirit, you're in a good vibes. You get to work, you're more productive. Okay? Productivity will increase in the workplace because of our smoother roads. People get to work in a better feeling, more energy, more productivity. Our tourist experience. The senator was again good to mention that. Our tourists come to Dominican, we have to bring them to the various sites. They have to drive on our roads. We do not want to be breaking those people's backs when they're in our country. We do not want for when they get back to the boat, all they can be is exhausted from having gone across the country. We want to make sure that the entire experience, not just the actual site, the entire experience, driving through the country is a pleasurable experience. Our maintenance levy will help us be able to keep the roads in the pristine condition that will make the tourist experience better. Small businesses, tour guides, everybody is going to benefit from a happier tourist. The man will spend more money when he's feeling good. Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at that, we only say like, okay, upfront you pay $100, but we just passed an excise tax that, as Dr. Mack rightly explained, will entice people to buy newer vehicles because we're reducing the excise tax on the vehicles below 10 years from 20 to 25%. So there's a little lower cost right now because of that bill, because of that order to buy a younger vehicle. So again, that will reduce people's overall maintenance cost over the period of the year because you have a newer vehicle, less maintenance cost. You pay your levy, better roads, less maintenance. All are you looking at it? Everything we're doing here today, putting money in people's pocket. Mr. Speaker, I just want to have people digest that, have people understand that regardless of how it is, the one thing the Labour Party is never interested in doing, this Labour Party government is never interested in doing, is increasing the burden on poor people. Everything we're doing is always thinking about the impact on people, the overall impact on people, and to make sure that what we are doing is improving their well-being. We would not be passing a levy if we did not say ultimately it's in their own best interest. It's in everybody's best interest to have our highways well maintained. They cost us hundreds of millions of dollars to build, and we do not want to see them fall apart just because it's a bit expensive to maintain them. The levy will go towards maintenance. I think most every country, they pay certain levies that will help people maintain the road network. The senator had a concern with respect to transparency and I think this is the most transparent government ever. From the time every single thing we're doing is open, we have open books, everybody can go through it, everybody can look through it. I do believe that that should not even have come out in a mouth because transparency is obvious for us, Mr. Speaker. The amount of money collected for the levy will be properly reported on the financial statements. the use in terms of where monies that are spent on maintenance and construction of highways, these are properly maintained. Even as you can look at the appropriations, you will see what we spend on various items. So transparency is not an issue. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I just want to again reiterate my support for reinstating the highway levy, ultimately towards the betterment of everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Blanchard, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, talk about uncharted waters. I never thought I would stand in this honorable house and say to someone on the other side of the house that I am agreeing and applauding something that they would say. But that is what I'm going to do today. The honorable senator started by saying she supports the maintenance of highways and of roads. And everybody would agree to that. And I am only standing here because of one of the comments that she made, or one of her statements that says, or suggested that should persons find themselves in situations where they pay the levy and there's a pothole in the road that can cause the citizens to lose trust in the system. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to have the portfolio of Public Works and Ports when that levy was first introduced. I also had the privilege over the project, the rehabilitation of Charles Avenue from the bottom of the hill where the Goodwill intersection of Charles Avenue with Goodwill Road, where the DBMC building was, all the way up to the hospital. Everybody knows that's like a little highway for us in around Roseau. And I'm going on memory here. I know it was just over $2 million, the cost of that project. And I also know that the collections from the highway levy was not even sufficient. It was earmarked for that project, or what we had collected thus far from the highway levy went towards the payment for that particular project, the rehabilitation of Charles Avenue. And the collections were not even sufficient in order to complete that project, that funds from other receipts from government had to move towards the final payment on that project. And I'm saying that to say that maintenance in Dominica, as we've heard and as we well know, because of not of the weather, can be extremely expensive. I think it's important for us to get used to the numbers and for us to understand the cost of the maintenance that we have to do as a government, so that we can understand that the $100 that we're paying, we can't expect tomorrow to see magic everywhere we drive. I remember as a Minister for Works, I got so much pressure about our roads, and until I was in that position, I went to a neighboring country that I quite like. And I'm driving, juggle on the road. But what's that now? Our roads in Dominica are better than those roads. And here it is, I was under so much pressure. Oh, the roads. And you go to another country in the region, and when I saw the roads for a country that is supposed to be more developed than us, the roads could not compare with what we had. So sometimes we need not to knock necessarily what we have and understand it is a process, but more importantly, it is a rather expensive venture when to keep in the maintenance. And all this levy is going to do is to contribute to that expenditure. But let us be aware that that levy on its own is not going to be sufficient to keep the roads around this island in tip-top shape, for want of a better word. With my short intervention, I lend my support, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Grant.
Mr. Speaker, I lend to give my full support to this bill, Highway Maintenance Levy. just so that we understand what it is that we're doing, Mr. Speaker, so I will give you some background information. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is increased temperature and increased rainfall due to climate change, Mr. Speaker. And that is why the cost and building new roads is so expensive. So outside of that, we have increased traffic due to all the investment and construction that is going on across the country. So given on any given day, Mr. Speaker, we would move about 350 tons from Roseau to the international airport. We're talking cement and steel. That's 350 tons per day. In previous years, the road will not have seen that level of traction, not even in the entire year. So, in addition to that, we have an increase in the number of vehicles that are on the road. We see it on a daily basis. It takes sometimes an hour from Maho to Roseau, Mr. Speaker, due to the number of vehicles that are now on the road. So these are three main factors. We have climate change, the airport and construction. So for some of us in the north, we know that there's a marina going on. There's traffic on the West Coast Road. We have the Tebow, and the Calibishi School. There is also construction there, so we have a lot of material moving back and forth. So the roads are under tremendous pressure from the investments in the country and the number of vehicles and climate change. So, Mr. Speaker, the young senator, just to give her some information, I hope she could take notes if she have a pen or paper. Mr. James maybe could help her out. So within the last 2 years roughly, right, on the West Coast Road, we had Layo, $130,000. That's a little intersection just before the border. Then we had St. Joseph by the ITSS school. That was in excess of $900,000. We had the collapse of the culvert at Makoshri. That was over $2.2 million. In Salisbury, Grand Savan, the collapse of the culvert there, that was over $4 million. Then we had Penrise, that was over $600,000. We had Bells, that was over $1 million. We had Canefield Roger, over $130,000. Mr. Speaker, we redo the Bayfront. I think everybody can say that the Bayfront is well done. The bill for that, Mr. Speaker, is in excess of $3 million. Just the Bayfront, resurfacing. Now, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, road patching. Yes, we recognize that we have fallen short, we had some difficulties, but road patching in any given year is in excess of $10 million just to maintain the roads in terms of the asphalt and the crews. We come into the revenue part. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we are completing the Porcase to Emerald Pool to Pegua. That road cost us in excess of $227 million. Right? We have the Grand Bay Loubier Fischler Road, that is in excess of $117 million. That is what is ongoing as we speak. We're not doing that every year, Senator Paris. But what we are going to collect from this levy is estimated at $1.5 million. Just that, $1.5 million. No, I'm not talking about the road, but patching is in excess of $10 million. No, patching, island-wide patching is in excess of $10 million. No, I'm not talking about the new roads, Mr. Senator Paris. I'm talking about regular maintenance. Patching of the roads, not the new roads and defects liability. What we are going to raise from this levy is $1.5 million. So it's not enough to do anything that we are doing within the ministry. So the discussion about the toll, what the Prime Minister raised this morning, we have to entertain that discussion. Because it's costing the state quite a bit to maintain these roads. So the only thing that we're going to collect from this $1.5 million is $1.5 million. That's it. That's it, $1.5 million. Yes, we understand the burden it's going to put on the consumers in terms of the private users and we understand that. But what I'm saying is that in terms of the maintenance of the roads, The 1.5 million is a drop in the bucket. What? A drop in any little pothole. Mr. Speaker, I support this measure, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the citizens that we understand we are users of the road as well, and we have discussed that at the ministerial level, and we will be continuing with the maintenance and the roads across the island. And Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt in the Eastern Caribbean, our roads are of a high standard, Mr. Speaker, and we will maintain that. Thank you.
I find you sounding spirited there. Yes, 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 yes. I like the numbers. I like the numbers. Very scientific. I recognize the Honorable Frederick. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to take a little different approach to the levy before us. If you look at the schedule, you realize that it is based on size. There's a differentiation of size of vehicles. So I'm going to speak about this. I think there are 5 important points we should consider, because vehicle size is important. It is important because different vehicles place very different demands on the road networks. Yeah, so it's very important, and also generally on public infrastructure. And so the larger vehicles cause much more road wear. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So heavy trucks and buses place for greater stress on the road surface than smaller cars, and so the fee system has to reflect that. And the weight of those will cause wear and tear, and that will contribute to more maintenance and more repair, Mr. Speaker. And also, there has to be some fairness in the recovery, Mr. Speaker. So that's why we have it broken down into the weight of the vehicles. Smaller private vehicles, as you can see, it's $100. Also, motorcycles, $50. So the fee system reflects the size and the weight measures, and that ensures that the wear and tear contribution can be maintained, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it will reduce the deterioration of the road networks over time. Mr. Speaker, a third very important point I think we should look at it based on what we have before us is it will encourage, Mr. Speaker, more efficient vehicle choices. Because you know that if you have bigger vehicles, you pay more money, so that regulates you. It's sort of a conscious movement, also important. So if you have bigger vehicles, muscle trucks, etc., it tells that also in that thing here. Mr. Speaker, also we have to support the road and safety and traffic management is important. Because if you realize that because of the movements of big trucks across the country, we are able to have to measure and this work on the result of damage, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the different fees help to regulate traffic flow and control congestion, Mr. Speaker, and also encourage your decision in designing the fleet. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to say to the Parliament that it is we have to find ways to continue maintaining our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and all of the reasons for maintenance is very, very clear. If I look at the East Coast, for instance, we have a brand new road, but we have to keep in check that if we have to maintain the vegetation and maintain the waterways so it doesn't deteriorate over time. So these are big investments, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very, very happy that we could have this levy to ensure that, although it's a very small amount that we will raise in the next few months, Mr. Speaker, it was important to do that. Because while we continue to build a country, while we have the good work done by the NEP to maintain the roads and keep it clean, and it's important, while we try to move white goods and direct vehicles across the country, we also have to maintain the roads so that we can move. While we develop our international airport, the tourism product, all of that is very, very important. I think it's very, very clear to us that maintenance of the highways is important. But I think what we have to also look at within the construct of the schedule is that the weights of vehicles are also important. Like the Minister said, in the last few months, in the last few years, actually, we have seen a lot more stress on the road. And so we have to be able to maintain that. And even rightly so, Mr. Speaker, in some cases, what's happening now is even testing the roads. Because you see some parts of the roads built back in the 1950s, and with the movement, we see road sinkage, and so we can prepare and to ensure that we have a good road network. And as we prepare for the Portsmouth to the airport leg of the road, Mr. Speaker, all of that will ensure that we can keep and maintain a good road network. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this. And just to say at the end that I think that the bigger impact we have on the road network should be the bigger amount of money we should pay towards maintaining it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Charles had stood up already before.
Thank
So
you,
let's
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the highway maintenance levy, the reinstatement of the highway maintenance levy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe as a country, as much as we have rights, we have responsibilities. And this is the government that has spent the most money in developing our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can just speak for the Soufriere constituency alone in terms of road maintenance. How many times in a month I have to call my friend, Honorable Grant, to come and clear the roads, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, I would say before Maria, it wasn't so often. But right now, Mr. Speaker, almost every other week, before it rains, stones roll down. Because, you know, we're a mountainous country. We have a lot of cliffs. Before it rains right now, Mr. Speaker, just a little shower, Mr. Speaker, and there are stones in the road blocking road users from traveling on the road, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the sheer cost of maintaining roads has significantly increased in just the Soufriere constituency alone. I can just speak to that. The number of times we have to rent heavy equipment to come and clear the roads, because when those big boulders roll on the road, Mr. Speaker, you cannot just ask two men to go and carry it and push it on the side. You have to rent a heavy equipment just to move one big stone. So they'll come there for 2 hours, just one stone on the road, Mr. Speaker. So we have to appreciate that we all want nice, smooth roads all the time. Before we see a pothole in the road, Pareb, there are too many potholes on the Soufriere Road, Pareb. Call the Minister of Public Works. And in all fairness to him, we are always on schedule. Whenever they get a chance, a team is sent to the Soufriere constituency to repair our roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to appreciate that we have increased rainfall because of climate change. So even in Pokase area near the Emerald Pool, do you know many times the minister has repaired the potholes in 1 year? Just this year alone, how many times, Minister? You understand what I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker? So this is the reality of a small island state battling with climate change issues. And I believe as citizens, for a private vehicle is $100 a year, which is about $8.33 a month contribution to raise $1.5 million. And the cost annually of road maintenance alone, not interventions due to road failures, just road patching is $10 million. I believe our people in Dominica are reasonable and understanding. When there was a need to give them a relief due to COVID, the government came and decided, yes, the cost of maintaining roads is high, but because of COVID, we had been shut down. Many people lost income. So we gave them a relief during that time. No, that is not the case. If you talk to the average taxi operator in Dominica, because of the booming cruise season we have, they're making money, Mr. Speaker. All taxi operators are smiling. I don't think they have a problem with paying $200 a year, Mr. Speaker. They're making money, Mr. Speaker. We are getting, this year we have about, we're expecting over 400 cruise passengers to disembark on our shores, Mr. Speaker. 400,000 passengers to disembark on our shores, Mr. Speaker. That is money that is being made in the economy. During the World Choral Music Festival, everybody who had a transportation wanted to make $1, could make $1, Mr. Speaker, because people were looking for transport. We even have to start discussing having something like Uber, Mr. Speaker, because people want to move around the country And they're having challenges when they're here visiting because you heard all rentals were booked. So what happens when all rentals are booked? And so this provides an opportunity now for taxi operators, people who drive buses. We have some intelligent people in Dominica that do app development. Let's do a little Dominica drive sharing app so people can make extra money, and that becomes nothing. $8.33 a month. It's neither here nor there for us to argue about. So I think understanding the pressures that the government is under because of climate change, an incident, a climatic event can happen at any time. We have no control over it. If you're not facing from the mountain, you're getting it from the sea. You have no choice, Mr. Speaker. We have to resurface Newtown just now, Mr. Speaker. That's a major cost. And so I believe as citizens, we have a responsibility for the upkeep of our country and of our roads, Mr. Speaker. And this is just a small contribution to do so. As the minister said, it's only going to raise $1.5 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Parrish,
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, very short, very good discussion. Well, good debate on the highway, the reintroduction of the highway maintenance levy. A few things, I heard a few things, and we wouldn't go down the road of correcting the history, certain people got the history wrong and so on. And I really appreciated the minister for pointing out those numbers, because we didn't have them earlier. It would have been nice to have those things that would have added to the discussion. So we're not going to go into that and challenge that. And we understand that the collection is going to be about 1.5. Here's where I want to raise the issue. Two important cases. The increase in the amount of capital projects that we have obviously is creating a significant impact on the road. The minister explained that a while ago. The question now becomes, do we have in those projects anything built in that goes back to the access? The same roads that we are using to facilitate those projects. Is there anywhere in those projects where there is some sort of percentage that is going back to maintaining the access? Every time you have to do a project, large capital project, there is consideration for access. Maybe that's something that we should be evaluating. I don't know if that is part of the conversation. But the project should be giving back or finding a way to maintain how it got to the project. It should be paying for it. It shouldn't at any point be seen that the people of Dominica, now that we're coming to reintroduce levy, is because the truck's smashing up the road. And we should find a way to ensure that those two things are not conflated and demonstrated adequately. That's one. Another thing that we have to consider with the reintroduction of the highway maintenance levy is that it's not just road users alone affecting the quality of the road surface that we use. Another impact, significant impact that I've witnessed over and over and in other islands too, is as soon as you resurface a piece of road, some service provider come in and cut it. Some service provider come in and cut it. Recently we saw that in the city. A year or two ago, there was some resurfacing done in the city, and then a whole bunch of saws and excavators cutting the road to lift manholes and all of those things. That is a consideration of planning. Are we planning together and working together to ensure that when we charge or when we invest in the highway maintenance levy, that the perception that the road user gets is that they're not being shortchanged? Because when they see service providers going under the ground or driving to the edge of the road to put in something right after the Ministry of Public Works resurface the road, it seems unfair, and it doesn't seem that we're getting value for money, even if it's a drop in the bucket or the pothole. Another scenario, we're talking about the highway maintenance levy, we're talking about value for money, and we're talking about exchange and the perception that people are seeing themselves to pay for what they are expecting, whether they are reasonably doing it or not, what they are expecting to be a friendly easy road surface, right? Is we have to work with the police. A number of people are using the road, for storage. And that is impacting the ease of traffic, the ease of flow of traffic. It is impacting on the wearing surface of the road, because when you store all your building material on the side of the road, and the additional rainfall is changing the way the water is drained off of the road, that affects the road surface. We have to ensure that together with the Ministry of the Ministry of National Security, we are ensuring that when this is reintroduced, people do not feel that they are being shortchanged because they just finished pay their highway maintenance levy and they can't even pass on the road because man have pile of tires on the road. And the drain, when the rain falls, it going across the tires and it eating the edge of the road that they just pay for, that Public Works just resurface. We have to look at our drainage. We're talking about climate change and decrease in rainfall. Part of the big reason our roads get damaged the way they do is because they're not properly drained. We need to take better care of the edges of the road. And also in repaving those roads, that needs to be planned and taken into consideration to ensure that when those projects are finished, we get the life and the durability out of it that we're expecting. So it's not just a simple, in my view, it's not just a simple, $100 is not much, it's $8, It's not just breaking it down to that. It's what the consumer feels they are getting in exchange for what needs to happen. And what I'm pointing out, Mr. Speaker, is that it goes beyond just saying, well, look at the surface of the road and the $1.5 million is not enough to do all of the road, right? We're saying those are some of the things that we need to look at and communicate it to the citizens so that they understand what we're trying to achieve, right? With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
I rise to close up on this bill, the Highway Maintenance Levy Bill. And it's good, I said it earlier, that both sides agree that it's a necessary bill that we had to bring up. Granted, we know it was during the COVID time, we were understanding as a government and we understood the situation that the country was facing, well, the world as a matter of fact, and obviously to alleviate the pressures, we had to remove this. But now that we're back on track, and both sides have agreed that it is a reintroduction of this levy, because as was explained by the Honorable Minister of Public Works, the amount of vehicles on the road now is much better than it used to be. And not only that, but the weight of the vehicles are much more, since it's a lot of construction going on and there's a lot of wear and tear on the roads. So it's really something that is necessary. And but you have to look at the fact that earlier in our debates today, I also told you exactly how that we're keeping more money in the pockets of Dominicans. So this is really, for the entire population, and not all of us driving, an average of 1.5 million is minuscule, considering the fact that just patching alone is 10 million. So I gave you examples earlier of how millions of dollars have been kept in the pockets of the citizens. So, and as earlier we mentioned, all hands on deck. So the government handles all of this. All the government is asking is just a 1.5, which is negligible considering the entire cost of maintaining all these roads here. So we have to put it into perspective. And it's not our fault, Mr. Speaker, our topography, our rainfall. That's just how it is. Earlier, the Prime Minister explained all the size of the drains that we have to build as such. So in the older roads that we don't have those drains and culverts, obviously maintenance becomes an issue. So this is why we have placed so much emphasis on the drainage in all the new roads that we're building. So we're rectifying all the issues that we had in the older roads by having proper construction and designs of the new roads that we're building. But nonetheless, maintenance of the roads, it's necessary, it has to be done. And this is not one that we can play politics out of. We all use the roads, we all drive on the roads, so we should stick to the point that yes, it's just almost like, Mr. Speaker, you have health insurance. That is to maintain your health. So this is almost similar to having a health insurance. You have a maintenance levy, so that when you have a pothole, you patch a pothole, so it doesn't become a crater, as Senator Vidal explained. So it's really something very simple, and it's really something that I think all Dominicans should support. It's a way of just being part of the whole solution. It's a way of being all hands on deck. You give a little levy, which is minuscule compared to the total amount that we spend on road maintenance. You heard patching, only patching is $10 million. And on an average, so Mr. Speaker, on an average, 2017, $1.3 million, that's what we raised. 2018, 1.3 million as well. In 2019, it was 1.6 million. 2020, 1.4 million. 2021, 1.7 million. 2022, 1.6 million. So, and obviously we talked somewhere in 2023, so it was much less. But if you look at this compared to the bigger picture, this really isn't much, Mr. Speaker. Now, with all these new roads we are building, obviously the maintenance will even go up. So that is even more reason why we should have a road maintenance levy, a highway maintenance levy. And not only that, besides all of this, Mr. Speaker, compared to many other islands in the region, we still have one of the better road networks. And not only that, this morning we're telling you about the different areas that we're going to, besides the East Coast Road through the Kalinago territory, and obviously besides the Louvier to Grand, Louvier Belle Bishop Pichle Grande Road. We're also going to be doing from Pokase to Boadiab, and then we're also be doing from Sultan to the Glow Show. So there's, and then we have to do from Auto Trade, well, from Pottersville all the way down to Auto Trade. So there's a lot of, stuff going on in our roads. So, Mr. Speaker, we must have some form to assist the government in terms of maintaining all these roads. So it's really as simple as that. I think all Dominicans would understand what has to be done to maintain those roads. They understand the cost involved, and most of all, they understand it's all hands on deck. The government does what it has to do. This is just a small little contribution that we're asking people, very tiny. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to know that for private vehicles, motorcycles, and small commercial vehicles, it remains the same. So it's really for those heavy commercial vehicles that's the issue. But the private vehicles, so the normal person with a private vehicle, with a motorcycle, with a small commercial vehicle, it remains the same. So let us look at it that way and see that it's really a timely introduction of this, so that just to assist the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025.
The bill will now stand committed to the committee of the whole House. And I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025 passed through the committee stage with minor amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Where are we now? Okay. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Highway Maintenance Levy Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members on both sides of the House for a very good session today. The deliberations were very informative, very encouraging, and I want to thank both sides. As one speaker said, they were cordial, so to speak. And having said this, we should have. We did that already. We did that already. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned sine die.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned. I haven't said it. We have an issue there? Nice. So, House is adjourned. Honorable Anderson, we have an issue? Okay. So, House is adjourned. Sign the die.